Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 545. Cheers to the medal you got. This bunch of damn bastards. After hearing the real plan behind this mission, everyone present was furious and indignant. Originally, Yang Hui and Rebel had agreed that after half a month, they would wait for the training of the new recruits of the 12th Independent Technical Force to be completed and meet Yang Hui's standards before accepting combat missions and going to the battlefield. However, Zeon set the target of the second drop operation on North America, destroying the state of mind of the members of the military committee, because each of them has a huge amount of industry in North America. Once North America falls, they will also lose these industries. They are used to being high and mighty, and in order not to lose their comfortable life, they put great pressure on Rebel, and even jointly with the federal parliament to demand that Rebel must retake North America at all costs. Then, someone suddenly thought of the 12th Independent Technical Force, a legendary force that was enough to turn the tide, so he ordered Rebel that the 12th Independent Technical Force must attack and assist the Federation Army in retaking the North America region. At the same time, because the 12th Independent Technical Force led by Yang Hui was too autonomous and capable, Rebel had such a force in his hands, which had begun to exceed the control of the old men in the military commission, so someone came up with a sinister plan. That is to secretly make a deal with Zeon, use the 12th Independent Technical Force to exchange for their own industry, and deepen the friendly relationship with Zeon. After all, Zeon is now in high spirits and has a great chance of winning. The parasites who are worried about being liquidated after the Federation's overall defeat have also begun to consider a way out. They plan to order the 12th Independent Technical Force to march into the North American region, and then they secretly disclose the information of the 12th Independent Technical Force to the Zeon army, killing with a borrowed knife, and let Zeon, who regarded it as a thorn in the eye and a thorn in the flesh, eliminate the 12th Independent Technical Force that they feared, weakening Rebel's power while also exchanging for their own industry, finding a way out, and killing three birds with one stone. Rebel's plan was to get Yang Hui to agree to this risky mission, and then Rebel would deliberately reveal some information so that the traitors could give it to the Zeon army. Then Rebel would be able to obtain actual evidence, completely pull down the corrupt old immortals, and completely control the Federation army. What Yang Hui needed to do was to act as the bait and use himself to lure out the rats and traitors hiding in the gutter. Of course, Rebel couldn't really let Yang Hui and the 12th Independent Technical Unit die, so he would only deliberately leak the real information at the beginning. The subsequent combat plan would release false information to confuse the Zeon army and provide assistance for Yang Hui and others to achieve greater results. In fact, this time, whether the 12th Independent Technical Unit can come back alive or how many people can come back alive, it doesn't matter to Rebel and Jipu. As long as they can get evidence of the betrayal of the military commission, his plan will be achieved. So what benefits can Yang Hui get by taking such a big risk? First, Yang Hui asked for permission to equip all members with the Stray Gundam of the test machine level. As long as the plan can succeed, the 12th Independent Technical Force will be equipped with the Stray Gundam instead of the mass-produced castrated version, and equipped with a most complete set of equipment. Second, expand again and allocate another key Rin-class battleship to the 12th Independent Technical Force. Third, Yang Hui asked Rebel and Garp for a promise that at some point in the future, they and the Federation Army under their command must unconditionally support a decision of his, and this decision will not threaten the Federation or their lives. So I made a deal with General Rebel and accepted this mission. The traitors must be cleaned up, and those old guys must also be cleaned up, otherwise there will be countless open and secret attacks aimed at us in the future. Yang Hui explained to everyone, and looked at the newcomers who were not equipped with the Stray Gundam. It is also to equip you with the best bodies and equipment, so that everyone can survive the increasingly brutal wars in the future. Major. Everyone, for the sake of the Earth, and to end the war as soon as possible, I hope you will not lose hope in the war because of a small number of people who are disappointed with the Federation. If you can't believe in the Federation, then believe me, I will lead each of you, full of glory, to survive to the end of this war, and witness the end of the war with your own eyes, or, end in our hands. Yes. Major. XN. Notify the entire ship. This ship is about to enter the enemy-occupied area. All personnel are on level 1 combat configuration. The first MIS team is ready to airborne. Repeat, All personnel are on level 1 combat configuration. The first MIS team is ready to airborne. Baki Lulu's voice spread throughout the Luna through the radio. All those who were still on standby moved nervously. Yang Hui and all the people in the first team boarded the MIS as soon as possible. After checking all the systems, they waited for the order to attack. Are you ready, guys? Ready. XN okay, let me take you to get another medal. Cheers to the medal. Haha, cheers for the next medal you get. The first team starts the attack. Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3, please move to the catapult deck. Understood. The fixed frame was released, and the Astray Gundam Units 1, 2, and 3 were all equipped with special equipment for land warfare, and walked to the 3 catapults respectively. Yang Hui, Unit 1, attack. The electromagnetic leap, the powerful thrust sent Units 1, 2, and 3 all out of the Luna. The moment they left the catapult deck, countless flames, barrages, and explosions came into view. Under the fire cover of the Luna, the 3 Gundams fell from the sky and landed successfully on the ground. Clear the landing area. Understood. X2. Yang Hui, Young, and Kashima Yang, who were the first to attack, were the most dangerous 3 people, because they would face the interception of the Zeon army directly. After they landed, they must immediately eliminate the surrounding enemy forces to provide a safe environment for the subsequent comrades to parachute. The 3 aircraft formed a triangle formation, with the landing site as the center of the circle, clearing the enemy forces around. The DOP fighter exploded into pieces, the Magella tank was penetrated, and the Zakuai was cut in half, leaving countless blooming fireworks and sunken round pits. Soon, the second and third waves of airborne troops landed and formed teams to meet Yang Hui and the other 2. Luna, the first team has completed the airborne landing and can return. Understood. Luna will return immediately. Pay attention to safety. Understood. After taking a look, the Luna had already started to turn around, and Yang Hui did not turn around in place, and immediately ordered a breakout, target NY, assault. Understood. XN. The Luna in the air would not completely ignore the first airborne team. Even if it had to return, it would open a channel for them. Gotfield starts, coordinate S01, launch. At the same time, all missile launchers are loaded with air-to-ground missiles, coordinates T65, R43 extend to T98, R91, cover fire, open the way for the first squad. Several thick beams of light burst out from the dark muzzle, cutting through space and time, destroying everything along the way, leaving 2 deep gullies, and countless explosions added embellishment to the gullies. At the same time, dense missiles fell like a storm, covering both sides of the first squad's forward defense line, engulfing countless enemy troops, and pulling up 2 sky-high flame light curtains for the first squad, seeing them off and escorting them. Gotfield launches, sinks 3 Gallop-class ships, 2 Dub-class ships. Air-to-ground missiles launch, all hit. Smoke bombs, scramble curtains launch, turn 180 degrees, maintain anti-aircraft firepower. Understood. Smoke bombs, scramble curtains load, launch. Turn 180 degrees, start returning. Mission accomplished. The first squadron also broke out of the encirclement of Zeon and rushed towards the direction of entering NY. The Luna cleared the remaining enemy aircraft while turning back to the Federation, waiting for them to return with glory and legend. SHH Zeon's welcome is really warm. After breaking through the blockade of Zeon, Fort Rumphillo relaxed a little and began to complain. Except for the front line, the entire Zeon territory has been almost emptied of these troops, right? Rusksel analyzed. He didn't know how many of them the Luna and Yang Hui, Young, and Kashima Isama had destroyed before the attack. From what he observed, there were about 150 MISs, 20 land battleships, and too many DOP fighters and Magella tanks to count. This gives us a chance. These bastards, they certainly didn't expect that so many troops can't stop us. We are invincible. Come on, if it weren't for the Luna, how we land would be a problem. Are we going to use media? Forget it. If we use media, we'll be shot to pieces before we even get close. Haha, Ford is scared. What did you say? Enough of this small talk. There are still many enemies blocking our way. Kill them all. Understood. X8. At this time in NY, Major General Som, the commander of the North Zeon Theater, was inviting a large group of prominent figures to hold a banquet. On the one hand, He wanted to thank these people for helping Zeon stabilize NY and prevent chaos, and on the other hand, it was also to celebrate in advance the huge credit that was about to be achieved. After receiving the intelligence that the 12th Independent Technical Force was about to land near NY, SOM immediately drew out all the garrison troops in the rear of North America and set up an encirclement at the landing point provided in the intelligence. He was calm and did not underestimate the 12th Independent Technical Force. As Rusksul had expected, he almost emptied the regular garrison troops in the rear to ensure their complete destruction. He was very confident in his deployment. In the face of the huge gap in troop strength, even a force composed of all the aces in Zeon would have to suffer in the northwest, not to mention the 9 mobile suits of the Federation. But soon, SOM, who was intoxicated by flattery, heard news that horrified him. General, urgent report from the front line, the encirclement has been broken. What? Chapter 546, Assault on NY Base. The sudden exclamation interrupted the joyful atmosphere of the banquet, and everyone's eyes turned to SOM. Ahem. Seeing that he had lost his composure, SOM immediately adjusted his state and said to the guests with a smile that everything was under control. Don't be nervous, everyone. I just got good news. In view of your excellent performance, the mainland will send a big man to visit North America. Oh? That's good news. The only people that General SOM can call big men should be those distinguished adults, right? Please rest assured, General SOM, we will definitely do our best to assist Zeon and stabilize the citizens. Thank you all for your efforts. Zeon will not forget your contributions, Zik Zeon. Zik Zeon. After XN fooled the guests, SOM found a reason to leave. After leaving the banquet hall, his confident smile disappeared and his face became distorted. What is going on? How can 9 Ms break through the encirclement? According to the report from the front, the Federation has deployed a new type of warship that can fly in the atmosphere, and its firepower is even greater than that of the Gwakan class. Nonsense. How could the Federation have such a warship? Someone must be shirking responsibility and lying about military intelligence. Yes. In fact, not only SOM didn't believe it, but even the communication controller who received the intelligence and the officers who sent the message didn't believe it. In their minds, even if the Federation suddenly had Ms. Zeon's military strength was still superior to that of the Federation. They didn't believe that the Federation had technology that Zeon didn't have. Go back to the barracks, I want to see what kind of monsters the Federation's Ms are. Yes. After getting on the special car, SOM returned to the Zeon base outside NY as quickly as possible, thinking about how to punish those who lied about military intelligence, and how to eliminate the Ms unit that the commander-in-chief was concerned about with his own command, and what rewards he would get. As a result, as soon as he returned to the headquarters, he saw a scene that made him angry. The entire headquarters was in chaos and noisy, and roars and screams were constantly heard in the communication. Report the situation. With a sharp shout, the chaos paused for a moment, and then the chaos regained some order. The adjutant on duty wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and immediately reported, Commander, the enemy Ms team has broken through the second blocking line and is advancing rapidly towards the base. Our army has suffered heavy losses. Are you kidding? Do you know what this means? SOM asked the adjutant with a dark face. I'm not kidding, Commander. Just now, the 11th Ground Strike Group sent a request for reinforcement. The communication lasted only 10 seconds before it was interrupted. At the same time, the 12th and 13th Ground Strike Groups also sent a request for reinforcement. The encircled troops reported that due to the bombardment of an unknown warship, the Wilson, Pompey, and Trask were silent. The 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th Ground Strike Groups were completely wiped out. The 32nd, 33rd, and 34th Air Groups were completely wiped out, and the rest of the troops suffered heavy losses. How? How is it possible? Even if it was a fantasy, SOM had to believe it at this time. His adjutant had followed him for many years and would never make such a joke that was not funny at all at this time. So he thought that the false military intelligence he reported was true, and the enemy Ms team that he regarded as a credit was not as easy to deal with as he imagined. What is the current position of the enemy Ms and enemy ships? SOM was fully alert and ready to exert his full strength to command the troops. The enemy ship turned around and returned after the enemy Ms was airborne. Just in case our Air Force did not pursue, I have ordered the relatively intact encirclement force to launch a pursuit, and ordered the remaining troops on the second blocking line to return to defend the third blocking line, and re-attack the enemy MIS team from the front and back. Well, very good. Som nodded with satisfaction. As expected of the elites he carefully selected, this arrangement was in line with what he had in mind. Where is the enemy MIS? Where is it now? 15 minutes ago, it just broke through the second blocking line. Now it should be with the third. Buzz 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 buzz. Before he finished speaking, the alarm in the base sounded loudly, and the communication control immediately reported, "Commander, the third blocking line has been breached. The 66th and 67th Ground Strike Squadrons were completely wiped out, and the 45th Aviation Squadron was completely wiped out. Federal MIS has been spotted, distance, 30. The target is moving at high speed to this base." What? Som and the others screamed in fear. The unbelievable fact destroyed their thinking ability like a thunderstorm that destroyed the world. 15 minutes later, they were still at the second blocking line, and there was a 5-kilometer gap between the second and third blocking lines, and there was also a 5-kilometer distance between the third and the base. In other words, the Federation's MIS team only took 15 minutes to severely damage the blocking troops and rush 10 kilometers. What kind of speed is this? What kind of killing efficiency is this? The garrison troops will attack immediately. We must stop them. Som roared. Yes. Order the other troops to come back immediately. Yes. Give me the optical image. I want to see what kind of monsters these MIS are. Understood. The nearest camera released the optical image of the first team, and then everyone was dumbfounded. For a moment, the command center became extremely silent, and a pin drop could be heard. A few seconds later, Som's face was filled with fear and panic. Stop them. Stop them. Command center is moving. Retreat to Fort Scranton. Go. The Heretic team maintained a 3-3 formation, with 3 small triangles forming a large triangle, and with Yang Hui as the tip of the arrow, they fiercely pierced into the base's defense line. After raising their hands and shooting through several Zakuai eyes in front, they directly broke through the flames and explosions and rushed into the defense line. Following closely beside Unit 1, Units 2 and 3 drew their swords and cut the approaching Zakuai eye in half as they passed by. At the same time, they jumped up and smashed the cockpit of the Dop fighter with their fists, and then stomped on it when they landed, crushing the Magella chariot. While in the air, several people in the back fired decisively, and while Units 2 and 3 were in the air, they broke through the surrounding sneak attacks of the enemy planes, and when Units 2 and 3 landed, they caught up and rushed into the base together. All aircraft disperse. Yang, clear the defense forces. Blog, find the headquarters. Travis and George, find the ammunition depot. Fred, Forte, and Ruth, destroy the hangar. Understood. X8 dispersed in a 3x3 formation. Number 1, Number 2, and Number 3 turned around and dispersed. Number 2 and Number 3 cleared the remaining enemy forces in the base from the left and right directions, and Yang Hui returned to the direction they came from, blocking the returning defense forces alone. Number 4, Number 5, and Number 9 searched for the hangar in the base and destroyed it as soon as possible, destroying them before the enemy aircraft attacked. Number 6 and Number 7 found the ammunition depot, but did not destroy it as soon as possible. Instead, they protected it from the left and right, because in this mission, they would be behind enemy lines for a long time, facing countless enemies, and without any support, and the ammunition carried in backpacks would definitely not be enough. Therefore, in this combat mission, except for Travis Kakulan's Unit 7, which still carried detection equipment, everyone gave up special equipment, such as Unit 4's Super Mega Cannon, Unit 5's Dual Heavy Gatling Vulcan Cannon, and even the beam rifle and super bazooka. All of them used the same live ammunition weapons as the Zeon army. This is to fight to support the war. All supplies are taken from Zeon. If we don't have guns or cannons, the enemy will make them for us. Blood Carl of Unit 8 found the headquarters, but he didn't confirm it. He just machine gunned and shot the headquarters from the outside to the inside, making it riddled with holes. He didn't stop until it exploded violently. But Blood Carl was disappointed, because he looked up and saw several Dop fighters leaving in the distance. When he just pointed the guns at the sky, the system showed that the enemy planes were out of range. Major, the commander ran away. Should we chase him? Blood Carl immediately asked. No pursuit. Assist Yang and Yang to clean up the base and join the army, and resupply ammunition immediately after confirming safety. Understood. 5 minutes later, the huge NY base became a ruin, and the ground was either craters or charred, or debris and corpses. In this base, except for the 8 stray Gundams that were resupplying ammunition, there were no living people. There might be some, but they were shivering in some inconspicuous corner. Supply completed. Retreat. Understood. At this time, Yang Hui's Unit 1 had not returned, but they still evacuated outside the base. This was arranged by Yang Hui. He was the bait to delay the pace of the returning defense troops, and he would retreat on his own after the others evacuated and go to the designated coordinates to meet up. Here we are. The 8 people waiting at the designated coordinates saw Unit 1 arrive, and they breathed a sigh of relief and ended their short rest time. When Unit 1 passed by them, they followed silently. The 9 stray Gundams faced the bloody sunset and headed towards the next target. Report the situation. Yang Hui asked on the way forward. All aircraft have been supplied, enough for us to carry out the same assault again. Yang reported. Enough. Yang Hui nodded. The same assault? That's impossible. The assault on the NY base can't be repeated, because their intelligence in this battle was given to the Zeon army, so they maintained high-intensity operations from the beginning of the landing and attacked the NY base without stopping. According to Yang Hui and Rebels' plan, Zeon will not receive correct intelligence in the subsequent operations, and, now they are in the enemy-occupied area and cannot get in touch with the Federation. In this case, even Rebel can't know their whereabouts, let alone the group of traitors in the military commission, so Zeon can't set up an ambush in advance. Another point is that in the battle to assault the NY base, Som almost withdrew all the defense forces in the rear to surround them. It's too late to start returning to defend now, not to mention that the troops that surrounded them suffered heavy losses. At least more than 10 reorganized battalions were eliminated and crippled by them. Travis, search around and find a safe spot. Understood. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547 Cassilia Zabi appears. Gulp 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 ha. So refreshing. Be frugal. Weapons and ammunition can be restocked at the Zeon base, but daily necessities may not be. Seeing Fort Rumpfellow gulp down a mouthful of water, Russ Kessel complained unceremoniously, and at the same time reminded that the supply of ammunition can be directly handled at the Zeon base, but for supplies such as water and food, they dare not leave them as to look for them at the Zeon base. Although they hide their identities and go to the surrounding towns and cities to buy, Yang Hui is not short of money anyway. But this also has a great hidden danger. They don't know whether Zeon has obtained their identity information. If Zeon has already obtained it, then they will be exposed if they appear in any place where there are people. Secondly, it is impossible for all 9 of them to abandon their machines and go to the town to buy, and it is impossible to buy a meal. If the quantity is too large, it may attract the attention of Zeon. Yang Hui thought that unless it was absolutely necessary, he must not show up in public, because the Earth attack force was Cassilia Zabi's army, and Cassilia Zabi held the dirtiest and sharpest knife of Zeon, the Cassilia machine. Fortunately, Yang Hui thought of this at the beginning, and considering that weapons and ammunition could be snatched from Zeon, he brought enough food and water. It's okay, everyone has a quota anyway. Forte is drinking hard now, and he will be thirsty when his quota is finished. Yang Hui joked. Huh? Water, water, water. Don't waste it. Forte Rumpfellow was frightened by Yang Hui, and forgot that there was still water in his mouth and opened his mouth in surprise, but it all leaked out, and Yung and others suddenly closed his mouth. Forte Rumpfellow struggled desperately, Yung and others almost made him bite his tongue, and half of his mouthful of water was stuck in his throat, and some water poured into his nose, making him unable to breathe. Forte is about to become your military medal. Yang Hui teased. Oh, Yung and the others were stunned. Seeing that Ft. Rumpfellow's face had turned purple, they quickly let go and stepped back several steps. They put their hands behind their backs and laughed awkwardly. Ahoha. Ahem, you. Ft. Rumpfellow pointed at them with a trembling finger, asking them why they murdered their comrades. Shhhhh. Everyone turned their heads to whistle, not understanding what Ft. Rumpfellow was saying. Major. I want to be transferred. I can't stay here anymore. Ft. Rumpfellow complained. Okay, Wait until I squeeze out all your value in this operation, and you can choose the other troops. I was wrong, please let me go. Ha ha ha. Okay, we've rested enough, and we should determine the next target. Yang Hui opened the map and the others gathered around. We are in this position now. The nearest Zeon bases to us are Allentown and Atlantic City Port. Blog, which direction did the Zeon commander escape from? Northwest of NY, it should be Scranton Base. If it's Scranton Base, let's go here. Delaware first. Everyone was stunned for a moment. There was no important military base marked here on the map, only a small observation post. That's right, our next target is the Delaware 1st observation post, and then move westward, passing Lebanon, Harrisburg, all the way to Fennett, and destroy all the observation posts along the way. I understand, the Major is going to use the same trick again. Everyone smiled knowingly and understood Yang Hui's plan. That's right. Yang Hui nodded and continued, after destroying Fannett's observation post, we will move directly north, enter the DC range from the green direction, and raid the DC base. During the Middle East front, Yang Hui used the tactic of making a feint to the east and attacking the west, successfully deceiving more than half of the defenders of the Aspat base. Now, he plans to do it again, destroying all the observation posts in one direction, making the Zeon army mistakenly believe that their target is a base in the central or west coast, and leading the Zeon army chasing them in the wrong direction. However, it is impossible to let the Zeon pursuers foolishly run from the east coast to the west coast. As long as they chase for a period of time without finding any trace, and the observation post in front has not been attacked, Zeon will definitely know that they have been misled. Therefore, in order to confuse the Zeon army more realistically, Yang Hui also thought of a countermeasure to buy time. From now on, everyone should hold back and show a state of fatigue. Except for the first observation post, save some ammunition for me. Major, do we have enough ammunition? You are stupid. Major is creating a false impression for the enemy that we don't have enough ammunition. Oh. Let's go. Target Lebanon, all the enemies we foresee, all destroyed. Understood. X8. Sam arrived at the Scranton base and took over the command of the base, making the Scranton base the temporary command center of the North American theater. Where is the enemy now? The enemy missed troops left in the southwest direction, and the pursuit troops lost them. Waste. Sam cursed. The enemy lost them. All the Zeon bases radiating from the NY base to the southwest were within the enemy's attack range, and the garrison troops in the rear had basically been transferred by him. It was too late to let the troops return to the garrison now. Now all the rear bases had no ability to resist the Federation missed troops. We must find their whereabouts. Sir. Observation post number 16 was attacked. What? Observation post number 16. Sam immediately looked at the battle map, looked at the location of observation post number 16 in Lebanon, and frowned. What on earth do they want to do? What is their goal? It is definitely too late for rescue. It takes at least 20 minutes for the friendly forces to reach observation post number 16. It took the Heretic team less than an hour to break through the encirclement and 2 blocking lines, and then break through the NY base. 5 minutes to destroy an observation post? Anyway, it is impossible to catch up. What Sam is most concerned about now is the ultimate goal of the Heretic team. Only by determining their ultimate goal can we arrange troops to intercept in advance. The mobility of the Zakui is not as good as the Heretic Gundam. If they keep chasing, the entire occupied area will be killed and the front line will be stabbed, and the pursuit troops will not catch up. Anyway, the NY base cannot be the ultimate goal, otherwise, why haven't the new battleships taken them away? Observation post number 16, the west, could it be? Sam moved his sight sideways and saw a very important location, which was the next target of his plan. Order observation posts number 17, 18, and 19 to increase their alert. If they find any trace of the enemy, report immediately and retreat in advance, abandon the observation post, and order the pursuit troops to stop the pursuit and go to New Jersey Airport. They will go directly to Rio Rancho Airport by air transport and wait. Understood. After half a day, Sam waited for the result he wanted. Observation post number 17 in Harrisburg was attacked. Because Sam ordered to evacuate in advance, there was no loss, and the traces of the enemy were found, which made Sam more convinced of his guess. Haha, do you really think you are invincible? Sam raised the corner of his mouth. He thought that the commander of this MIS unit of the Federation was completely strong in body and simple in mind. With such obvious intentions, what was the point of fighting in secret? At this time, the communication controller reported to Som, "Sir, the communication from Lady Cassilia." Lady Cassilia. Som trembled all over, cold sweat had seeped out of the skin on his forehead. His first thought was that he was here to ask for punishment. After all, he lost the NY base even though he was prepared in advance. Knowing that there was a cliff ahead, Som had to jump down. He did not dare to refuse Cassilia Zabi's communication, otherwise he would be relieved by going to the military court. Lady Cassilia. Som, I already know the situation of the NY base. 10. Very sorry, Lady Cassilia, it's my incompetence. Enough. Cassilia Zabi shouted and interrupted Som. This meaningless confession will only waste time. The problem is the next response. Yes. I have determined the ultimate goal of the Federation MIS force. The enemy's MIS is the target of our army's upcoming attack California. Reason. Yes. Then Som told Cassilia Zabi all his analysis and judgment. Cassilia Zabi fell into thought after listening to it. The analysis made sense and the judgment was not too problematic. Considering the time of the attack, the location of the enemy, the distance between them, the mobility and combat power of the enemy MIS units, it made sense, but no, it's not California. Cassilia Zabi denied Som's judgment. Lord Cassilia, is there something wrong? Som asked. Something doesn't feel right. The commander of this unit wouldn't be so unwise. Cassilia Zabi said, according to the battle reports from the Middle East, they carried out sabotage operations behind enemy lines, attracting a large number of our troops to pursue them, and then they did the opposite and turned around and raided the undermanned Aspat base. Would a commander who could formulate such a tactic go all the way to his target? This. Som suddenly realized and grasped the key. Lord Cassilia, do you mean that the other party is likely to repeat the same old trick and make a feint to the east and attack in the west? It's possible. Cassilia Zabi was not sure. After all, she had never fought in person, and now Cassilia Zabi didn't even know who the other party was, so she couldn't make an accurate judgment. Lord Cassilia, I suggest that we temporarily suspend the invasion of California and concentrate on encircling and destroying this MIS unit. No, the occupation of California is urgent. The war in the North American theater is about to end. We can't let the Federation drive such a nail into our heartland. I will land on the Earth in 2 days and I will meet them in person. You want to command personally? This. It's decided. Cassilia Zabi made the decision and interrupted Som's dissuasion before speaking. The Midnight Fenrir team will be transferred to the DC base. The Battle of the Orlando base has ended, right? Yes, our army has occupied the Orlando base. Let the Bloodhound team also go to DC to wait for me. Chapter 548, the Zabi family also has family love. Got it. Got it. Although Som was very greedy for the credit of the Heretic Squad, his master had already decided to do it himself, so he could only give up the credit. Now he just wanted to perfectly capture California and pull out the last nail of the Federation in North America to atone for his sins. Outside the atmosphere, in the Dazlu fleet, 2 Guacan-class battleships were parked side by side, one purple and one green. Sister, are you really going to Earth in person? Dazlu Zabi asked Cassilia Zabi hesitantly on the screen. Isn't this natural? As the commander-in-chief of the Earth Attack Force, I can't stay in the universe and enjoy the results. Cassilia Zabi replied. But the Earth is not stable yet. Are you going down now? Dazzle. Yes, yes. When did the Zabi family become so timid? You are the commander-in-chief of the Space Attack Army. How can this be allowed? Yes. Sister is teaching me a lesson. It's interesting to say that Dazzle Zabi, who is as burly as a gorilla, can resist bombs with his body, and can deform the alloy handrails with his bare hands, is like a good baby in front of the slender Cassilia Zabi. Besides, I have to send Karma to NY. This is the first time that Karma has served as the commander-in-chief of a war zone. We can't be careless. Karma. Dazzle Zabi's expression dimmed when he thought of his youngest and most innocent brother in the family. In fact, he knew what his brothers and sisters did, and he was not really stupid, but as a soldier, this spirit engraved in his bones, as well as the suppression of his blood, forced him to go against his will and turn himself into a devil full of sins. Karma Zabi is the most innocent person in the family. He always shouts about the glory of Zeon and the glory of the Zabi family. In fact, he really knows nothing. He only sees the bright and beautiful side. He does not understand the cruelty of war and the darkness of war. If possible, he really hopes that Karma will continue to stay with his father and continue to be that innocent child. However, he can't do it. At home, he has no say. He can only do what his strong brothers and sisters say. He can't resist. Dazzle, Karma is also from the Zabi family, and he has the blood of the Zabi family flowing in his body. Yes, I know, sister, but I hope Karma. Too weak. Dazzle. Yes. Alice. Looking at Dazzle Zabi's distraught expression, Ksenia Zabi sighed. Don't worry, Dazzle, I will go to the North Mi war zone with Karma and help him deal with all the things before leaving. In name, Karma is the commander-in-chief of the North Mi war zone, but in fact he is just a symbol. I will arrange the real person in charge. Ksenia Zabi is a very strong person. Even when facing Jiren Zabi, she is not used to patiently explain to others. But it is different for Dazzle Zabi and Karma Zabi. She knows that these two younger brothers really treat everyone as their closest family members in the Zabi family, where people are scheming against each other. Ksenia Zabi remembered very clearly that when she sent Dakin's family to the Lar family, she was slapped by her deceased eldest brother. Only Dazzle Zabi spoke up for him. This made her hate the Zabi family while retaining the warmth of her family. Ksenia Zabi didn't dote on her youngest brother, Karma Zabi, but she would never treat him as a pawn. She taught him with a strict attitude. After all, this was Karma Zabi's own choice. Since he chose to join the Zeon army as a member of the Zabi family, he had to live up to the Zabi family name. Thank you very much, sister. Only Dazzle Zabi and Karma Zabi would sincerely say thank you to her. Okay, Dazzle, the time is up. My ship will return to the mainland after I leave. I will send a fleet to escort it. Thank you for your hard work. The communication was interrupted, and Ksenia Zabi found Karma Zabi waiting in the room. Seeing his nervous and restless appearance, Ksenia Zabi frowned. Sister, are we going to Earth? How am I now? Are my clothes messy? What about my hair? Calm down, Karma. Yes. Remember, Karma, stay calm at all times. Panic, fear, excitement, will affect your judgment. Also, you are about to become the commander-in-chief of the North American war zone. You must remain elegant in front of your subordinates. If you panic, it will not only embarrass the Zabi family, but also make your subordinates at a loss. Understood. Very good, I will stay in the North American war zone and help you clear up all the troubles. If you don't understand anything, you can ask Sam. He is an excellent commander and he will take care of military affairs. For other matters, you can ask Dorota. Yes, I understand, sister. Get ready, we're going to land on Earth. Yes. The Zabi family landed on Earth, not in HLV like Ms., but in a dedicated shuttle. On the way down, Karma Zabi couldn't help but get a little nervous. Looking at the blue planet, looking at the ground getting closer and closer, thinking about his identity, and the mission and responsibility he had to bear, he was looking forward to it and worried. He was looking forward to the moment when he became the pride of the Zabi family, and worried that he would not do well enough and lose face for the Zabi family. Sister, what are you looking at? Karma Zabi asked. He found that Ksenia Zabi had been reading this document since she boarded the shuttle, and couldn't help but be curious. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Well, you really need to know this. Ksenia Zabi was dissatisfied with Karma's curiosity about military intelligence, but she thought that the content of the document was related to the North American war zone, so she let him go for the time being. I need to know. Well, have you heard about the Federation's Ms. Caller? Yes, I heard about it. It's an Ms. secretly developed by the Federation on Luna II. Its performance exceeds that of Arzaku II. Its first appearance repelled the Elite Survey Corps led by Char and destroyed Arzaku II. Its second appearance was on the Middle East front. I don't know the specific battle situation, but I heard that this unit has only 9 Ms, but it caused our army to be defeated across the board on the Middle East front. Well, it seems that you are still very hard-working. Ksenia Zabi nodded with satisfaction. The intelligence of the Federation's Ms. Corps was blocked to a certain extent in order to stabilize the morale of Zeon's army. It was also attentive of Karma Zabi to be able to know so much information. Take a look, this is a detailed battle report. Yes, elder sister. Karma Zabi read the battle report carefully. The more she read, the more shocked she became. This How is this possible? Elder sister, this kind of thing. Unbelievable. Yes. But it really exists, Karma. There is nothing impossible on the battlefield. As a commander, you must take into account all situations, including the impossible, so that you can make all plans and make accurate responses. Yes, elder sister. Tell me what you think of this army. Cassilia Zabi asked. It's amazing. 9 Mizes fought an ambush and wiped out our land fleet in 15 minutes, then they boldly split into 2 teams, fought across the entire front with a very small number of people and penetrated deep into our rear, causing huge damage, and finally thought of doing the opposite, getting rid of our pursuit force and raiding the Aspad base. The commander of this unit must be very outstanding. Well, good, what else? I think this unit is a huge threat to our army, but it is not the biggest threat. What is the biggest threat? It's the scientists who developed the Miz. Go on. It's nothing that the performance of Miz exceeds that of Zaku. According to the analysis of the technical consultant, these machines cannot be mass-produced. Since they cannot be mass-produced, the threat is naturally reduced, because if our army does not care about the cost, it can also produce Miz with excellent performance. But I saw in the battle report that these machines have very special weapons, such as high-powered mega-particle cannons, beam rifles with power comparable to naval guns, even better rocket launchers, and floating and mobile leg structures, large backpacks on the back. If these things are all made by one person, then the technological advantage our army now has will not be maintained for long before it will be equaled or even surpassed. Not bad, there is progress. Cassilia Zabi nodded with satisfaction. Karma Zabi's analysis was not much different from hers, the general staff, and the technical department's analysis, but there are still omissions. Sister, what else did I miss? Karma Zabi asked humbly. No matter how excellent the Miz is, it needs an ace pilot to fly it. According to the battle report, every Miz pilot of this unit has the strength of an ace pilot, especially the leader, who is called a monster by the staff department. Do you know what the word monster means? Gurgle Karma Zabi swallowed. Not counting toys like the Iron Cavalry, there were less than 2 months from the start of the VX plan to the debut of Miz. From having no contact with Miz to becoming an ace pilot, is it possible? What you mean, Onisama, is, the Federation actually started the Miz development plan a long time ago and started training pilots. There is insufficient intelligence, and we can't be completely sure, but it's almost certain. There must have been some huge changes in the Federation that we don't know about. Otherwise, how could those corrupt people who love giant ships and cannons care about Miz? Also, what is the reason for the major change? Is it an event? Or a person? These are all we need to figure out. I see. Thank you Onisama for your advice. But, be thankful, Karma, we will soon be able to see the true face of this mysterious army. Huh? How could it be? Could it be? Yes, this is where you are. They are now in your defense zone, the North American theater. There are still 9 Mizes. It took them less than an hour to break through the encirclement and heavy blockades that had been arranged in advance and destroy the NY base. Chapter 549 Who is the hunter? Who is the prey? This. How could it be? Karma Zabi was also a top student who had attended a military academy. He had the ability to judge wars and war reports. This war report made him sure that it was not an exaggeration to call the Federation's Miz troops monsters. Sister, I want to go with you. Karma Zabi requested firmly. On the one hand, as the commander-in-chief of the North American War Zone, he had to participate in such a serious incident in the North American War Zone. On the other hand, he also wanted to learn from Cassilia Zabi. Well, I was planning to take you with me, but you brought it up yourself, which really impressed me, Karma. Thank you for the compliment, sister. Okay, let's take a look at the war report again. If you want to defeat your opponent, the first step is to understand your opponent. Yes. The shuttle returned to silence. Cassilia Zabi was reading the war reports of other war zones, while Karma Zabi was studying the Federation's Miz troops. Soon after, the landing of the shuttle interrupted the concentration of the two. After packing up her things and getting off the shuttle, Cassilia Zabi directly refused the welcoming banquet held by the local high-level officials for her and Karma Zabi, and went straight to the combat meeting room of the DC base. Salute. The moment Cassilia Zabi and Karma Zabi entered the combat meeting room, the members of the Midnight Fenrir team and the Bloodhound team who had been waiting for a long time stood up one after another. To Cassilia Zabi, they were respectful, and to Karma Zabi, It was just a routine. Sit. Caecilia's Abby waved her hand and asked everyone to sit down. The dozen people following Caecilia's Abby also found empty seats and sat down, but it was obvious that they were divided into two factions with the Midnight Fenrir team and the Bloodhound team. These people are from the Mecha squadron. They are young people who were selected from the Zeon army with excellent skills but were not selected as elites due to their background and birth. They are also the reserve troops of the real ace unit of Caecilia's Abby, the Chimera Squadron. As long as they can produce results, they can be transferred to the Chimera Squadron. However, the Mecha Squadron has a bad reputation in the Zeon army and is called the villain team. The reason is that the Mecha Squadron is divided into 7 teams, AG, led by Captain Doug Schneider, and is a team that competes for survival by competing between the teams to achieve greater results. In other words, they can do anything for greater results and survival. And this time, the 3 teams A, B, and C that came to Earth with Caecilia's Abby are ranked at the top. You should have all received the combat briefing, right? Yes. And then you should know what kind of enemy you are about to face. Haha, Lady Caecilia, it's just a Federation Ms. We can't use anyone else. Just give it to our C team. It's better to give it to our B team than to you. We haven't even spoken yet. What qualifications do you have? What did you say? Kill you. Seeing the 3 teams of the Mecha Squadron arguing directly in the combat meeting, the Midnight Fenrir team and the Bloodhound team frowned, their eyes full of disdain and disgust, secretly cursing how such people are qualified to be called soldiers. Quiet. In front of the Mecha Squadron, Caecilia's Abby was still very majestic. The 3 teams that were arguing and even about to fight immediately became good babies and sat down. The enemy this time is not a simple one. It is clearly written in the battle report. Do you want to give military merit to the other side? Don't dare. And the people of the Mecha Squadron shuddered and bowed their heads to admit their mistakes. In fact, they were not arrogant and brainless people. The fact that they were selected by Caecilia's Abby from the Zeon army has already proved their excellence. They are just used to fighting and want to fight for the first merit and then become the real ace elite. Arrogant people will never be qualified to become elites. Remember this. Yes. And Lord Caecilia, the report of Major General Som. At this time, Caecilia's Abby's adjutant walked in and handed her a document. Caecilia's Abby was not angry when the combat meeting was interrupted. She knew her adjutant. If it was not particularly important information, she would not be so rash. Well, as expected. Caecilia's Abby took the intelligence and took a look, nodded and confirmed her idea, and became more confident in her arrangement. Everyone, we just received intelligence that the Federation's Ms. troops disappeared after destroying observation post number 18, and did not continue to attack observation post number 19, so, based on the previous style of this unit, our DC base is likely to be their next target. Hearing this, everyone present grinned, rubbing their hands, waiting for Caecilia's Abby's order. Order, Midnight Fenrir, team immediately dispatched, ambush at coordinate C15, Bloodhound, team to ambush at coordinate A45, Mecha Squadron A, B, C team deployed southwest of the base, waiting for my order. Yes. And I will use the garrison troops of the DC base as bait to lead them to the ambush circle. You are all Zeon's elites. I don't want to see internal disharmony lead to loopholes in my plan. Since we are going to take action, we must kill them with one strike and truly eliminate them. Do you understand? Understood. And disband. At the same time, the Heretic team destroyed observation post number 18 according to the plan, and then turned directly to the north, passing green to the target DC base, and found a safe place near Brunswick for the final rest. Very strange. Yang Hui frowned as he looked at the battle map. It's really strange. We must do consecutive observation posts. The enemy should have been misled by us. But why did we encounter so many armed patrol convoys along the way? Yang asked. There's nothing wrong with just the armed convoy, right? Doesn't this mean that the Ms. troops have been transferred to California? Fort Rumphillo asked back. That's wrong. If the enemy was really confused by us, how could they increase the intensity of reconnaissance near DC, which is in the completely opposite direction? Travis Caculan denied Fort Rumphillo's opinion. Did our whereabouts really get discovered? Although they encountered many armed patrol convoys along the way, They were able to safely bypass them with the specialized detection equipment carried by Unit 7, so their whereabouts should not have been exposed. Has anyone heard the sound of a transport plane recently? Yang Hui asked everyone. No. The detection equipment didn't find anything either. Only a few days ago, a flying object that looked like a shuttle was heading towards the DC base. The 8 people shook their heads in unison. The fat uncle transport plane couldn't fly at high altitudes, so as long as it passed over their heads, they would definitely hear the sound, and it couldn't escape the search of the specialized detection equipment. Shuttle. Shuttle. Major, is there something wrong with this shuttle? It just feels wrong. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Fort Rumphillo scratched his head and said, isn't the North American region occupied by Zeon now? It's normal for civil aviation to restart after the war is over, right? Well, that's true. The Federation withdrew from the North American war zone, and the battle was over. Naturally, traffic control would end, allowing ordinary people to resume normal life. But I always feel something is wrong. This shuttle feels wrong. Yang Hui couldn't think of an answer, but his intuition told him that there must be a big problem with this shuttle. Major, what should we do next? Yang asked. Suspend the raid on the DC base. Yang Hui made a prompt decision, and was cautious. They were like walking on a tightrope. If they were not careful, they would fall into the abyss, so they could not take risks. We will move southwest and go directly to the Roanoke base. Major, are we just giving up the DC base? FT. Rumphillo asked unwillingly. Although the bases were the same size, DC was one of the symbols of the North American war zone, and the significance of destroying the DC base was much greater than that of the Roanoke base. Of course not. Have I let go of the prey I have targeted? Yang Hui raised a cruel arc at the corner of his mouth. No. What kind of general you have? You can lead what kind of soldiers? The faces of the 8 members of the team also had cruel smiles. Depart in 5 minutes. Understood. X8. 2 days have passed, and nothing has happened. The expected attack did not come, and the Hardic team seemed to have completely disappeared. Sister, did we guess wrong? Their target is not the DC base? Let me lead the team to find them. I will definitely find them. Karma Zabi asked impatiently. Be patient, Karma, why are you so impatient? Cassilia Zabi scolded, the more this situation happens, the more you need to be patient. If you don't even have this little patience, how can you be a hunter? Yes. It is precisely because of the calm now that I am sure of my guess. Their target must be the DC base. Now is like the calm before the storm. Maybe the next second, it will be the arrival of destruction. Yes, sister, but are we just wasting time like this? Of course, in the current situation, whoever can't bear it first will be the prey. We have the entire North America behind us, and they can't get supplies, so they are destined to become prey. Cassilia Zabi said with confidence. Yes, I understand. Well, now it depends on when they move. Lady Cassilia, it's bad. At this time, the adjutant ran in a panic and reported to Cassilia Zabi, we just received a call for help from the Roanoke base. They were attacked by the Federal MIS forces. What did you say? Cassilia Zabi stood up in disbelief, pushed away the adjutant who was blocking the way, and walked quickly towards the headquarters. Chapter 550 Pulling each other. What's the situation at Roanoke base now? Report immediately. Cassilia Zabi roared as she stepped into the command center. Yes. Roanoke base discovered the traces of the Federation MIS troops 3 minutes ago and immediately launched an attack, but sent a request for reinforcements a minute ago. Now they have lost contact. Reconnaissance planes have been dispatched to investigate the situation at Roanoke base. Roanoke, put out the map. Yes. Looking at the projected virtual map, Cassilia Zabi looked at the Roanoke base with a red cross, and then looked at all the Zeon bases, observation posts, and airport branches between DC and Roanoke. Sister, let me lead the troops to reinforce. Karma Zabi asked impatiently. No. No one is allowed to move. Cassilia Zabi shouted. But the Roanoke base. If you rush over now, can you still find the enemy's trace? The speed of the DOP fighter should be enough. Do you think the DOP fighter alone can be their opponent? This. Besides, this is an illusion, they are forcing us to mobilize our troops. Cassilia Zabi firmly believes in her guess that the target of the Federation MIS force must be DC. Divert the tiger away from the mountain, make a feint to the east and attack in the west. This is the enemy's common tactic, and it must be the same this time. Yes, yes. Order the surrounding troops to stay on standby and never expose themselves. Understood. XN looking back at the battle map, Ksilia's Abby's face was grim. Roanoke is given to you. Where is next? Wilmington? Or Columbia? Or Bath? Major, supply is complete. Separately evacuate. Young, Travis, and Blog will target Raleigh Airport. Young, George, and Fred will target Charlotte Hub. Fort and Ruth will follow me to the Bath factory. Sweep all the way and wipe out all the reconnaissance troops. After the end, get rid of the spies and gather in South Boston. Understood. X8 Just 5 minutes after the Heretic team left, the reconnaissance plane from DC base arrived over Roanoke base. Looking at the ruins below, he couldn't help but feel nauseous and retching. Too miserable. Report. Eagle's Nest, this is Falcon 1, we have arrived over Roanoke base. The base has been lost. No survivors have been found, and no trace of enemy aircraft has been found. Over. This is Eagle's Nest, Falcon 1, circumnavigating the 1-kilometer range. Got it. After the reconnaissance plane carefully scouted the 1-kilometer range around Roanoke base, it still did not find any trace of the Heretic team. Ksilia's Abby almost bit her lip. Where is the next one? Lord Ksilia, we have found enemy traces. Where are they? 500 m west of South Persia heading southeast, 100 meters east of Mount Airy heading north, and 700 meters east of Wall heading west. There are 3 planes each. Divide the troops. Ksilia's Abby was shocked. Seeing the direction in which the 3 teams were heading, he was horrified. Not good. Instruct the Bath factory, Charlotte Hub and Raleigh Airport to be on alert immediately. All surrounding troops must reinforce as soon as possible. Yes. Keep a close eye on the reconnaissance troops. Don't lose them. Lord Ksilia, the enemy has wiped out at least 3 reconnaissance troops along each route. They are not hiding at all. What? Not hiding? Ksilia was stunned for a moment, biting her fingers, thinking about the enemy's intentions. Stealth has become blatant. Such a huge change. It must be a big deal to attract her attention. Lord Ksilia, the Magazine Squadron, the Midnight Fenrir Squadron, and the Bloodhound Squadron request pursuit. Rejected. Let them continue to stand by. Order the 9th and 10th Ground Fleets of the base to advance in the direction of the Raleigh position, the 11th and 12th Ground Strike Squadrons to be transported to the Charlotte Hub by train, and the 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th Air Mix Squadrons to quickly support the Bath factory. Understood. Ksilia's Abby still firmly believed that the ultimate goal of the Heretic Squad was the DC base. Such a high-profile division of troops to raid 3 targets was to divert her attention from the DC base. Once all the troops of the DC base were transferred out for support or search, the DC base would definitely face the enemy's hideous minions. I hope it's not too late. Ksilia's Abby had been waiting at the command center, waiting for new battle reports to come in. She couldn't even eat, staring at the battle map. Sister. Seeing Ksilia's Abby's bloodshot eyes, Karma's Abby was worried about her health and put the plate in his hand next to her. Sister, eat something. You haven't eaten since this morning. Quiet. Don't disturb me. Yes. Lady Ksilia. The 11th and 12th Ground Strike Groups were attacked, the transport tracks were destroyed, the troops suffered heavy losses, and they were unable to support the Charlotte Hub. Lady Ksilia, the 9th and 10th Ground Fleets entered the minefield and will not be able to support Raleigh Airport in a short time. Lady Ksilia, the 17th Air Mixed Group was completely destroyed, and the 18th and 19th Air Mixed Groups lost half of their troops. Enough. Shut up. Ksilia's Abby roared. The bad news came one after another, breaking her tense nerves. You are all trash. The enemy only has 3 misses, and they have no supplies for a long-term battle. The machines have not been repaired. The army several times or dozens of times larger cannot defeat the enemy. What use is there for Zeon to have you? Everyone bowed their heads in shame. Order, everyone in Raleigh Airport, Charlotte Hub, and Bath Factory evacuate, destroy all supplies and ammunition, and leave nothing for the enemy. Understood. Ksilia's Abby had no choice. The combat effectiveness of the Heretic team was too strong. Ordinary troops could not deal with it at all. She had confidence in her ace team, but She dared not move, and could not move. Once she moved, it meant that she lost, and it meant that she gave up the DC base, a base with more symbolic significance than practical significance. Yang Hui and the other two who had just arrived at the bath factory stopped 500 meters outside the factory. Something is wrong. There are no patrols, no garrisons, and even no people. Major, the enemy may have evacuated in advance. Well, retreat and head to the rendezvous point. Understood. X2 in this situation, Yang Hui dared not take FT. Romphilo and Ruth Kessel to the factory to resupply ammunition. What if the factory was full of explosives? They would be dead if they went in. After leaving the range of the Bath arsenal and getting rid of all the eyes, after 2 days of rapid march, the 9 members of the Heretic Squad successfully reunited at a safe point outside South Perth. Major, the people at Raleigh Airport evacuated in advance, and we did not go in, but we laid minefields on the way and should have eliminated a lot of enemies. The enemies at Charlotte Junction Station are gone too. For the sake of safety, we retreated directly. We encountered a support train on the way. At least 2 battalions of Zaku were eliminated by us, and the transportation track was also destroyed. Young and Kashima Young reported to Yang Hui in turn. There is no one at the Bath factory either. Apart from the fact that we have wiped out a lot of air support, we have no other gains. How much ammunition and supplies do we have left? Not much. At most, we can fight another battle of the same level. Young reported. There are not many spare parts left. Prepare the aircraft immediately and replace what can be replaced. Our next target is the DC base. Yang Hui decided. Regardless of whether the enemy's site was completely disrupted by you, the support troops destroyed on the way were enough to make the DC base feel painful. Since more than half of the defenders of the DC base were wiped out, it didn't matter whether they were disrupted or not. Understood. X8 Travis, can you contact the Luna? Yes, but Zeon will definitely find us. Is there any safe place nearby? There's a valley 10 kilometers away where we can hide. Okay, Travis, send a signal to the Luna, and we'll leave here immediately. Understood. X7. The 12th Independent Technical Unit, far away on the Orlando front, although not as hard and tragic as the 1st Squad, has also been fighting hard, implementing Yang Hui's orders, adopting guerrilla tactics, shooting and running, and gaining a lot of gains, which also made the Zeon in the Orlando base hate them. Captain, the 1st Squad is calling. The 1st Squad? Read it out. Yes, our unit will attack the North American DC base in 3 days. Tell General Rebel and ask him to organize the Federal Army to attack the Orlando base and the Texas front to create opportunities for them. Forward the message to General Rebel immediately. Understood. Order the MIS troops to retreat, stop the guerrilla warfare against Orlando, and prepare to cooperate with this ship to carry out a strong assault. Understood. At the DC base, Cassilia Zabi saw that the Heretic Squad had disappeared again and could not be found for a while, so she relaxed a little and took care of her hungry stomach. Sister, are you okay? Karma Zabi asked with concern. I'm fine, Karma. Cassilia Zabi rubbed her aching forehead, shook her head and said to Karma Zabi, although I have highly regarded this elusive team, I still underestimated them. Sister, this army is too terrifying, we must destroy them. Yes, this army is too terrifying, bold strategy, bold support from the strong, terrifying execution. Even the Chimera team I formed is not their opponent. Karma Zabi was silent. He had never seen the Chimera team in Cassilia Zabi's hands, but with his current vision, he did not believe that any army could compare to this MIS team of the Federation. Sister, the report from Orlando base is that the Federation's MIS forces have been harassing their defenses. Do we really have to ignore them? Well, no matter the number, execution, or battlefield performance, the Federation's MIS forces near Orlando base are not comparable to this team in the country. If my guess is correct, they should be ordinary mass-produced MIS forces. With the strength of Orlando base, just defense will be no problem. What about that battleship? That battleship has also appeared around Orlando base. If that battleship joins the battle, I'm afraid Orlando base will not be able to hold on. So I ordered the Air Forces of Columbus and Montgomery Air Force Base to go to the Orlando front in advance. No matter how powerful the battleship is, there is only one. If they dare to come in front of our huge air force, we will sink it. I understand. Just wait, Karma, it will be over soon, They are coming soon. Chapter 551. Congratulations, you caught a great white shark. That night, everything was quiet, and the brightly lit DC announced that humans had broken the laws of nature, filling the mysterious and quiet with a bustling hustle and bustle. Outside DC City, the Xi'an DC base was on full alert, with top fighters circling in the sky, and the Yang Hui team patrolling back and forth on the ground. The searchlights turned the surroundings of the base into daylight, and the dark muzzles of the heavy firepower points were ready to go. The chance is not great. Looking at the DC base through a telescope, his brows furrowed slightly. Just during the day today, Rebel had ordered the Federation Army to press forward, and even the MIS troops that were not fully prepared were sent to the field, approaching the Xi'an defense line. The Lunar led the 12th Independent Technical Team to attack the Orlando base, completely destroying the Orlando base in half an hour, and the Air Force sent by Cassilia Zabi to reinforce and advance was crippled. The DC base did send reinforcements to support the defense line, but not many. The DC base still maintained a tight defense, like a hedgehog armed to the teeth, with no way to start. Major, look at the 3 o'clock direction. Yang Hui looked over and found that the gate of the DC base was opened again. 2 battalions of Zakuai's were heading to the front line surrounded by Magella tanks, DOP fighters, and even Chewie amphibious armored vehicles. It seems that Rebel has also taken ruthless actions. The pressure on the front line is so great. Which batch of reinforcements is this? Yang Hui asked Young. The 5th batch, and the number is even less than the last time. Young replied. Major, does DC have no more troops to support the front line? I'm not sure. Yang Hui shook his head. Now he also felt that the commander of the DC base was very difficult. When they attacked Charlotte Hub, Raleigh Airport and the bus factory before, they had made preparations in advance, so that they failed to destroy these 3 strategic locations, and they had not been confused by Yang Hui's sabotage actions. No matter what happened outside, the DC base had enough defensive forces. Furthermore, although their ammunition was enough to support the surprise attack on the DC base, they were all lightly armed. They had no Super Me cannons or 230mm cannons. The most powerful one was the 280mm rocket launcher they had snatched from Xi'an. In other words, they could not use the Super Me cannons and 230mm cannons to attack first and cause chaos like the Middle East front. They only had the 9 machines to force their way through the base's defenses. Major, why don't we give up? Young suggested. He really didn't think much of this operation. With their strength, they could succeed in forcing their way through, but there was a high probability that they would lose personnel. Losing personnel was the thing they could not accept the most. Each of the 9 people was a brother who depended on each other for life and death. They had experienced countless difficult battles side by side and had overcome countless life and death difficulties together. Even if they gave up the credit for the DC base, they were unwilling to see their brothers die in battle. Well, let's do this, Young. You take Travis, George, Ruth and Forte to go around to the north of the base and launch a feint attack. You don't need to kill many enemies, just lead the garrison out and then retreat directly. I will take the rest of the people and find an opportunity to rush in. Yang Hui said. Understood. Let's move, everyone pay attention to safety. Yes. X8. At the command center of the DC base, Cassilia Zabi stayed here after resting for a while and did not leave. She was very clear about the pressure on the front line, but she insisted on retaining enough defensive forces and staying in the DC base to wait and see. She firmly believed that the elusive Federal MIS team would definitely come here. She was fully prepared and was just waiting for the fish to get into her fishing net. Buzz 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 at this time, the alarm of the DC base sounded. Cassilia Zabi was not nervous, but smiled happily. This time, she won the duel. Lady Cassilia, Federation MIS have been spotted 500 meters north of the base, and are approaching quickly. North? How many? Asked Cassilia Zabi. 5 planes. 5 planes? Where are the remaining 4? Have you found their location? No. 5 planes. Haha, it's the same trick again. Commander of the Federation, you will definitely die here this time. Cassilia Zabi grinned, seeing through the easy-to-understand strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain, and immediately ordered, all garrison troops attack. If the enemy planes retreat, chase them for 1 kilometer and then disperse, and surround the base in reverse. Yes. Order the Midnight Fenrir Squadron and the Bloodhound Squadron to go to S00 and R03 respectively, and the 3 squads of the Mecha Squadron to deploy horizontally to block the enemy plane's retreat. Yes, Lord Cassilia, the transport plane is ready. Please leave first with Lord Karma. Cassilia Zabi's adjutant asked. Cassilia Zabi's tactics were very simple. He would take advantage of the enemy's strategy and send out all his troops to create the illusion that the enemy's feint attack was successful and the base was empty. Then let the enemy enter the DC base, and then surround them in the DC base. Therefore, the DC base was used as a bait by Cassilia Zabi. The base was completely exposed to the attack of enemy planes. It was not appropriate for Cassilia Zabi and Karma Zabi to stay in this dangerous place. Well, let's go. Cassilia Zabi did not have the awareness of the general should face danger together with his soldiers, and they all stayed here, so I have to stay here to boost morale. She knew very well that a gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall. The victory of this operation was certain, but if she got involved, it would be a big loss. To the south of the DC base, Yang Hui saw that Yang and others' feint attack was very successful. When he was about to order an assault, he saw a transport plane taking off from the DC base at this time, which made him stop immediately. Major, what's wrong? Something's wrong. At the critical moment, Yang Hui discovered a problem that he had overlooked. How could the base's defense force be lured out so easily? This. A trap. Well. Yang, Blog, Fred, you stay here, I'll go in alone. This is too dangerous. Major, please allow us to go with you. That's right, Major. We will accompany you even if it's the gates of hell. Get out. I asked you to stay here to support me. Yang Hui cursed. If I am surrounded, you who have not been discovered are my last trump card. Help me tear a gap from the outside so that I can break through. But. Obey orders. Got it. Got it. X3. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Hui drove the number 1 machine out like a tiger descending a mountain. In the blink of an eye, it was close to the DC base, machine gunning, knocking out all the searchlights, and at the same time throwing 2 grenades at the 2 nearest heavy firepower points. After destroying them, he jumped into the body of the machine and started the massacre. Haha, you are worthy of being the commander of Xion. I will take such a rich bait. While moving at high speed, the machine gun swept non-stop, leaving a mess wherever it passed. Everything that came into Yang Hui's sight, whether it was a tank, a fighter plane, an armored vehicle, or a person, was torn apart by the roaring metal storm. The headquarters found it. After discovering the location of the headquarters, Yang Hui did not hesitate to pull out his beam sword and stabbed it in, then swept across, turning the headquarters into a dark ravine. Pulling the sword back, the explosion was highlighted, and the fire and smoke, wreckage and debris became the background. Then it was. Beep beep beep. The alarm of the machine sounded, and Unit 1 jumped back. The next second, several rockets fell on the spot. Unit 1 landed, raised its gun and pointed it in the direction of the rocket attack. It did not shoot immediately. As expected, Yang Hui was surrounded. These emblems. He looked around and found that the Zakui eyes surrounding him all had unique emblems on their right shoulders. He recognized them all. Midnight Fenrir, Team, Bloodhound, Team, and Mecha Squadron. Haha, I thought it was so difficult. It turned out to be you, Cassilia Zabi. After fighting for so long, Yang Hui finally knew who his opponent was. Cassilia Zabi, the leading tactician of the Xion army. The two sides just faced each other, and no one fired the first shot. They were waiting for something tacitly. At this moment, a public broadcast sounded. Federation pilots, surrender, I will give you a chance. Yang Hui sneered and also turned on the radio to answer Cassilia Zabi. Surrender? I killed so many Xion soldiers, will you let me go? Everyone serves their own master. For a soldier, burying their bones on the battlefield is the best choice. Moreover, it is also their honor to die at the hands of an outstanding pilot like you. Come on, stand up, Federation pilot, let me see what you look like. Cassilia Zabi, have you forgotten that my subordinates are not here? As long as you get it, won't they get it too? It seems you have studied me, Cassilia Zabi. Of course, understanding the opponent is the first lesson for a commander, otherwise he will not be able to lure you out. So, surrender or die, you only have one chance, Federation pilot. Surrender or die? I'm going to choose the third one. Boom 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 boom. At this time, violent explosions occurred in the north and south respectively. The troops returning from the rear had just formed an encirclement when two huge gaps were torn. You bastard. Caecilia's Abby and Yang Hui said so much. In fact, they were stalling for time, waiting for the completion of the outer encirclement. Little did they know that Yang Hui was also stalling for time, waiting for the completion of the encirclement, the moment when the enemy was most confident and most relaxed. What a pity, Caecilia's Abby, you caught a shark. Kill him for me. Caecilia's Abby was angry, but still confident. The outer encirclement didn't matter. It might not be able to stop the enemy planes, but it would be enough to delay them. The ace troops of their own side eliminated Yang Hui during this period, and then returned to eliminate other enemy planes. But soon, Caecilia's Abby's confident expression solidified on her face, and all her confidence was shattered, like glass shards piercing her heart. Chapter 552 Explode. 1 started up, Unit 1 disappeared, Unit 1 appeared, and the cockpits of the two Zakas in front were pierced by beam swords. Yang Hui removed all the safety restrictions of the Gundam Astray, and also removed all the constraints on himself, entered the transformer mode, slammed the pedal to the bottom, pulled the joystick, and disappeared from the sight of all enemy planes with fierce flames. The next second, Unit 1 rushed to the front of the Mecha squadron, unsheathed its two swords, and pierced through the cockpits of the two Zakuis. Farmer. Sally. Damn bastard. Die? Seeing that the prey in the net was actually grinning at the victorious hunter, as elites, they naturally couldn't help but pour firepower on Unit 1 at the same time. Unexpectedly, the two Zakui eyes that were pierced through the cockpit did not explode. Unit 1, which had put away its sword, grabbed them and threw them out, one on the left and one on the right. They became its shields, and were riddled with holes by friendly attacks in the air. They also blocked the attacks from both sides for Unit 1. As for the Mecha squadron in front, dodging left and right, Unit 1 bent down slightly and picked up two machine guns. It came in front of a Zakui, put the machine gun against its chest, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The 90mm machine gun made a big hole. Before it fell, the remains were also thrown out by Unit 1. This time, they were not used to block the enemy's attack, but were used as large grenades. Scatter. The survivors of the Mecha squadron looked at the Zakui that was about to explode and flew towards them, and scattered in all directions. Thank you. Yang Hui had a cruel and excited grin on his face. The enemy's formation was in disarray, so this was his hunting ground, and these scattered enemy planes were his prey. With the help of the dazzling light of the explosion, Unit 1 followed an elegant arc to approach a Zakui, cut it in half with one sword, and at the same time took the two grenades on his waist and threw them out. Boom boom boom. Kill him. Kill him for me. Caecilia's Abby was a person who cherished her life. No matter how confident she was, she would not face Ms. with her physical body. In addition, her Ms. driving skills were very poor, so she stayed in the rear and communicated with Yang Hui through the communication channel and the camera of the reconnaissance plane. The moment Yang Hui started, even she paused for a few seconds. After coming to her senses, she immediately ordered the Xeon Aces to kill him at all costs. This kind of person was not something she could control, and this kind of strength was not something that should appear in this world. But the roar of anger and panic could not boost morale, nor could it enhance the fighting power of the subordinates. They could only watch through the camera that the ace elite they were proud of was destroyed by Yang Hui, like cutting melons and vegetables. There was only one red dot on the map, and the surrounding green dots were dozens of times more than it, but the red dot still existed, and there was no hindrance in the high-speed movement. The green dots representing friendly forces were disappearing rapidly. 10 minutes, it only took 10 minutes, and only a few of the 18 aces from 6 teams ran out. How is it possible? Caecilia's Abby looked at the battle map with empty eyes. She couldn't believe it was true. The strategy was right, the means were right, the arrangement was right, and everything she prepared was right. She also successfully lured out this elusive army and led it into her encirclement, but her judgment was wrong. No, it should be said that no one could have predicted this scene. It was like a chess game that was agreed to be fair. When one side killed the other side unethically flipped the chessboard and the ground together. Lady Caecilia, the Federation Ms. are beginning to retreat. Ksenia Zabi looked at the images from the reconnaissance plane with a ferocious expression, and looked at a back figure that left leisurely in the firelight. Her teeth bit through her lips and tears flowed down her mouth. Order, all troops, immediately launch a pursuit. The front-line troops retreat 50 kilometers, and block their retreat routes. Inform SOM to cancel the California State Defensive Operation, and transfer all troops to hunt down this unit. Huh? Everyone present did not react for a while. Ksenia Zabi's order was to hunt down this Federation MIS team at the expense of the entire North American theater. In order to occupy the North American theater, Zeon paid a great price. Although it broke through the Federation's defense line and occupied the Federation's base, it also had sacrifices, and they were not small. Now, they are going to give 50 kilometers of territory to the Federation, and even ignore the thorn in California, just to hunt down a MIS unit. Isn't this a waste of the heroic souls who sacrificed their lives? A bunch of idiots. If this monster is allowed to continue to live, can you imagine how many casualties it will bring to Zeon? Ksenia Zabi pointed at the freeze-frame image before the Astray Gundam 1 shot down the reconnaissance plane and cursed, "One machine, just one machine. We dispatched 6 elite ace teams and set up an encirclement in advance, but it killed more than half of them and left. If we don't kill it this time while it is running out of energy, will there be any chance in the future? If it escapes this time, where will it appear next time, and the next time? How many of our compatriots will it kill?" Everyone was silent. Although they all saw that Ksenia Zabi was irrational at this time, and her reason had been swallowed up by anger and unwillingness, but they had no way to refute Ksenia's words. "Sister, let me go. I will lead the troops to pursue." Before Karma Zabi could finish, Ksenia Zabi slapped Karma Zabi to the ground with a backhand. "Sister." Karma Zabi covered his red and swollen face and looked at Ksenia Zabi in disbelief. "You're going? You mean, the elites I selected are not as good as you, a kid?" "No. Sister." Then are you going to die? Do you want to be the first member of the Zabi family to die in battle and add a brilliant stroke to his military exploits?" "I'm not." "Someone, send Karma to NY. You are not allowed to go anywhere without my order." "Yes, Lady Ksenia." Several guards carried Karma Zabi away, ignoring Karma Zabi's struggle and roar. After Karma Zabi left, Ksenia Zabi looked at the others. "Why don't you convey my order quickly?" "Yes. Understood. Absolutely. Absolutely will destroy you." On the other side, Yang Hui drove Unit 1 and almost wiped out the 3 squads of the Mecha Squadron. The Midnight Fenrir Squad and the Bloodhound Squad also lost a few people. Then, seeing that the other side was frightened and retreated to give way, he did not kill them all and broke through the gap in the encirclement. If there is a chance, Yang Hui will certainly not waste it, but... Crunch! You are playing too hard. Sitting in the cockpit, hearing the friction sound around, you don't need to look at the parts of the machine to know that the Astray Gundam has reached its limit. Major. Retreat. Understood. After the reunion, the people who had been bloodthirsty immediately restrained their murderous aura, and the tsunami that destroyed the world instantly calmed down. They silently followed the Wolf King and left the hunting ground. Not long after getting rid of the pursuers, Yang Hui and everyone stopped, left their own machine and jumped onto Unit 2 piloted by Young. The next second, boom! Unit 1 collapsed with a loud bang, and scattered all over the ground into parts. "Major, what should we do?" Young asked. To be honest, they were horrified. It was the first time they saw a machine that fell apart because it could not keep up with the pilot's ability. Moreover, it was so scattered that even the basic system could not be activated, let alone the self-destruct system. "How many explosives and rockets do we have?" Yang Hui asked. "It's no problem to destroy it, but there will definitely be fragments left." Young reported that everything about the Astray Gundam was the top secret of the Federation, even the fragile pieces of armor. "It's better than a pile of parts." Yang Hui had no choice. Let the fragments be fragments. It didn't matter if they were left to Zeon. Anyway, Zeon would get the information about Gundam Nimalloy Greek letter Alpha soon. As long as other important technologies, such as optical detection systems, thermal induction, beam weapons and other core technologies were not intercepted by Zeon, it would be fine. If they wanted to leave nothing for Zeon, they could only pack everything up and take it away, but the backpacks of the 8 machines would not be able to hold everything even if they threw away everything. "Let's blow it up." Yang and the others quickly arranged and used all the remaining rockets, explosives, and grenades to ensure that only small fragments of the disintegrated Gundam Astray 1 would be left. Yang Hui stood on the palm of the number 2 machine and evacuated with a team to a safe distance, watching the flames rising into the sky, feeling the strong wind and heat waves blowing on his face. "Major, what should we do next?" Yang asked. "Orlando base should have been captured by them. Go north and join the main force. Our mission has been completed." "Understood." X8 hearing that the mission was completed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Their gains on this trip were indeed enough. NY base and DC base, the two most iconic bases in North America, destroyed countless Zeon troops. To be frank, at least 1/10 of the Zeon troops in the North America war zone died in their hands. Moreover, now that they were out of ammunition and food, Yang Hui's machine was gone, and they were afraid that Yang Hui would continue to be bold and let them continue to raid the Zeon base. "Let's go, Travis, the detector is at maximum power, avoid all Zeon troops." "Understood." Because Cecilia Zabi was obsessed with Yang Hui and others, the way back was extremely difficult. If it weren't for the powerful detection equipment carried by Travis, they would have been discovered long ago. It took them 6 days to complete the journey that was supposed to take 4 days, and to their surprise, they met the Luna and the main force near Michelini before they reached the Orlando base. Chapter 553 Heading to the next target. Salute. XN. When 8 Astray Gundams dragged Yang Hui back to the base of the 12th Independent Technical Unit, everyone ran out to greet them. At first, when they saw that only 8 Astray Gundams had returned, their hearts were lifted up, fearing that someone had not returned. Moreover, when they looked carefully, the missing one was Yang Hui's Unit 1, which made them feel like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. When they saw Yang Hui on the palm of Unit 2, they breathed a sigh of relief, began to cheer, and began to salute. Unit 1 was gone, and the other 8 units were all scarred, and even several of them had several missing pieces of armor. The remaining armor was densely covered with bullet holes and charred. At ease. Yang Hui waved his hand after landing to let them relax. After seeing each other again after many days, he looked around and found that a few people were missing, but the survivors were different. They were covered with a murderous aura-like substance, a temperament of having experienced many battles, and the eyes of a wolf hidden deep in their eyes. "Major, have you made great contributions again this time?" someone asked expectantly. "No, this time I met a tough opponent." Yang Hui pretended to be distressed and regretful. "What? Even the Major felt it was tough? Who is that?" "It's okay, Major, as long as you come back safely, there are plenty of opportunities. That person is Cecilia Zabi, quite tough, so we only destroyed the NY base, DC base, several observation posts, and 1/10 of the troops. Oh, by the way, we also wiped out several elite squads, what are they called? Magasia, Squadron? And a few, Midnight Fenrir, squads? Or, Bloodhound, squads. Seeing Yang Hui's lost expression, everyone wanted to comfort him, thinking that they really encountered a huge obstacle in the North American war zone and did not achieve any results, but Versailles came too late and unexpectedly. The noisy scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone stared at Yang Hui with dead fish eyes. "Major." X and everyone roared in resentment. They were worried that Yang Hui would be discouraged because he fell from the peak to the bottom, but he stimulated them in Versailles. Ho-ha-ho-ha. Yang and others laughed with their stomachs in the back. They knew that Yang Hui's bad taste was broken. They had been holding back and dared not laugh. Now after seeing the surprise and resentment of the newcomers, they finally couldn't help it. Baki Lulu, Sima and South Banninger also hid in the back and laughed secretly. They were also people who knew Yang Hui's bad taste. "Okay, everyone be quiet." Yang Hui raised his hand and clenched his fist. Everyone quieted down and looked at Yang Hui with burning eyes. Although they were fooled by Yang Hui's bad taste, Yang Hui and his achievements were enough to excite them, not to mention that each of them drove Ms. to participate in the battle, and captured a lot of enemy planes, and also cooperated with a Luna to recapture the Orlando base that had fallen not long ago. Before this, it was something they dared not even think about. Although I haven't received the specific battle report yet, I have seen your changes. I am very satisfied and proud of you. You have fulfilled your promise and returned with honor. Yes, XN, but I found several companions did not come back. The atmosphere suddenly changed, and it sank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yes, there were casualties in the 12th Independent Technical Unit. Compared with the merits they made, the sacrifices of several people were worth it. Their victory was enough to be called a great victory, but for everyone, the companions who had been with them day and night not long ago were gone. No matter how great the merits were, they were boring and could not replace the sadness in their hearts. Raise your heads. With a sharp shout, everyone looked up at Yang Hui. The deceased companions are our driving force to move forward. Because we must continue to fight with them. Take back their share of honor and medals of merit. Yes. XN disband and wait for the next order. Yes. XN. After everyone dispersed, Yang Hui found Baki Lulu, asked for details, and learned about the current progress of the Federal Army and what orders they had to execute next. Xi'an's defense line retreated 50 kilometers. The Federation Army has already moved in and recaptured a lot of lost territory. However, since yesterday, the Xi'an Army suddenly launched a counterattack. General Rebel ordered the main force to stop and stabilize the front line and consolidate the lost territory for the sake of safety. We have not received the latest order, so we are stationed here and waiting. Baki Lulu reported. It seems that Cassilia Zabu really hates me to the core. Yang Hui smiled. Xi'an's sudden retreat must be related to them. It was just that they didn't catch up with him before they regained their sanity and launched an attack again to recapture the territory taken away by the Federation. How is the battle situation on the front line? No problem for the time being. General Rebel has played all his cards this time. The hastily formed MIS troops have been pulled up. The combat effectiveness is not bad and can stalemate with Xi'an. Well, contact Rebel and ask him to send someone to take over our defense zone. We will be transferred back to Gabureau base for rest. Yang Hui said. You should do it yourself. I dare not say that to General Rebel. Baki Lulu is still the same Baki Lulu, a traditional iron-blooded soldier with a very firm concept of superiors and subordinates. Even if it is a different world, even if it is Yang Hui's lover, she will abide by the military regulations and rules of the Federation Army. This is engraved in Baki Lulu's bones. However, there are still some changes. She will no longer refute Yang Hui's actions, and she will also regard Yang Hui's instructions as the top priority. It's just that she can't communicate with generals such as Rebel on an equal footing like Yang Hui, unless she is at the same level as Rebel. Well, it's a good opportunity to ask him if his goal has been achieved. As he said, Yang Hui took over the communicator of the communication control and gave them a look to let them leave. When Yang Hui was the only one left in the communication room, he contacted Rebel, who is riding a large tray to testify in the rear of the Federation Army. This is the 12th Independent Technical Unit, Major Yang Hui, please help me connect with General Rebel. Please wait. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for a major to contact Rebel directly. To contact Rebel directly, one must be at least a colonel-level officer, but the communicator also knows that Major Yang Hui is different. The 12th Independent Technical Unit is Rebel's direct unit, so he didn't ask anything else and directly transferred to Rebel. I am Rebel, go ahead. The first team has returned safely. Our unit has completed the mission. Please ask General Rebel to send troops to take over our defense zone and allow us to return to the Gabureau base for rest. Rejected. I will send troops to take over your defense zone, but you cannot return to the Gabureau base, but go directly to East Asia. East Asia. Yang Hui frowned slightly, but soon thought of the reason. Yes, East Asia. During the time you were deep behind enemy lines, Xi'an launched the third landing operation. Airborne troops invaded South Africa, non-protocol, and Australia. Now Australia and South Africa have been completely occupied by Xi'an, and only the East Asia theater is still struggling hard. Next, you will go to the East Asia theater to support and eliminate the Xi'an troops airborne and non-protocol. But my unit is in urgent need of supplies, especially the demand for MIS is huge, and even I don't have any usable machines now. Yang Hui understood Rebel's thoughts, but the 12th Independent Technical Force now seems to be magnificent and invincible, but it is already a spent force. As the strongest combat force, Yang Hui lost his machine. After a long period of high-intensity combat, the 8 people in the first team also need time to rest and relax their tense nerves. There are also newcomers. They are still using mass-produced machines. Rebel promised that his stray Gundam and full set of equipment are not in place yet, and he is not going to take them to the battlefield again for the time being. Where is your machine? Rebel asked in surprise. Although he knew that Yang Hui's mission this time was very dangerous, he didn't expect that even he would leave his machine on the battlefield. We met Caecilia's Abbey and were surrounded by her. In order to break out after completing the mission, our machine was damaged too much and could no longer be used. We had to stay in Xi'an. However, if we abandon the explosion before, Xi'an will probably be able to pick up some fragments. You actually met that woman Caecilia? You are lucky to come back alive. She is indeed a tough opponent. I know your situation, but you can't return to Gaburo base. As for the machine, the transport troops will directly send it to the East Asian theater, and you can receive it there. Huh? General Rebel, the mass-produced machine can't support my driving skills. What was sent to you is not a mass-produced machine. Huh? All completed. Yes, I have fulfilled my promise, and that guy Jep has been nagging me for a long time for this. I know. What about the result on the other side? Yang Hui asked. This is what he cares about. If he hadn't brought down all the old guys in the military commission, he would not have participated in Rebel's plan no matter how generous the conditions were. The results will be out in the next few days. Even if they are not traitors, they will be kicked out. Don't worry, no one can escape. That's good, the back is finally clean. Don't be careless, Major Yang Hui, we still have many enemies. Of course, I will be careful. Well, you can set off after the defense zone handover is completed. Although the East Asian theater is still in a stalemate, once the Xi'an army in Australia is free, it will be unstoppable. Yes, General Rebel, may I ask, what is the situation in California? If the NY base and DC base are the symbols of North America, then the base in California is the most important strategic base in the entire North America, because it was after Xi'an captured the California base that it had its own submarine force. Its advantage in the water expanded dramatically, and it became the largest and most important strategic base in North America. The California base is temporarily unable to send reinforcements. In order to preserve its strength, I asked the people in the base to retreat. Fortunately, you bought time, otherwise, they would not even have the chance to retreat. Let them blow up the base before leaving. Since you are giving up, don't leave anything to Xi'an. Of course, is there any other problem, Major Yang Hui? No more. I wish you continue to create legends, Major Yang Hui. When the battle situation stabilizes, I will personally present you with medals. You said I haven't updated for a long time. Isn't it here? Today is August 1st, which is also very special to me. I'll commemorate it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 554 I finally found you. Are there any results? In the North American war zone, Caecilia's Abbey failed to find Yang Hui and others to eliminate them, but it was not completely fruitless. She found the fragments of the self-detonation of Unit 1. There are already results. It is Gundam alloy Greek letter Alpha. The technical department replied. All of them. Yes, Lady Caecilia. The technical department reported while calling up the image of the analysis data. Among the fragments we collected, there are fragments of the outer armor and the frame. Obviously, both the outer armor and the frame are not in the same position, but without exception, they are all Gundam alloy Greek letter Alpha. After hearing this, Caecilia's Abbey was also relieved by the powerful performance of the Gundam Astray. She knew that Gundam alloy Greek letter Alpha was excellent in all aspects and was the most suitable metal for making Ms. However, the cost of Gundam alloy Greek letter Alpha was too high. At present, there is no smelting technology to reduce costs. In desperation, they can only look for substitutes to make Sakuai. And how high is the cost of a Ms. whose entire outer armor and frame are made of Gundam alloy Greek letter Alpha? Are there any other gains? Caecilia's Abbey asked. No, the explosion at the scene was very intense. Apart from these fragments, nothing can be found. Moreover, these fragments are small and scattered, and many of them are deformed. It is impossible to restore them, so other valuable information can't be obtained except the material. Continue, send someone to look around to see if you can find other useful things. Caecilia's Abbey was disappointed, but it was not the fault of the technical department. When she found it, she arrived at the scene as soon as possible and knew what was going on. She could only hope to find some more clues. The performance of a MIS cannot be determined by the material of the outer armor and the frame. There are also frame structures, body frames, electronic instruments, etc. Apart from other things, the beam rifle technology that can rival naval guns is what Kycilia Zabi longs for. Zeon is also developing beam weapons, but it has encountered too many technical difficulties that are difficult to overcome in a short period of time. There is also a radar detection system. After the 8 MISs left the DC base, Kycilia Zabi mobilized a large number of troops to hunt them down, but they passed through the tight blockade safely. This means that the other party has some means to block Zeon's detection methods, or has a more advanced radar detection system to avoid a pursuit in advance. Kycilia Zabi is more inclined to the latter, because if it is the former, the other party does not need to attack their base at all. It is too easy for the Invisible Man to sneak into the base and then blow up the inside. Yes, Lady Kycilia. Remember to report back to the mainland. The Commander-in-Chief also attaches great importance to this mysterious force. Yes. After Kycilia Zabi left the technical department, she returned to her room and asked everyone to leave, except Karma Zabi. Sister, how should we deal with this force? Karma Zabi asked. What do you think? Kycilia Zabi did not answer directly, but asked Karma Zabi, which was also a test. Send out a large force, find them, and destroy them with absolute force. Stupid. Kycilia Zabi scolded unceremoniously. Sister. First of all, how are you going to find them? Second, after finding them, how are you going to catch up with them? This. Karma Zabi lowered her head in shame and remained silent. Kycilia sent out half of the troops in the North American theater to search for the Heretic team, but they all escaped. How many troops did she need? Second, the mobility and stealth of the Heretic team are equal. Except for the flying troops that have the ability to catch up with them, the ground troops have no vehicles that can catch up, and the air troops alone are mostly there to send military merits. And now, Zeon's forces are too dispersed. With the increase of occupied areas in Europe, North America, Australia, East Asia, and South Africa, Zeon is now short of forces. Although our invasion of Earth is going smoothly, that is because the Federation's MIS forces have not yet taken shape. We used Blitzkrieg to end the battle when the Federation was not ready. And, you also saw that the Federation has sent ordinary MIS forces to attack. They are not as powerful as this mysterious team, but they can also compete with our MIS forces. When the Federation's MIS forces expand in size, what should we do? This. So, this force has great destructive power, but we must not give up other combat plans because of them. Kycilia Zabi is one of Zeon's most outstanding tacticians. After calming down and meeting again, she no longer has the obsession to destroy Yang Hui's 12th independent technical force at all costs. Then leave them alone. Karma Zabi asked unwillingly. Of course not. The Federation will continue to use this weapon. What we need to do is to determine their next target and make preparations and arrangements in advance. Karma, chasing the enemy is the stupidest thing to do. A qualified commander must be 2 or 3 steps ahead of the enemy and wait for the opportunity. Yes, my sister. The North American theater is now in a stalemate, and the Federation has switched from offense to defense. A major war will not break out in a short time. Europe has stabilized, and South Africa and Australia have also been occupied by our army. The only thing left is East Asian theater. That's right, their next target is most likely in the East Asian theater. Kycilia Zabi nodded. Sister. You stay here. Why? Because you are the Commander-in-Chief of the North American theater. I will personally supervise the battle in the East Asian theater, and you stay in the North American theater. Don't give the Federation army a chance. Zeon can't bear more pressure now. Yes. Sister, I will never let you down. Zik Zeon. Knock knock. Come in. Lady Kycilia, we found the true face of this mysterious unit. Report it. This was the first time Kycilia Zabi laughed after being frustrated by Yang Hui. Both Karen Zabi's direct intelligence department and her Kycilia Zabi used all their strength to search for intelligence on the 12th Independent Technical Unit. Until now, they finally found out the true face of the enemy. Yes. After the adjutant handed the paper intelligence to Kycilia Zabi, he also made an oral report, and then. How is this possible? How could it be him? Kycilia Zabi looked at the first page of the intelligence in disbelief, which was also the only page marked with the highest level mark. Horizontal ellipsis. On the other side, the Luna was flying high in the Pacific Ocean, just passing the Hawaii Islands and heading towards the East Asian theater. Those bastards up there really don't let us rest. Fred Romfillo, who was sitting cross-legged in the lounge drinking a drink, complained. He was now completely disappointed with the federal high-level officials, so he did not hide his words. Isn't it good to have a mission? The more missions, the more credits. Fred asked in confusion. Do we still need credits? Fred Romfillo raised his eyebrows and asked. Okay. Fred spread his hands. They really didn't lack credits. If they were not too inexperienced, the credits from the Middle East Front and the North American theater would be enough for them to rise to the rank of general. They already had a medal of the highest level in the Federation. After fighting in the North American theater, they would definitely get the second one. If nothing unexpected happened, they would get the third one in the East Asian theater they were heading to. Medals are something that people who have never received will fight to the death to get, but if they have received them, that's it, let alone 2 or 3. By the way, Galong, I remember that the East Asia Theater is your hometown, right? At this time, Fort Romfillo asked Galong beside him. Yes, Lieutenant. Is there anything fun? Fort Romfillo asked expectantly. Hey, Fort, we are not going to the East Asia Theater to play. Fred lectured. I know. Fort Romfillo waved his hand nonchalantly, not taking it seriously at all. We are going to the East Asia Theater. Zeon will definitely not be able to attack. Let's go and have fun after the battle is over. Ask the Major to approve a few days of leave. Fort, are you looking down on Zeon? Russ Kessel, who had just walked in, had a serious face, without the usual laughter and teasing. No, Russ, Fort Romfillo knew that he was in trouble. Russ Kessel usually didn't have this attitude, but as long as he spoke to him with this attitude, he would usually be finished. Ruth Kessel did not listen to Ft. Romfillo's explanation, walked over and grabbed his collar, and said angrily, have you forgotten the first lesson the Major taught us? No. Humph. Ruth Kessel pushed Ft. Romfillo out and snorted coldly, if you want to die, tell me in advance. It's better to die in my hands than to give the enemy a Medal of Honor. After that, Ruth Kessel bought a bottle of water and left the lounge angrily. Fred Reber kindly pulled Ft. Romfillo up. If you don't want to tell Ruth, I can do it for you. Fred Reber had no intention of stopping the quarrel between Ruth Kessel and Ft. Romfillo just now, because what Ruth Kessel said was what he wanted to say. The first lesson Yang Hui taught them was also the first prohibition of the 12th Independent Technical Unit that must not be violated. On the battlefield, never underestimate any enemy, even if it is just a child. Just now, Ft. Romfillo's attitude had violated this prohibition, and he began to be arrogant. Fred, don't apologize to us, Ft. Fred said calmly, your life is your own, not ours, and you should think carefully about how to face the Major's anger. It's over. I'm going to die. Chapter 555, Set up an example and divide into teams. The 152nd extreme training is over, Major. Continue. Understood. Seeing Fort Romfillo, who was almost exhausted from using the simulation training system in the cockpit, Jung and others gloated over his misfortune. Lidwolf and others dared not look directly at him, and were determined to abide by the ban and never violate it. Fort really deserves it. He dared to violate the ban that the Major repeatedly warned him about. Isn't this courting death? Hey, you guys should also watch carefully, what are the consequences of violating the ban? Hearing Travis Caculan's reminder, Lidwolf and others couldn't help but shudder, because they actually had the idea of underestimating the enemy. After all, Yang Hui and his team's results were too impressive every time, and they had participated in the battle when they were at the Orlando base, and they were also unstoppable with the cover of the Luna, so they were a little arrogant. Young and the others could see this. The training was not as hard as before, and their attitude and tone were much more frivolous. They had planned to find a suitable opportunity to teach them a lesson before arriving at the East Asian battlefield, but they didn't expect that the first person to have problems was Ft. Romfillo. But this saved trouble. Yang Hui directly taught Ft. Romfillo a lesson and set an example for others. Again, if any of you want to send a Medal of Honor to the enemy, tell me in advance and I will take action. Russ Kessel said. Yes. I'm sorry, sir. The 153rd extreme training is over, Major. It didn't meet the standard, Continue. But Lieutenant Rumfillo has reached the limit. His physical condition does not allow him to continue. Then exceed the limit. Yang Hui's tone was calm, as if Ft. Rumfillo was not his subordinate, as if the person being punished was not a person but a machine. Major. Follow the order. If you can't do it, replace it with someone who can. Understood. The punishment of Fort Romfit continued, and as the one being punished, Fort Romfit never begged for mercy from beginning to end. He knew that he had made a mistake and had to accept the punishment, otherwise he would not be qualified to stay in the 12th Independent Technical Unit. Later, he did not even have the strength to beg for mercy. His body was drained and his consciousness was blurred. It was completely his subconscious that was controlling his body, and he was mechanically carrying out extreme training. Originally, some people could not bear it anymore and wanted to plead for Fort Romfit, but the old soldier on the side was watching covetously, and Yang Hui's momentum enveloped the whole place. Thinking of the memory of Bernard Montre being abolished, the words stuck in his throat were swallowed back. They couldn't bear to watch it anymore and wanted to leave early, but Yang and others wouldn't let them leave. They had to watch it to the end, so they could only suppress their sympathy and reluctance and continue watching until the 185th Machine Selection Training was interrupted. Major, Lieutenant Rumfitlo fainted. Send him to the medical room. Yes. The medical staff hurried forward, carefully carried Fort Romfit out, and sent him to the medical room for examination and treatment. Young. Major. Deprive Fort of the qualification to participate in the East Asian Combat Mission and transfer him to the maintenance class. When he returns will depend on his performance. Understood. Travis. Major. Exclude Bannimer, Sima, Shirao, Christina, and Dick, and you can pick the people. Yes. Travis Kakulin and others knew that they were going to be officially divided into teams, and the people excluded were members of Yang Hui's team. It's not a matter of envy. Travis Kakulin and others are already indifferent. Yang Hui has fought 2 major battles with him and made so many contributions. It's time for them to go out. Otherwise, they always follow Yang Hui's ass to eat meat and leave soup for the newcomers. What's the point? The 12th Independent Technical Force as a whole. Everyone is not raised by a stepmother. They are all their brothers and sisters. There can be no class discrimination. According to the current scale of the 12th Independent Technical Force, each team is still 9 people, which is the number of a battalion in a normal formation. However, they are the ace troops and the direct troops of rebel. Yang Hui has a high degree of autonomy and can completely not comply. Yang Hui's team has only 6 people including himself, but they know that there are 2 positions reserved for Fort Rumfillo and Amuro. Yang Hui also has his own plans for the remaining 1. After knowing this news, the newcomers also envied the few people picked by Yang Hui, but it was just envy. Where is it not meritorious? Following others is not bad. Those who are qualified to be team leaders will definitely not be bad. Yang Hui asked them to discuss how to divide the team, and he returned to his room. Seeing that Baki Lulu was looking for him, they returned to the room together, and then 2 hours later. Really, can't you restrain yourself a little? Baki Lulu said angrily. I can still hold back in front of me. How much do I not love you? Humph. I'll ask you to report to the bridge next time. I'm your military chief. Do I have to go to you to report to you? Don't I have face? Can I still report to you if I go to you? Baki Lulu complained in a delicate voice. Isn't it okay now? Humph. Baki Lulu pushed Yang Hui away. After the 2 of them took a shower and got dressed, she began to report. General Rebel sent a message that your intelligence has been exposed. Let it be exposed. It will be discovered sooner or later. It was the members of the former military commission who leaked your intelligence. It can be considered as revenge. Haha, a bunch of short-sighted old things. If they didn't do such things, they could still enjoy their old age. Now, haha. General Rebel has completely eliminated them. The federal parliament originally had some complaints about General Rebel's behavior, but they were blocked by General Jep. Speaking of the federal parliament, how is Cruz doing? He has already controlled 1/3 of the members of the parliament, but he is now in the open. Many people regard him as a thorn in their eyes. He has been assassinated more than a dozen times in a month. Stupid, isn't this actively handing a handle to Cruz? Yang Hui laughed and shook his head. Assassination has no effect on Cruz. This is what he has left. Unless someone dares to use cluster missiles to attack the ground or drop a nuclear bomb in the Federation, who wants to kill Cruz? It's just a fool's dream. However, his progress is a bit slow. Let him control 2/3 of the senators as soon as possible. Char can't keep dragging it out. I will inform him. By the way, there is another news that I think you will like. When did you learn to keep secrets? Yang Hui looked at Bakalulu in surprise. The Emperor and Lakis taught me. Okay, I won't learn these. Yang Hui pinched Bakalulu's nose and complained, what news? In order to boost the morale of the soldiers, the Federation's top leaders spent a lot of money to invite Lakis to the East Asian Theater to hold the concert. How is it? Are you happy? Lakis is going to the East Asian Theater? What does she think? Yang Hui was surprised again. Where Lakis wants to sing and where she wants to hold the concert depends on her mood. No one can force her. It is strange that she accepted the invitation from the Federation this time. Wait, could it be that she knows I'm going to the East Asian Theater? Yang Hui asked with a frown. Well, it was because we were going to the East Asian Theater that Lakis accepted it. You told her? No. Who proposed it? Senator Ronan Marcinus. He is now a popular figure in the aristocratic faction. Haha. After figuring out the key, Yang Hui sneered, it seems that my cheap second sister has grown up a lot. The action trajectory and combat missions of the 12th Independent Technical Force are all top secrets. Very few people in the federal high level know about it. Although Lakis is a world-famous singer, she is also an ordinary person. How could she know that he was going to the East Asian Theater? Therefore, someone must have leaked their whereabouts to Lakis, and already knew the relationship between Yang Hui and Lakis, and specifically told Lakis to go to the East Asian Theater to meet him in order to achieve some purpose. Yang Hui couldn't figure out how this person discovered the relationship between him and Lakis, and he couldn't figure out who did it, but since it was Ronan Marcinus who proposed it, the person was clearer. Your second sister is not simple. She also joined the aristocratic faction and even the conservative faction in the military. Now she is Kim Koniman's confidential staff and has the rank of lieutenant colonel. Rebel doesn't care? She is a lieutenant colonel as soon as she comes in, higher than me. Yang Hui was shocked. Even if Martha Bist is from the Bist family, it is impossible for her to become a lieutenant colonel as soon as she joins the army. Kim Koniman dare not do so because it is breaking the rules. People who break the rules will only become the target of public criticism. Although Yang Hui is a major, he has taken out a lot of good things and made a lot of contributions to the Federation. Didn't you see that Yang Hui has been making contributions, but his rank has not changed? This is paying off the debt. What can Martha Bist do? Could it be that she is going to accompany? No way. Yang Hui looked at Baki Lulu with a strange expression. Can she really do that? I don't know about that, but the information I received is that Kim Koniman takes her with him wherever he goes. Haha, okay, I admit that I underestimated her bottom line. I guess Cardis is having a headache. Martha Bist did such a thing, which really threw the face of the Bist family to the ground and stepped on and rubbed it. Although it will not be made public, can't people with a little bit of insight see it? As the head of the Bist family, Cardis will never allow this situation to happen, but Martha Bist is now a popular person around Kim Koniman, and he can't do anything. It must be a headache. Look, Cardis Bist, who is far away at the Anaheim Company headquarters, is facing Martha Bist, his own sister who he wants to kill. You actually have the nerve to come to see me, Martha, look at what you have done. Chapter 556, Do you think you are okay again? Martha Bist was wearing the uniform of the Federal Army and had the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. This should have been a good thing for the Bist family, but the way Martha Bist got it turned a good thing into a bad thing. What did I do? Martha Bist looked at Cardias with a comfortable face, with a playful smile on her face. The first woman in the history of the Federal Army to join the military is a Lieutenant Colonel. This is enough to make the Bist family go down in history. How did you get this position? Don't you know it yourself? Cardias stood up and asked sternly. Haha, my dear brother, as long as the result is good, the process is meaningless, right? Martha Bist laughed. So you didn't fight for any honor for the Bist family, and you lost face. Haha, Cardias, the person who really brought shame to the family, you defended in every possible way. I let the Bist family go down in the federal history again, but you questioned and scolded. Are you really qualified as the head of the family? Martha Bist sneered. Don't treat everyone as fools, Martha. Cardias's tone was low and his eyes were cold. Aren't all the scandals of Yang Hui your masterpiece? His existence is to discredit the Bist family. Even if you send him to the Federation army to gild him, it's the same. What can that incompetent waste do? Haha, is that so? Now let's see who is discrediting the Bist family. Is it Yang Hui? Or you? Cardi sneered and ridiculed. He knew a little about Yang Hui's situation, but not much. He only knew that Yang Hui also joined the Federation army, but which unit, what rank, and what he didn't know. He also tried to investigate and contacted Yang Hui, but he couldn't find any results. Yang Hui also told him that military secrets could not be disclosed. However, this is also the answer. The military secrets that the Bist family couldn't investigate showed that Yang Hui's identity was very important. Moreover, contacting the backward Zeon Ms development suddenly had a huge close combat. If Cardis couldn't guess the connection, he would not be worthy of being the head of the Bist family. So, Yang Hui, who relied on his own ability to help the Federation gain strength and gain honor and status, and Martha Bist, who relied on selling her body and sex to join the Federation army, who is bringing glory to the Bist family? And who is smearing it? It's clear at a glance. Humph. I'm not here to discuss that bastard with you, Cardis. Martha Bist snorted coldly. I'm here to inform you by order of General Konyaman that the factory and production line in Anaheim have been requisitioned by the Federation Space Army. From now on, all of them will produce MIS and battleships for the Space Army. Go back and tell General Konyaman that I'm sorry I can't obey your order. Cardis interrupted Martha Bist directly. How could he not see it? Requisitioning the company to produce armaments was fake, and wanting to annex the Bist family was real. Cartiers. This is General Kohler's order. Are you going to disobey him? Martha Bister thought that bringing up Kim Kohler's name would make Cartiers give in. Although the Bister family had a high status in the Federation, they were just a name without power. In front of Kim Kohler, who held real power, they were nothing. But she never expected that Cartiers would refuse without any hesitation. First of all, Anaheim is a civilian enterprise. It has no military position and does not need to obey the military orders of General Kohler. Cartiers said confidently. You are dragging the Bist family towards destruction. Haha, is that so? Cardi smiled and didn't take it seriously. Then the second point is that all of Anaheim's factories and production lines are in use. The recipient of the order is General Gup. If I remember correctly, General Gup is a federal general, right? And General Kohler is just a lieutenant general, right? You. Cardis. Do you know which is more important? Martha Bist reminded Cardis that the Bist family has no military background. The relationship between Anaheim and Gup is just a transaction, placing orders, production, delivery, settlement, and then nothing else. But with Martha Bist as a link, Anaheim can join the conservatives led by Kim Kohler and have a military background. It is no longer a private enterprise that can be controlled by anyone. Haha, I think the one who really doesn't know what's important is you. Martha. You. Zhao, show them off. Yes, master. Jar Zhang, who was standing by, came to Martha Bister. Second miss, please. You'll regret this, Cardis. Although Martha Bister was a favorite of Kim Konyaman, she didn't have much power, so she didn't dare to do anything wrong and could only leave angrily. Looking at Martha Bister's back as she left, Cardis' expression was grim, and he made a cruel decision in his heart. Master, they left. Jar Zhang saw Martha Bister off all the way before returning. Is there any news about Yang Hui? Yes, sir, but the news came from the Zeon army. Zeon army. Hearing this, Cardis Bist frowned deeply. He knew that Yang Hui had joined the Federation army, and there was no doubt about the cooperative attitude of Garp and Anaheim. Then, the news about Yang Hui came from Zeon, which made him worried. What's the news? Rumor has it that the Federation's active ace force is called the 12th Independent Technical Force. It is a direct unit of General Rebel, and the commander of this unit is the 3rd Young Master. Ace Force. Cardis was shocked and immediately confirmed, it is the Ace Force that reversed the victory and defeat on the Middle East front, caused huge losses to Zeon in the North American theater, and even defeated Cassilia Zabi? Are you sure? This is a rumor within the Zeon army and cannot be confirmed. Check. You must check it out for me. Yes. Jarl Zhang left, and Cardis was the only one in the office. Cardis pounded his fists heavily on the desk, not knowing whether he was excited or worried. This brat, he really is a man who makes a splash when he does something. Don't you know how dangerous what you are doing is? The Bist family also has its own intelligence network. When he learned about the existence of this ace unit, He also received intelligence from the Zeon army. Everyone in the Zeon army, from top to bottom, hated them. Jiren Zabi even gave all matters related to this unit the highest priority, and put them at the top of the list of those who must be eliminated. He even publicly offered a reward to the members of this unit. As long as they could provide useful intelligence, they would receive a generous reward. If they could win over or kill any one of them, they would directly become an honorary officer of the Zeon army. It can be seen how much Jiren Zabi values this unit. But, I really did, win the bet, haha, haha. On the other side, Martha Bister, who had left Anaheim, had a stinky face and was shaking her legs anxiously. She was thinking about how to explain to Kim Koniman that the reason she had everything now was not just because of her beauty. There were so many people in the world, and there were so many beautiful women, not just her. The reason why she was able to successfully stay with Kim Koniman was because of her last name and the family she was born into. And Kim Koniman asked her to come to Anaheim this time, intending to devour the Bister family step by step and use the Bister family for his own benefit. As a result, she started off badly, and failed to help Kim Koniman for the first time, which would cause her value in Kim Koniman's heart to plummet. Garp. I hope this shield can work, and... Miss, do you have any instructions? Check the relationship between General Garp and Cardis. Garp dares to confidently reactivate Anaheim, who killed Dr. Minovsky. It must not be as simple as cooperation. Yes. And, what is that bastard doing recently? Master Yang Hui is missing. Missing? Yes, just 2 months ago, Master Yang Hui suddenly disappeared, and we can't find him. Missing? Haha, it's best to die on the battlefield, and you can still play your only value. Miss, General Koniman called and ordered you to abandon Anaheim and go back immediately. This. What's going on? Is General Koniman going to abandon Anaheim? This may be related to the rumors about Zeon. What rumors? Speak clearly. That's, you should know that ace unit, right? Haha, of course I know. It's General Rebel's direct unit. The level of confidentiality is so high that even General Koniman doesn't have enough authority. What's going on? Not long ago, Zeon reported that the full name of this unit is the 12th Independent Technology Unit. The Federation's Ms. series was developed by this unit, and the highest commander of this unit is Master Yang Hui. This is impossible. Martha Biss couldn't believe it was true. Yang Hui? An incompetent bastard? Why does he have the right? No. I don't know, and this is just a rumor in Zeon. It has not been confirmed. That's right, it seems that someone is dissatisfied with the Bist family. Using such funny news to attack the Bist family is not decent. Martha Bist smiled self-righteously. Then what should we do now? Go back first, report to General Koniman, and then find an opportunity to grab Anaheim. Why is Martha Bist's target not other companies of the Bist family, but Anaheim? Because it is a war now. As the only company under the Bist family with military production capabilities, once it is acquired, the voice of the Federation Army will rise sharply. Yes. Remember, no matter what General Koniman asks, if Cardis and General Jipu are together, there is absolutely no possibility of being won over. Yes. Also, do your best to track down the intelligence of the 12th Independent Technical Unit. If you find any clues, give them to me immediately. If I can control this unit, maybe I don't need to accompany that old man. Yes, Miss. Chapter 557, Praising to Death, Being Targeted. The 12th Independent Technical Force passed through the layers of blockades of Zeon and finally arrived at the East Asian Theater. They were warmly welcomed as soon as they arrived. Thank you for coming, Major Yang Hui. The commander in charge of the East Asian Theater is Colonel Ethan Leia, who is an opponent of Rebel, but he is not a member of the conservative faction. He is just arrogant and does not accept Rebel. He has always believed that the disastrous defeat of the Battle of Laon was related to Rebel, but Rebel was able to become the general of the Federation Army after returning to the Federation, which made him angry. Ethan Leia spoke in a light and gentle tone. At first glance, you will feel that he is a friendly person. He usually closes his eyes to rest, not squinting. But Yang Hui knows that Ethan Leia is actually a person who will do anything to win. When he found the enemy military base but could not find the entrance, Ethan Leia considered razing the entire mountain to the ground, intending to deliberately trigger a nuclear explosion to damage the enemy base. When the Zeon army requested a temporary truce and launched the spacecraft carrying civilians into space, Ethan Leia sent a sniper-type GM to shoot it down. So, as a soldier, of course, orders come first, Colonel Leia. Yang Hui politely stretched out his hand and shook it with him. You are all old foxes, well, forget it, I'll just play with you. But he thought so in his heart. The Major has come from afar. I have prepared a welcoming banquet for you. Will you join us? Thank you very much, Colonel Leia, but... Seeing Yang Hui pause, Ethan Leia's eyes froze, but he quickly returned to his approachable state. Please don't forget the real-time battle report, otherwise I can't make a battle plan. Yang Hui continued. Haha, of course, Major Yang Hui, the report will be delivered to you later, as well as my tactical arrangements, but now please enjoy the welcoming banquet with the Major and all the heroes. Not worthy, Colonel Leia, every Federation soldier who participated in the battle is a hero. Yes, that's right, please. Please. It can be seen that Ethan Leia has put a lot of effort into this welcoming banquet, and the specifications are absolutely the highest level. Not only officers of all levels in the East Asian theater of war, but also celebrities, government officials, etc. are present. When introducing, Ethan Leia specifically introduced the situation of Yang Hui and others, so that everyone present knew the glorious deeds of the 12th Independent Technical Force, and they were instantly regarded as heroes. But, heroes will attract respect and admiration, and naturally induce envy and jealousy. Major, has our intelligence been released? Amuro asked. As an assistant, he was the only one who followed Yang Hui to attend the welcoming banquet. After welcoming many people, Yang Hui took him to a corner to rest. Well, the Federation's intelligence department has already found out. Our intelligence has been found out by Xian. Since we can't hide it anymore, we might as well make public all the previous intelligence to boost the morale of each war zone. I see, the previous ones. Yes. But I always feel that, this Colonel Leia is not right. Amuro said. Huh? Tell me? What's wrong? Yang Hui asked Amuro with interest to see what answer he could get. This answer would also determine when Amuro could get rid of his assistant status. It's hard to explain, it's just a feeling. Well, it's too naive to expect a 16-year-old child to see through the conspiracy of an old fox. Alice, we may not have a good time during this period. Yang Hui sighed. Major, what's wrong? Amuro asked in confusion. This old fox is flattering us now. Yang Hui shook the wine glass, making the crystal clear wine swirl. Amuro, take a look at the eyes of your colleagues first. Huh? Amuro was stunned for a moment, looked around, and found something wrong. Are they hostile to us? Why? That's right, when the welcoming banquet started, the officers present were still pretending very well, praising becoming a major at such a young age means a great future. The Federation also has a Ms. unit, and they will definitely win, and look at it now? They don't even pretend anymore, and directly show hostile eyes, looking at Yang Hui and Amuro as if they were looking at mortal enemies. Destroying someone's financial resources is equivalent to killing their parents. Yang Hui explained, what do soldiers rely on to get promoted and make money? Merit, with our abilities. How much merit can they get? But, we are in a war now. Amuro asked puzzledly, if the war can be ended earlier, won't there be fewer deaths? Well, this is the world of adults, Amuro. Yang Hui took a sip of red wine and said to Amuro. I don't understand. It's best if children don't understand. Yang Hui touched Amuro's head and comforted him. When you understand all this, you will enter the adult world, and your current life will be gone forever. Major. By the way, there is a second point. Second point. As I just said, flattery. Yang Hui quietly pointed at the wealthy and famous people present and explained to Amuro, the wealthy and famous people don't care who gets the credit, they only care about who has the ability to protect their interests. We have been praised to the sky by Colonel Leia, so they naturally desire our protection more. We can do it. But what if we don't do it? How is that possible? Major, are you saying that we will lose? That's impossible. I don't even take those little punks of Xian seriously. How could they not do it? For example, leaving us in the rear and not giving us the opportunity to go to the battlefield. The higher we stand now, the harder we will fall, and they will stand in the position that should belong to us. How could that be? Look, Amuro, the battle situation reported by Colonel Leia must be very good, so good that we don't need to intervene, and the deployment didn't leave any room for us. Yang Hui's guess was soon verified. After the welcoming banquet, Yang Hui took Amuro back to the arranged station and found that it was at least 50 kilometers away from the front line. Even if it was to support the front line, it would be impossible to catch up for a while. At the same time, Amuro looked at the battle report in his hand. As Yang Hui predicted, the situation was very good. Xian, who attacked from a non-protocol, could not cross the first line of defense at all, and there was no need for the 12th Independent Technical Unit to take action. Major, this battle situation, is it true? Amuro asked. Of course it is true. Even if Leia and Rebel are no longer on good terms, they will not joke about the battle report, otherwise they will be brought to the military court. Yang Hui said calmly. Then why did General Rebel transfer us here? We are not needed here at all. Amuro asked in confusion. The battlefield at the 12th Independent Technical Unit must be a very serious battlefield. If the situation was not critical, why would they be sent here as spectators? Amuro, do you know what the most real lie in the world is? What is it? The content of the lie is all true. Huh? But only half of it. Major, I don't understand what you mean. Amuro asked humbly. The reason why the first line of defense is so impregnable is because Xian did it on purpose. They didn't show their real strength at all. Look at this battle report. Apart from sending underwater MIs to harass the patrolling navy from time to time and air formations to the front line to make some trouble, the Xian army only launched a large-scale attack as a show at the beginning. Otherwise, how could they retreat without losing even a single MIS after leaving behind a bunch of DA fighters and Magella tanks? What the major means is, Australia has been completely occupied by Xian. Once things stabilize, the Australian army will head north and join forces with the non-protocol army to tear apart the defense line of the East Asian theater with a devastating force. Hey, where are you going? Yang Hui found that Amuro turned and ran without saying a word, and grabbed him. Go tell Colonel Leia to prepare. Who would believe that? Where's the evidence? They don't stand against us. Oh, but we can't just stand there and watch, right? Don't worry, I'll make arrangements in advance. We are General Rebel's direct troops, so we don't have to worry about Leia's orders and deployments. Then I'm relieved. Amuro breathed a sigh of relief. However, although it's just analysis and speculation, but this tactical arrangement feels like it's aimed at us. Yang Hui frowned and said, really? Amuro thought for a moment and figured out the key. Yes. If we just want to break through the Federation's defenses, we can just launch a large-scale attack. There is no need to wait for reinforcements from Australia. If the main forces of the non-protocol in Australia join forces, even we will find it difficult to deal with them. Large-scale army operations are the biggest enemy for small-scale ace forces like us. Yes, I thought so too. Yang Hui nodded in agreement with satisfaction and asked, then tell me, our mission is still confidential. How did the enemy know that we came to the East Asian theater and plan in advance? Well, the news of our departure from the North American theater is not a secret. Xian had 3 targets for its third landing operation, namely South Africa, Australia and non-protocol. The war in South Africa and Australia soon subsided. The only place where a major war will occur is the East Asian theater near non-protocol. Not bad, you have made progress, you deserve praise. Yang Hui praised Amuro. He is growing very fast. It has only been a short time since he grew from a boy who knows nothing to someone with a certain tactical vision. His driving skills are not weak either. And I dare to conclude that Cassilia Zabi is now a non-concierge. Cassilia Zabi. Yes, our old rival in North America. This time, we have to change our tactics, otherwise we will capsize. Amuro. Yes. Let everyone have a good rest tonight. Starting tomorrow, everyone will start to familiarize themselves with the water-specific backpack and the air combat backpack. Understood. Amuro immediately ran out to pass the order. Haha, purple old woman, I won't play a curveball this time. How are you going to receive the straight ball? Yang Hui smiled sinisterly. Chapter 558 Going to be a guest. A few days passed, and no large-scale battles broke out in the East Asian theater, but small frictions continued. Xian's guerrilla forces occasionally came to the Federation's front line to fight back. The Federation did not dare to pursue them, and could only watch the enemy planes fly away in anger. Haha, what a bullshit ace force, it's just a gimmick made by Rebel. Colonel, I think we can take the initiative to attack and defeat Xian. A staff officer was arrogant after receiving the news that the front line had once again repelled Zeon's attack. All-out attack. Ethan Leia was not overwhelmed by the good situation in front of him, and looked at it rationally. Are you crazy? Except for the first time, has Zeon launched a large-scale attack? Doesn't this mean that Zeon's military strength is stretched to the limit? Zeon has a sparse population, and so many battlefields have been opened up on Earth. This is normal, right? The staff officer argued. So? Since Zeon has a small population, it will foolishly continue to divide its troops and send a bunch of guerrillas to the East Asian theater to deliver food. Colonel, this is normal, right? The 1-week war, the Battle of Laum, the Odessa operation, didn't Zeon easily break through our defenses that time? It's okay for them to be arrogant in this situation, right? Humph. You also know that Zeon easily broke through our defenses, why can't they do it now? Isn't it because there are no colonels in those war zones? Otherwise. Enough, get out. Colonel. The staff officer couldn't believe that his flattery actually hit the horse's leg. I really don't know how you became a staff officer. Take off your epaulets and get out of my unit, right now. Colonel. Guards. Without waiting for the incompetent staff officer to argue, he called the guards at the door and forcibly took off the staff officer's epaulets. Throw him out. Yes, Colonel. Spare me. Colonel. Please let me go. Colonel. Ignoring the miserable plea for mercy, Ethan Leia stared at the battle map in a trance, thinking about Zeon's intentions and countermeasures. Colonel, Staff Officer Akamoto. Don't dare. Huh? A guy who only knows how to flatter. How many of our soldiers will be killed by his incompetence? All the officers present bowed their heads in fear. They were Ethan Leia's confidants and knew Ethan Leia's character. In order to win and surpass Rebel, he would do anything. The dragged-away Staff Officer Akamoto might be a microcosm of their future. By the way, what is the 12th Independent Technical Unit doing? Ethan Leia suddenly asked. There is no false reputation under a great reputation. Ethan Leia would not be so foolish as to think that Yang Hui and his men were a gimmick created by Rebel. First, the person who knows him best is his enemy. He has been fighting with Rebel for almost a lifetime and knows that Rebel is definitely not a person who likes to create gimmicks. Secondly, the reputation of the 12th Independent Technical Force was earned through real fighting on the battlefield. Let alone the two great achievements of reversing the victory and defeat of the Middle East Front and creating huge damage in the rear of the North American war zone, creating opportunities for the Federation to regain lost territory. Just look at the number of kills by the 9 MIS pilots headed by Yang Hui to see a lot. The number of kills is not something that can be said by just one mouth, but is recorded by the MIS system and then reported to the top of the Federation. It will go through multiple reviews and cannot be forged. Therefore, although he does not get along with Yang Hui, he will not underestimate Yang Hui and hopes to find a clue from his actions. They are training in the rear. Training? Ethan Leia asked puzzledly after getting the answer. Yes, training. The MIS troops of the 12th Independent Technical Force are conducting flight training and underwater training. Flight training and underwater training. Yes, not long ago, the 12th Independent Technical Force developed a special flight backpack and a special underwater backpack for heretics, which enabled our army's MIS to have the ability to fight in the air and underwater, but these two sets of equipment have not yet been used on the battlefield. I guess, they are familiarizing themselves with the new equipment. What about our army's application request for MIS to Bureau Base? When the heretic team was performing well on the battlefield, all bases of the Federation Army simultaneously sent requests to Bureau Base to be equipped with MIS, including Ethan Leia, but they were rejected one by Rebel. So until now, except for a small number of MIS troops dispatched to regain lost territory in the North Meat Theater, the major war zones still do not have MIS troops. The Bureau Base replied that it has been put on the agenda. General Rebel ordered us to intensify the training of MIS pilots and to form combat effectiveness as soon as the MIS is obtained, but what? Given the relationship between Rebel and us, if we want to get the MIS, it will probably take a long time. Impossible. Ethan Leia interrupted directly. The old guy Rebel will not be confused about such things. Now the only ones who are still at war with Zeon are the North American theater and us. Even if Rebel wants to suppress me, he will not use the territory and soldiers of the Federation as bargaining chips. Yes. Let's go to the base of the 12th Independent Technical Force. After thinking about it, Ethan Leia decided to see this famous ace force with his own eyes, and at the same time contact Yang Hui to see if he could learn something from him. What are you going there for? To see the quality of the Ace Force. Understood. Ethan Leia came to the base of the 12th Independent Technical Force with his adjutant and several guards, and couldn't help but sigh. It's not without reason that you can become a legend. The reason for such an exclamation is that Ethan Leia was stopped by the guards before he entered the garrison. After several inspections and interrogations, they were allowed to enter. Ethan Leia could see the toughness and iron-bloodedness in the eyes of the guards, and they were not shaken by their military rank. The 12th Independent Technical Unit can be called confidential from top to bottom. Such inspections and interrogations are normal procedures, and they are directly under the command of the unit, even if Ethan Leia is the highest commander of the East Asian Theater. After entering the camp, what you see is the scene of enthusiastic training. Even if you are not a MIS pilot, or even just a logistics staff and technicians, you have not neglected military subjects in physical training. And the MIS unit. Ethan Leia did not see it, because they were either in the sky or in the water. Then, there are huge warships docked on the ground, with graceful curves and ferocious gun muzzles, all of which make Ethan Leia jealous. Colonel Leia, I'm sorry to have waited so long. I'm Lieutenant Brad Noah, the trainee vice captain of the Luna. I'll show you around. Brad Noah, the future legendary captain, was nicknamed Lin Yaod. After being transferred to the 12th Independent Technical Unit, Bakalulu saw his talent for warship command. After a month of internship as an ordinary crew member on the Luna, he was promoted to trainee vice captain. You've become a vice captain at such a young age? Young people nowadays are really amazing. Ethan Leia praised. You're too kind. It's all thanks to Major Yang Hui and Captain Bakalulu's appreciation. I still have a lot to learn. Well, work hard. The future of the Federation lies in you. Ethan Leia said this sincerely, not hypocritically or to win over others. Ethan Leia and Rebel have one thing in common, that is, they never hesitate to praise and appreciate outstanding young people. Yes, Colonel Leia, but I still need to remind the Colonel that the Luna is a military secret of the Federation. You are not allowed to visit the interior. The same is true for all the data of the Gundam Astray. Please forgive me. Yes, I understand. The gap between the predicted analysis and the real data is still very large. Although the identities of Yang Hui and others have been exposed, the 12th Independent Technical Force is still a confidential force. The specific data of the Luna and the Gundam Astray are of utmost importance. Before the ban is lifted, even Ethan Leia has no right to view it. Please follow me, everyone. Wait, before that, I want to see Major Yang Hui first. I'm very sorry, the Major is now commanding the MIS unit's exercise and may not have time to receive you. Exercise? Can I visit? Yes. Brad looked normal at this time, but he was shocked in his heart, not because of Ethan Leia, but because Yang Hui had expected Ethan Leia to bring people to visit, and expected him to visit the exercise training, and told Brad in advance that he could take him to see the exercise training, but not to disturb him. This is no longer a distant vision, this is simply a vision of the future. Well, lead the way. Yes, Colonel, everyone, this way please. Under the leadership of Brad, the group came to the headquarters in the center of the garrison. Before entering, Brad reminded them, please keep quiet after entering. During the training, the Major does not allow any interruption. Lieutenant, pay attention to your. The accompanying adjutant and guards were already unhappy. With their identities, they had to be inspected and questioned when entering the garrison, and it turned out that it was just a small lieutenant who came to greet them, which made them lose face. Enough. Ethan Lee interrupted with a stern look, looking at the adjutant. Guests should act like guests. But Colonel. No buts. Don't forget that the land you are standing on now is all military secrets. Yes. Sorry for the wait, Lieutenant Noah. Brad still kept smiling, as if nothing had happened just now. Colonel, you are polite, please. Please. As soon as they entered the headquarters, the group heard Yang Hui's cursing and was stunned. Falcon 7, you're spinning on the spot. Falcon 8, did you forget the spiral maneuver we taught you yesterday? You're using the straight line as a target. Shark 4, are you a coward? I told you to play hide and seek in the water, not to hide until you rust. Can't you see that all your teammates are almost dead? Chapter 559, Serious Matters. Ethan Leia and his group abided by the agreement, standing quietly aside and watching Yang Hui scolding, while their attention was more focused on the screen in front of Yang Hui. In order to control all the situations of the exercise training in real time, a large number of drones were deployed outside the exercise training for real-time monitoring, so whether in the air or in the water, the training situation of the 12th Independent Technical Force was clearly visible to Ethan, Leia and others. All of them are elites, most of them are aces. Ethan, Leia said in horror. He didn't have a MIS yet, so he didn't know the difference between real machine training and simulation training, but he knew that real machine training was more difficult than simulation training. He also inspected the simulation training of the MIS pilots selected by him, because there was no comparison to see the difference, but now the comparison is in front of him, and the gap is like a chasm. What's more, the MIS of the 12th Independent Technical Force still uses special equipment for water and air combat equipment. The battlefield environment has changed from land to high altitude and water, which is another point to increase the difficulty. So, with the difficulty increased by so many levels, Ethan, Leia was surprised to find that the MIS that were still active on the screen, their actions, none of his men could do. Colonel. Watch it. Got it. This confrontation training did not end until half an hour later. Ethan, Leia whispered to Brad and learned that this was a chaotic confrontation exercise. The 4 teams fought on their own. 4 teams were equipped with special backpacks for water, and 4 teams were equipped with air combat backpacks. They fought at the same time. The team that survived the last won. Major, the exercise is over. The first team won 3 consecutive victories. This group of idiots. The first team used the same tactic 3 times and you didn't see it. Are they all shit-eaters? Others can't see it. Can't you and the others see it? The first team is also stupid. The same tactic was used 3 times in a row. If they met a smarter opponent, the grass on their graves would be 10 feet high. Don't you know how to adapt? Yang Hui snatched the communicator of the communication control and continued to curse, "You bunch of trash. The first team is short of people, and I am not here, but they still won 3 consecutive victories. Come back and eat shit for me." Got it. Got it. XN's loud answer was full of fear. Everyone who heard it could imagine their trembling appearance. Statistic the results of this training. Understood. At this point, the exercise training was officially over, and Yang Hui also officially received Ethan, Leia and his group. Sorry, General Leia, I can't get away during the exercise and can't greet you in person. No problem, if it weren't for this, we wouldn't be able to see such a wonderful exercise. There, I'm sure you heard it just now, they still have a lot to learn. It's already very good, Major Yang Hui. Ethan, Leia shook his head. None of my subordinates can reach their level, even in ground simulation. Thank you, Colonel, please. Please. Yang Hui led a group of people out of the command center, walked around the entire garrison, and then came to the hangar. All the MIS troops lined up neatly waiting for Yang Hui. The uneasiness in their hearts was unbearable. The moment they saw Yang Hui appear, their calves began to tremble. You did a great job. Huh? Everyone was confused. So good that I lost my face. Well, this is the familiar taste. Everyone nodded and thought to themselves. Colonel Leia has seen your performance just now. Colonel Leia introduced us as the Ace Force and the Legendary Force before. Is this the performance you can show? How can you live up to the words Ace and Legendary? With your status, how can you protect the lives and property of the people? I am very sorry. XN Young. You discovered the intention of the first squad, why didn't you stop it in advance? Report. Because there is no major in the first squad, we directly attacked the first squad. Isn't that bullying? Bullying you balls. What is an exercise? Exercise is actual combat. Then what is bullying? Except for your teammates, everyone else is an enemy. What are you going to do? Eliminate them. Then what did you say just now? Major, I was wrong. And you, a bunch of cowards, your MIS technology is not well practiced, and your squad tactics are a mess. Everyone, there are 4 hours from now until the next night exercise training. Everyone write me a qualified post-war summary. Do you understand? Understand. XN Well, during the night drills, if I find any of you making mistakes that shouldn't be made again, Feeling Yang Hui's anger, and the completely opposite cold and gloomy aura covering their bodies, everyone subconsciously shuddered, shook their heads and shouted that they didn't dare, and ran away after the disbandment, including Sima Karaheo. Although Sima Karaheo was already Yang Hui's woman, Yang Hui did not let her off at all in the training of driving skills and the teaching of MIS team tactics, and even had higher requirements than others. Ethan Leia quietly watched Yang Hui's lecture from the side. At first, he also thought that Yang Hui was taking the opportunity to mock his flattery at the welcoming banquet, but later he found that Yang Hui's anger was not false, and his efforts even made him feel timid, and the anger in his heart dissipated. Instead, he showed respect and admiration. To be frank, no matter how anyone performed, as long as one of his subordinates performed well, he would be able to use the other person as his trump card. However, Yang Hui was not satisfied at all and scolded them. Yang Hui's control over the army was so bad, but none of the people who were being scolded showed any expression of dissatisfaction, resentment, or anger. They were all afraid and self-blame, which also eliminated Ethan Leia's idea of poaching people. Then there was the military appearance, discipline, and execution. It could be seen from the sweat on their faces that they were waiting for Yang Hui here after the exercise training. Yang Hui took Ethan Leia and his party around the station. After waiting for half an hour, they did not complain. Then after the disbandment, Ethan Leia heard someone saying something like hurry up and write, and rest after finishing. And there must be no mistakes in night training. This was self-discipline and execution. The tasks assigned by the superiors were completed consciously with the highest efficiency. Strong strength, perfect control, high execution and self-discipline. Before seeing such a unit with his own eyes, would Ethan Leia really doubt that such a unit really existed in the world? Moreover, even though they were so excellent, Yang Hui still held them to a higher standard. Such a unit deserves to be called a legendary unit. Haha, I thought it was just a boast before, but today I understand that there is no false reputation. The 12th Independent Technical Unit is worthy of being a legendary unit of the Federation. Ethan Leia praised sincerely. You are too kind, Colonel Leia. They still have many shortcomings. What about the truth? Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, then smiled. He knew that Ethan Leia's attitude towards him had changed a little, so he would naturally be more natural. Each of them was raised by their own parents. Since they are under my command, I must be responsible for them. Even if it is just to increase the insignificant chance of survival, I will hold them to the most stringent requirements. This made Ethan Leia and his group speechless, especially Ethan Leia himself. It was hard for him to imagine that a young major like Yang Hui would have such thoughts and awareness. It was the first time in the history of the Federation Army that a major with real power in his 20s had such an achievement. This achievement did not make this young man lose himself in the fantasy of rising to prominence. He never considered how to gain more merits or how to improve his status and power faster, but to bring his subordinates back alive from the battlefield as much as possible. Not to mention the young officers, even the old senior officers including Ethan Leia had never thought about this. When fighting, they would treat their subordinates as chess pieces, and they were the ones holding the chess pieces. For the victory of the war, what was sacrifice? They were just chess pieces. But being aware was being aware, and it did not mean that Ethan Leia would change his point of view. After all, he had been in a high position for a long time, and many concepts could not be changed in a few words. Moreover, their position was different from Yang Hui. They needed to look at the overall situation, not just one or two troops. The generals had only one goal, that was to win. In order to win, they could do anything. Major Yang Hui, you asked them to familiarize themselves with flight equipment and special equipment for water now. It's not daily training, right? Ethan Leia asked. Of course not. Yang Hui was too lazy to participate in factional struggles, but when it came to war, Yang Hui would not be confused and did not hide anything from Ethan Leia. The non-protocol Xi'an is waiting for reinforcements from Australia and gathering troops from the two war zones to break through the Federation's defense zone and the East Asian war zone in one fell swoop. What's the reason? We. You. Yes, no matter how powerful we are, our numbers are limited. Large-scale army groups are the nemesis of small-scale elite troops. They intend to break through the Federation's defense line with a crushing momentum, leaving us with no way to exert our full strength. Well, Ethan Leia agreed with Yang Hui's statement. If the other party came with a large-scale force and the 12th Independent Technical Unit met the enemy on the front battlefield, its effect would not be so great. But how can you be sure that Xi'an is waiting for reinforcements from Australia? I've seen the defense line you arranged. It's perfect, the most rigorous deployment at this stage, but it can only delay Xi'an's progress, not stop Xi'an's attack. What else? If I'm not mistaken, Cassilia Zabi is now in Australia to target our tactics. Once Australia is completely stabilized, she will lead her army north. Cassilia Zabi. Well, the North American theater has fought against her. She's a tricky person. Even so, you can go deep behind enemy lines to carry out sabotage. Is it worthwhile to exchange the East Asian theater for non-protocol? Also, even if we occupy non-protocol and the East Asian theater above is lost, Australia below is also Xion's territory. It's a piece of meat. Xion can eat it however and whenever they want. You can also go to Australia. You can think of this, but how can Cassilia Zabi, who has studied us in depth, not think of it? I'll go back first. Well, Colonel Leia, once the war begins, the 12th Independent Technical Force will act independently and will not obey orders from your department. I understand. Chapter 560 The war in the East Asian theater begins in the water. Ethan Leia took his men away, and Brad asked worriedly, Major, is it okay for you to do this? Brad was not worried about anything else. He was only worried about Yang Hui's last sentence, which clearly told Ethan Leia that he could not command the 12th Independent Technical Unit. Although this was correct according to the system, saying it seriously in person would be a slap in the other person's face. Colonel Leia knows what is important and what is not. Although he is an enemy of General Rebel, he is also a straightforward person in war and knows what to do. Okay. Go tell Bakalulu that the Luna will participate in the joint exercise training of the Air Force tomorrow. Yes. Brad. Major, do you have any other instructions? Learn from Nadal and strive to graduate from her as soon as possible. The second, Killing Class, Equiptress is already under construction. This. Major, are you too anxious? I am still. I don't have the final say. Nadal said you are qualified, so you are qualified. Yes. Brad was very excited and moved. If it weren't for Yang Hui and Bakalulu's appreciation, he would still be a small shrimp who had just graduated from the military academy, but now he has the opportunity to become the captain of one of the Federation's most advanced warships. This is an opportunity and a test, which concerns his future. Ethan Leia was thinking about everything Yang Hui said in the car on the way back, but his adjutant was the first to burst out in dissatisfaction. Colonel, this major is going too far. Not only does he not give you face, but he also openly provokes you. What he said about Xion waiting for reinforcements to deal with him is simply nonsense. Who does he think he is? Enough. Ethan Leia interrupted the adjutant's complaint with a stern shout, looking at him unkindly. Colonel. Arrogant, conceited, and arrogant. Before that, think about what qualifications you have. Is it because you are my subordinate? Or the rank on your shoulders? Colonel. Ask yourself, are you comparable to the other party? The adjutant was silent and asked himself. He didn't even need to ask to get the answer. He was still flattering his superior and bullying in the name of his superior, while the other party was able to maintain an equal attitude and discuss strategies and tactics with his superior. Is there still a need to compare? HMPH, don't think I don't know what you do on weekdays. I don't care about that, but now it's wartime. Put away your little tricks. If someone fails and causes the war to be lost, I don't need to do anything. Xion will take off your heads. Yes. Ethan Leia glanced at the adjutant who was sweating profusely, and looked out the window, not wanting to look at him again. Rebel is so lucky to have such a subordinate, Alice. If Rebel knew that Ethan Leia was envious of him, he would probably give him a big fight. Do you think he is my subordinate? He is my ancestor. Don't mess with him, and you have to worship him. Australian Xion headquarters. At this time, the battle in the Australian theater has ended. Although the Federation Army has not been completely driven out, it can only huddle in the corner of the edge of Western Australia and tremble under the powerful offensive of Xion. Cassilia Zabi is indeed waiting for the battle report at the headquarters as Yang Hui expected. Lord Cassilia. Are there any movements from the Western Australian Federation Army? No, they are hiding in the fortress and dare not go out. Well, order the troops to set out tomorrow and head north to non-protocol. Yes, Lord Cassilia. The adjutant went down to pass the order. Cassilia Zabi once again took out the intelligence of the 12th Independent Technical Force, turned to the first page marked with important marks, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. Haha, I never thought that the lonely kid back then would become my great enemy. This time I will not let you escape again, Yang Hui. I will enjoy the feeling of crushing you with my own hands. 3 days later, Yang Hui received intelligence from Ethan Leia. As expected, the Australian army went north and assembled in non-protocol, and could launch an attack at any time. Is it finally going to start? Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth and immediately gathered everyone together to make combat deployments. Young, George, Russ, lead the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 6th squads equipped with air combat backpacks, set off on the Luna, and accompany our airstrike group. Understood. X4 the 1st, 7th, 8th, and 9th squads equipped with special water backpacks, follow me to block the enemy's underwater forces. Understood. X4 Amuro, you join my team. Understood. Amuro stood up and answered excitedly. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Every time he could only watch his companions attack and fight, he could only stay behind and wait. This feeling of itching and worrying was too uncomfortable. Major, what about me? Forte pointed at himself fearfully. Huh? Why are you here? Get back to the maintenance class. Oh. FT. Ramphilo walked out dejectedly amid the gloating jeers of the crowd, but he did not blame Yang Hui. He made a mistake and should be punished. Secretly attending the combat meeting was already a violation. He only blamed himself for being conceited and violating the army's ban. However, after all the sorrow comes joy, and when he was about to leave the meeting room, Yang Hui's voice came from behind. Put your body on the special backpack for water, get it ready, and stand by at the base. Understood. Seeing FT. Ramphilo running away in joy, everyone laughed and shook their heads. Okay, everyone, go down and prepare. Colonel Leah is already organizing the troops. We will follow the friendly forces to attack. Understood. And 10 minutes later, all the Gundam estrays were ready. The Luna had already set off with the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 6th squads on board and would soon be able to reunite with the airstrike squadron. At the same time, Yang Hui also took the others into the water and headed to the front line from the water to reunite with the naval fleet. Attention, all aircraft. According to Colonel Leia's combat plan, the naval fleet will deploy a minefield 100 nautical miles outside the Zhangjiang River and then retreat. Our mission is to protect the naval fleet from the Xi'an underwater MIS forces until they have deployed the minefield and evacuated safely. Understood. And Amuro, you will follow me after the battle begins. Christina Mackenzie said to Amuro. From the communication screen, it can be seen that Amuro, who is new to the battlefield, has begun to sweat. Lieutenant Mackenzie, don't worry about me. Don't be so arrogant, Amuro. South Banninger said, no matter how good your training results are, the battlefield is completely different from training. But I don't want to hold you back. Amuro did not have actual combat experience, and was nervous and afraid, but compared to his personal emotions, he cared more about the combat efficiency of the troops. If you follow me closely, you won't hold me back. Christina Mackenzie said with a smile. Lieutenant Mackenzie. If you don't want to be a drag, protect Chris. Seema added, Chris is the rear guard, the fire support of the entire team, we can't let her get into trouble. I know. Seema, don't scare Amuro. Christina Mackenzie complained unhappily, and then comforted Amuro, don't be so nervous, with a major leading the way, the enemy planes can't reach me, you just follow me to provide fire support for others, the most important thing is to experience the feeling of the battlefield. I know, Lieutenant Mackenzie. All planes, the Navy fleet is ahead, spread out, tactical formation S01. Understood. And the 4 teams dispersed and guarded the Navy fleet in the center from all directions. Sir, there is a response from the sonar, it's our MIS unit. Are they here? The commander of the Navy fleet nodded, and then ordered the fleet to move forward at full speed, reach the target location as soon as possible, and start the mine array deployment operation. Sir, there's a new sound on the sonar. This sound is the MIS unit of Xi'an. Tisk, they're here, contact Major Yang Hui, and ask him to protect the safety of the fleet. Understood. The naval fleet on the surface of the water has discovered that the underwater MIS unit of Xi'an is approaching, and Yang Hui underwater has naturally discovered it as well. Team 7 protects the left wing, Team 8 protects the right wing, Team 9 and Team 1 block the enemy aircraft. Understood. And Team 7 and 8 stayed on the left and right sides of the fleet, and Team 9 at the rear quickly moved forward and joined Team 1 led by Yang Hui, charging at full speed towards the enemy in front. That's it. MIS? Damn Federation, do they even have MIS in the water? Disperse. Meet the enemy. Boom 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 boom. Before the underwater unit composed of Zeon's turtle tyrants and war crabs had time to disperse, the torpedoes of the Heretic unit arrived, causing countless explosions in the water, and steam and bubbles completely covered the Zeon array. Swish! Yang Hui drove Shark 1, codename, and rushed into the fog of bubbles and steam. He thrust the trident in his hand and accurately pierced a war crab. At this moment, another war crab broke through the blockade of the bubbles and came behind Shark 1, raising its sharp claws high. The claws of the war crab were interrupted by the invisible shells. Shark 1 pulled out the trident and spun around. Without even looking, it stabbed behind it and pierced through the attacking war crab. At the same time, on the left and right sides of Shark 1, two turtles that had locked onto it were blasted with two large holes by the sonic cannon. Shark 3, driven by Sima, was not far behind Yang Hui. Major, at 3 o'clock, the torpedo is approaching. Don't worry, Chris is here. The torpedo had broken through the bubble and was rapidly approaching Shark 1. At this moment, invisible sound waves swept past and intercepted all the torpedoes. At the back, Shark 6, the Gundam Astray piloted by Christina Mackenzie, held a huge sonic cannon in both hands. Lieutenant, at 11 o'clock, Torpedo 16, distance 800. Understood. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 561. The protagonist becomes the audience. Encountering the enemy in the sea, it is naturally impossible to be safe in the air. The formation of DOP fighters and Zakuai's riding on dead AYS aircraft has already met the Federation's Air Force in the air. Detector response, Zeon DOP fighters 124, Zakuai 60. All personnel level 1 combat configuration, MIS troops immediately attack. Full armament activated, missile launchers loaded with anti-aircraft shotgun shells. Upon discovering the enemy, Bakalulu immediately ordered, telegram friendly forces, the central front is left to us, do not enter our ship's beam. Understood, MIS troops, please attack in turn. Activate, Godfold, heroic, lock on Zeon Air Forces, Porcupine formation, activated, set automatic azimuth program. All missile launchers loaded with anti-aircraft shotgun shells. Empty the beam. All bullets fired. The thick beam of light shot out, and before the enemy aircraft had time to react, it cut through the sky and cut the enemy's array into several pieces. Whether it was DOP fighters or Zakuai's, all were swallowed up. The electromagnetic shells wrapped in golden lightning launched a charge, smashing everything along the way with an unstoppable force. Then, a dense rain of missiles arrived and exploded in front of the enemy. Countless small projectiles swept across the entire wheat field like locusts, and the places they passed were shocking and horrible. Captain, I have a question. Lead Wolf, who had already attacked, asked Young. What is the question? Is there any need for us to attack? The four teams in the air were all silent, looking at the Zeon army formation that was in tatters after being covered by a wave of firepower from the Luna. It seems that they are really not needed, right? Don't think about it, the enemy is approaching, disperse. Understood. X and the four teams dispersed, splitting from a staring arrow into several equally sharp small arrows, rushed into the chaotic Zeon army, and began to hunt their targets wantonly. Is it necessary for us to follow? The question that Lead Wolf had raised before now appeared in the minds of the ordinary aviation brigade of the Federation Army. Not to mention the terrifying firepower of the Luna, it is the most advanced aerospace amphibious warship. Even in the space fleet, it stands out. Forget the invisible missile launchers. Just the hideous cannons all over its body will make people doubt that it is a terrifying war machine. Then it was the performance of the Air MIS unit. Facing enemies that were several times their number, they came and went freely, killed people like crazy, and destroyed enemy planes like chopping melons and vegetables. The red dots representing enemy planes on the detectors decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Captain, do we still want to go? A pilot of FF4 Talyas asked his superior. Let's see if there are any fish that slip through the net. If an enemy plane approaches the Luna, we will be responsible for intercepting it. Understood. But it's really amazing. I wonder when I can drive a MIS. I guess it will be soon? I heard that the North American War Zone has sent a MiZ unit to the battlefield. I can't wait. With a MiZ, I can also beat up the damn Zeon. Me too. The Airstrike Brigade, which was originally the protagonist of the battlefield, has now become a spectator, not even a supporting role. It's not that none of the air forces of the 12th Independent Technical Force have slipped through, but as soon as an enemy plane broke through the blockade of the air MiZ unit, either the judgment of the beam came, or the electromagnetic thunder and lightning descended, or it was shot into receive by the dense porcupine formation barrage as soon as it approached the Luna, leaving no time for the fighter unit to react. This made the Airstrike Brigade, who is the spectator, envious and jealous. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Who doesn't want to fill a small star on the nose of the vehicle? Envious of the 12th Independent Technical Force for having such powerful battleships and MiZ, jealous that they took all the credit, and hated themselves for not being able to join the 12th Independent Technical Force. Captain, do you know what the requirements are for joining the 12th Independent Technical Force? What? Are you going to abandon me? Of course not, Captain, you can join us. Get lost. I still want to. But I don't know. Why is that? I got it. I have a good relationship with a young lady in the logistics department. Maybe I can find out some information. Then I'll leave it to you. If you ask, I'll wash your socks for a month. I'll be responsible for your underwear. Oh, you're so disgusting. Seeing the performance of the 12th Independent Technical Force, as a soldier in the frontline combat unit, naturally yearned for it, yearning for the same excellent equipment, yearning for more credit, and yearning to fight side by side with stronger people, rather than being a spectator on the side. Among them, a handsome soldier with blonde hair had a more passionate fire in his eyes than others. I must join this unit. Chizan Dmitri made up his mind. Horizontal ellipsis. Half an hour later, the Zeon troops were no longer visible in the sky. They all turned into debris and fell into the sea, sinking into the dark abyss. Captain, the Navy fleet called and arrived at the designated location and began to lay the minefield. How is the battle in the water? Asked Bakilulu. It's over. The Zeon underwater MiZ forces have been completely destroyed. A total of 45, Turtle Tyrant, 27, War Crabs, and 3, Yukon-class, submarines have been destroyed. Order the 2nd and 3rd squads to return to the ship for supplies, and the 4th and 6th squads to lower their altitude with the ship. They will rotate after the 2nd and 3rd squads have completed their supplies. Understood. After receiving the order, Yung and Kashima Isama led their squads to return to the Luna for supplies, while the squads led by Russ and George escorted the Luna in front, behind, left, and right, following the Luna as it lowered its altitude until it was under the clouds and the Navy fleet could be seen with the naked eye. Contact the Major and ask them if they need supplies. Understood. Major, this is the Luna. May I ask if they need supplies? Understood. Captain, the Major orders that no supplies are needed at the moment, and orders to turn to Jaya-Azi after the minefield is laid and friendly forces have safely evacuated. How long will it take to complete the minefield? Estimated 15 minutes. I understand. Always pay attention to the response of the radar detection system, and don't miss any mistakes. Yes. 15 minutes passed quickly. Perhaps Zeon was afraid, or perhaps Zeon had other plans. After the first batch of enemy forces were eliminated, Zeon did not appear in front of the Federation again, and the process of the naval fleet laying out a minefield went unusually smoothly. Our mission has been completed. We will return to the island base immediately. Major Yang Hui, will your unit come with us? No, our unit will go to Jaya-Azi to stop the enemy from landing. Major, do you mean that Zeon will land in Jaya-Azi? The commander-in-chief of the naval fleet was shocked when he heard this. Most of their troops were deployed on the coastal defense line in the north. There were not many troops deployed along the coast of Jaya-Azi. Moreover, if Zeon really landed there, the Federation would be attacked from both sides. It is possible. At least the reinforcements from Australia will definitely not be limited to this. Understood. I will report this situation to Colonel Leia immediately. I wish your unit good luck in military affairs. The naval fleet left, and the Luna headed towards Jaya-Azi under the dual protection of the Air Force and the Sea Force. Major, if it is really as you expected, the main force of Zeon in Jaya-Azi is definitely there. We can't stop it by ourselves. Baki Lulu said to Yang Hui. Well, I know, So the Luna will land from Rongshiro and establish a defense line with the friendly forces on the island. Let the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 6th teams replace the special backpacks for water. I will take them to buy time for you. Understood. After the communication ended, Baki Lu immediately conveyed Yang Hui's order. All the Air Miss troops returned to the base, and all the maintenance personnel entered a busy working state, replacing the equipment of the Gundam Astray with the highest efficiency. Fort, there is a problem with the connection transmission of Falcon 9. Go and have a look. Okay, I'll go right away. Fort Rumphilo had just finished working on a machine and immediately received a new job. Hey, Fort. When Fort Rumphilo started to debug Falcon 9, Young, Kashima Yang, Russ Kessel and George Miguel came over to say hello. Why are you here? Aren't you ready to attack? Fort Rumphilo kept debugging Falcon 9 with his hands, while asking Yang and others. It will take a few minutes for our machine to be adjusted, so I came to check on you. You better get ready, we're about to attack, and this time you're going to face Zeon's large force head-on. Hey, I say, you really think you're a maintenance man? Russ Kessel slapped Fort Rumphilo on the back in a bad mood. Hiss. Just chat, don't disturb my work. The slap was not light, and Fort Rumphilo gasped, I don't want to, but this is a punishment from the major, I have to accept it. Tisk. Russ Kessel suddenly looked down on Fort Rumphilo and pulled him up from the ground. Go change your clothes, or you won't be able to catch up with the attack. Huh? Fort Rumphilo was stunned on the spot. What? Go. Is this the major's order? Fort Rumphilo pointed at himself blankly. He suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. How dare you fake the major's order? Don't dare. Then what are you still standing there for? Go. Oh, I'll go right away. Hey, you take over my job. After handing over the preparation work in his hands, Fort Rumphilo left like the wind. This guy. Young and others shook their heads in frustration. Ruth, how are you going to die for fake the major's order? There was no fear on his face, but a faint smile. The major often said that an excellent commander must maintain a tacit understanding with his superiors. The major didn't say it, but he must think so. Are you sure? Don't you think so too? He let you explore the way. Sloppy. Ha ha ha. Chapter 562 Position Exchange. As the operation progressed, one after another a stray Gundam jumped from the Luna into the sea like dumplings. Major, Fort Rumphilo requests to return to the team. Fort. Yang Hui was stunned when he looked at the number 5 machine beside him. He was very confused as to why Fort Rumphilo appeared here. He didn't believe that Fort Rumphilo dared to disobey his order and attack without authorization. However, when he saw Yang and others who came over, he smiled with relief. This group of stinky boys, allow it. Your code name is White Shark number 5. Understood. Major, all machines are here. Yang counted the number of people and reported to Yang Hui. Yang Hui nodded and immediately connected the communication of the Luna. Major. Go, Natal. Well, be careful. After ending the communication, the Luna, which was still in the air, continued to move towards the target location, while the MIS troops, led by Yang Hui, moved towards the Zisha Islands. All planes, this is the first time to confront Zeon's large force head-on. We have to hold them back for at least 2 hours. Do you have confidence? Yes. XN First order, kill those Zeon bastards. Understood. XN beep beep beep. Major, enemy troops have been spotted. The number is incredible. At this time, Travis Kakulan reported. Wow? You're here just in time. Second order. Everyone held their breath and waited for Yang Hui's second order. Although they had already guessed the content, they still wanted to hear Yang Hui give it to them. Go back alive with honor. Understood. And everyone's eyes were filled with red, the color of blood. Their sharp eyes were as frightening as wolves, with ferocious smiles on their mouths, and their sharp claws exuded cold light. Cassilia Zabi, who was at the non-protocol command center, looked at the battle report sent by her subordinates, glanced at it lightly and threw it aside. As she expected, a naval division and an air mixed division were completely destroyed, and the Federation completed the arrangement of the minefield. These two divisions were originally given by Cassilia Zabi to the Federation, or rather, to the 12th Independent Technical Force. Only in this way could they be found first, rather than waiting for them to reappear in the heart of Zeon without anyone noticing and then stab her in the heart. Therefore, If the 12th Independent Technical Force did not completely wipe out the bait she threw out, she would be distressed. But the MIS equipment specially used in the air and in the water has brought me another surprise, Yang Hui, but this is not enough to let you escape from the script I wrote for you. Lady Cassilia, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Marine Divisions encountered the Federation MIS force. Great. Cassilia Zabi's face was once again filled with a hideous smile that everything was under control, as if the prey she had targeted had fallen into the net. Order the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Marine Divisions to delay them and not engage in a fight with the purpose of annihilating the enemy. The 4th, 5th, and 6th Marine Divisions will be dispatched immediately, bypassing the Xisha Islands and advancing towards Guanggai, launching an attack from the rear of the enemy. At the same time, the 1st and 2nd Air MIS Corps will support the combat troops. Understood. This is Cassilia Zabi's script. The troops attacking head-on are just bait, or even abandoned pawns, so as to make the Federation in cover think that they will land from the direction of Jiazi. It is absolutely impossible for the Federation to establish an effective line of defense in Jiazi in a short period of time. Whether it is to delay time or fight head-on, the 12th Independent Technical Force is the only force that can get to Jiazi in time. As long as they are let over, Cassilia Zabi's plan will be half successful, and then Cassilia Zabi's goal was not the Federation's defense line or the East Asian theater from the beginning. Her goal has always been the 12th Independent Technical Force. As long as this threatening force is eliminated, the Federation's defense line in the East Asian theater is not a concern and can be broken at any time. As for whether Yang Hui saw through it or not, it is not up to him. If the 12th Independent Technical Force does not go to Jiazi, then Xi'an can land and attack the East Asian region from the front and back. So this is Cassilia Zabi's conspiracy prepared for Yang Hui. Even if you guess that this is a trap, you must get into it, otherwise all the Federation's arrangements in the East Asian theater will be destroyed. Major, something is wrong. Xi'an's actions have changed. After White Shark 2 destroyed a turtle tyrant with a small sonic cannon, South Banninger said to Yang Hui, the other side is not in a hurry to break through our blockade. They are stalling for time. Well, I see. I didn't expect the situation to develop in the worst direction. Yang Hui's face was also deep at this time. He felt that this was probably a trap at the beginning, but at the same time he also saw that this was an open conspiracy. Even if Ethan Leia immediately arranged the defense along the Jiazi line after receiving the report from the Navy commander, he couldn't even transfer troops there in 2 or 3 hours. If he didn't bring people to the Jiazi line to buy time for the Federation Army, according to the distance and speed of the Xi'an Army at this time, it would be able to land in Guanggai in less than half an hour, and then either Jiazi would be reduced to a sea of fire, or the Federation's reinforcements would be completely destroyed before they landed. So Yang Hui had to come. Although he would not devote himself to the Federation, once the East Asian theater fell, the little advantage that the Federation had finally gained would be completely dissipated, and Yang Hui's efforts would be in vain. Major, break out. Xi'an is targeting us. South Banninger requested. Well, all machines move to the center, we break out, the direction. Non-protocol. Understood. XN. Although everyone was puzzled that the direction of Yang Hui's order to break out was not Jiazi in the rear, but the enemy's base camp. After all, if they didn't stop Xi'an, wouldn't the East Asian theater be doomed? Cassilia Zabi can't be commanding in Australia, she must be in non-protocol. Combining a series of factors such as the speed of frontline troops changing operations, communication obstacles in the Minovsky particle environment, and the speed of telegram transmission, Yang Hui judged that Cassilia Zabi's headquarters was in non-protocol instead of Australia. Here comes the straight ball, Cassilia Zabi, take it from me. Dozens of Astray Gundams found their positions, formed a cone formation, and used Yang Hui as a sword to pierce the obstacles formed by Turtle Tyrant and War Crab, and moved straight in the direction of non-protocol. Stop them. No. We can't catch up. Damn it, how come the Federation's underwater MIS are so fast? Chase them even if we can't catch up. Notify Lady Cassilia immediately, the enemy is heading towards the non-protocol guests. Seeing that the cones formed by the Astray Gundam were getting farther and farther away from them, they finally watched them turn into small black dots and disappear from their sight. Lord Cassilia, urgent report from the front, the Federation MIS troops have broken through. Oh, did you see that? The direction of the breakout. Non-protocol. What? Cecilia's Abby stood up in shock. She was indeed frightened by Yang Hui's courage, but soon she laughed in relief. Ha ha ha, awesome, you guess I was here so quickly? You're quite brave, but don't underestimate me. Order all troops not to return to defend, but to advance towards the Jiazi defense line. After arriving, land directly, occupy Jiazi, and establish a front-line command post. Understood. Everyone, prepare to evacuate. Abandon this base. Lord Cecilia. If you don't evacuate, are you waiting to be captured? Dare not. Cecilia's Abby's adjutant was also sweating profusely. She and Cecilia's Abby had seen the horror of this unit in the North Mi war zone. At that time, there were only 9 units, and now there are dozens of them, which will only be more terrifying. Let's go. Last time they were ghosts and we were ghost catchers. This time, let's switch identities. At the same time, Ethan Leia looked at the battle map with a gloomy face. He had also received the report from the Commander-in-Chief of the Naval Fleet. He sent the idle troops to Jiazi as soon as possible, but he was not sure whether the 12th Independent Technical Unit could hold out until the arrival of the support troops. Any news from the 12th Independent Technical Unit? The Luna has arrived in Wrong City. Captain Bujalulu reports that Major Yang Hui is leading a Mecha unit equipped with special underwater backpacks to block the Xian army in the sea to delay time for our unit. Well, order the support unit to speed up. The sooner they can reach Jiazi, the sooner Yang Hui and his men will be safe. Colonel, with all due respect, we can. Shut up. Ethan Leia shouted, interrupting his subordinates. Friendly troops are fighting in the front, using their lives to buy time for us, but you are thinking about how to betray them. Colonel. Ethan Leia's confidants were all very surprised. In their hearts, Ethan Leia was a man who would do anything to win. How could he care about the life and death of a unit? And this unit was the opponent's subordinates. Without them, do you think we can stop Xian's attack? This. Short-sighted. Ethan Leia's reason was only one side. On the other hand, he also valued the 12th Independent Technical Force. It had nothing to do with the position. He had a feeling that this force was the future of the Federation and the future of this war. Haha, rebel, I didn't expect that I had the same idea as you. Ethan Leia thought to himself and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Colonel. Urgent encrypted message. Urgent encrypted message? Who sent it? There is no note on the sender, but it uses the highest level of encryption of our army. Decipher it immediately. Yes. Cecilia's Abby's target is us. Delaying time has failed. It is recommended that Colonel Leia abandon the south of the Indochina Peninsula and establish a defense line along Hanoi, Bokeo, and Naypyidaw. Our troops have broken through. The target is not the protocol. We will carry out a decapitation operation. What? In the deep sea on the other side, the 12th Independent Technical Force, which was advancing at full speed, suddenly stopped. No, Cecilia's Abby will not make the same mistake. She must have left the non-protocol. Major, what should we do now? Young asked. Teams 2 and 3 continue to move forward and take down the non-protocol. Teams 4, 6, and 7 will start guerrilla warfare with Xian in the Xisha and Songsha areas. Teams 8 and 9 will follow me back and land at Qiujiang. Understood. Haha, are you going to be a ghost this time? Then you have to hide well. I have never lost a game of hide and seek. Cecilia's Abby. Chapter 563, Real and False. The silent sea surface became deeper and more mysterious because of the night. The waves washed the boulders on the coast, and the rough surface became smooth. Suddenly, an antenna stretched out from the sea, and the small metal piece on the top turned a circle, and the antenna returned to the sea. The next second, the huge body broke through the shackles of the sea and stepped onto the land. Safe. Then, one by one, the Gundam Astray walked onto the land from the sea, circling around and alerting the surroundings. Blog, Fred, you lead the team to move forward to the northwest and southwest, and try to avoid Xian's side on the way. As long as the goal is to find Xian's frontline command post, don't alert the enemy. Major, we are now using a special backpack for water. It is almost impossible to avoid Xian's sight. The special backpack for water can be several blocks away from Xian's, Turtle King, and War Crab, in terms of mobility in water, and the sonar detection system is also the most advanced. But on land, the combat effectiveness can be guaranteed, but the mobility and ground detection capabilities are not enough to support their covert operations. I will lead the first squad to advance from the west, Kill the enemy as soon as we see them, and expose our tracks throughout the process to attract the enemy's attention for you. Understood. X2 Remember, Kycilia Zabi will definitely be able to predict that we are coming back. Don't be confused. You must determine Kycilia Zabi's location. Don't act rashly after you find her. Wait for everyone to gather. Blog. Fred, the victory or defeat of this battle depends on you. Yang Hui solemnly explained. If the Astray Gundam is equipped with land equipment, he can give the task of luring the enemy to Blog and Fred. With the mobility of land equipment, they can escape even if they can't win. Yang Hui is assured of their safety, but Yang Hui is abandoning them by letting them lure the enemy with a special backpack for water. As for Kycilia Zabi's location, after knowing that Yang Hui and others have come back, Kycilia Zabi will definitely not easily expose her location and let Yang Hui behead her. She will definitely set up a fake frontline command post as bait, on the one hand to ensure her own safety, on the other hand as a bait to lure Yang Hui and others. Lady Kycilia, the Federation's MIS troops have split up. Split up again. Kycilia Zabi was stunned for a moment, then sneered, haha, you are so confident in yourself, where are they? Yes, one team went straight to Fisabin, and the remaining troops can no longer hold on. The other team launched guerrilla warfare in the Zisha and Songsha areas, and the Navy Division suffered heavy losses. Are there only these two teams? Yes, only these two teams have been found so far. What about the number? 2 battalions are heading to Fisabin, and 3 battalions are conducting guerrilla warfare in the Zisha and Songsha areas. The number is wrong. Kycilia Zabi compared the number in the report in her mind. The enemy has dispatched a total of 8 battalions this time, and now only 5 battalions have been found. Where are the other 3 battalions? This. Lady Kycilia, it's the Federation's MIS troops. They landed on the coast and headed due west, destroying our 3 patrols and 2 observation posts. What about the number? Asked Kycilia Zabi. What she was most concerned about now was the number of troops that appeared. She would only feel relieved when all the enemies were found. According to the last report from observation post number 4, there should be 1 battalion, and the number is not complete. Well, there are 2 more battalions. Have their positions been found? No. Go find them. We must find them. But, the battalion that appeared did not hide itself at all. It destroyed our troops along the way and was hard to resist. That's the bait. Kycilia Zabi judged, this is a game of hide and seek, but Yang Hui and I are both ghosts and ghost hunters. Whoever finds the other first will win. Withdraw all patrols on the enemy's route and remove all observation posts far away from the base. Since the other party has never thought about hiding, there is no need to pay special attention to their whereabouts. Understood. But Lady Kycilia, what if the other party discovers our intentions and goes from light to dark? After being reminded by the adjutant, Kycilia Zabi also discovered this and realized that he was in a passive position again. Real and fake, Yang Hui's trick is really powerful, but, don't think I don't have any preparation. Is the new high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft sent by Xionic available? Are you talking about a new type of Legion? The final debugging has been completed, but it has not been actually used yet, so. Then let them go to the battlefield to test it. This is the difference between Kycilia Zabi and Yang Hui. They both tested the performance of new weapons in actual combat, but Yang Hui had absolute confidence, while Kycilia Zabi simply didn't care whether anyone would die. She only cared about the result she wanted. Got it. Got it. As they moved forward, Yang Hui and others didn't know how many Xion troops they had destroyed, but suddenly found that they didn't encounter any patrols or observation posts on the way forward. Kycilia Zabi's reaction was very fast. Major, something is wrong. Isn't she afraid that we will disappear too? Asked South Banninger. Amuro, what do you think? There should be other means of reconnaissance, right? Amuro replied. Well, hide on the spot and keep quiet. The entire first team stopped and kept quiet. At this time, everyone heard a slight buzzing sound. In the sky. Aerial reconnaissance plane. Looking up, there was only the deep night sky, but the flashing signal lights could be vaguely seen. This was only at night, and it was not clear at all during the day. This distance, visually estimated to be about 10,000 meters. Christina Mackenzie said. She was the fire support in the team and was very confident in visual estimation. High-altitude reconnaissance plane? Xion's new weapon. Everyone was shocked. Major, Our weapons can't hit such a high position, and we can't remove their eyes. In this way, we can't attract the enemy's attention for others. So, dare to break into the Zeon base with me. Huh? The patrol team and the observation post can't hurt Caecilia's Abby, so let's take down a few bases and see if she can still leave us alone. Understood. Except for Forte Romfillo, the members of XN Team 1 had already experienced it, and the faces of the others were excited and ferocious. They had wanted to try it for a long time. A few misses conquering a base is not only a huge achievement, but also the honor of the ace. Now the definition of an ace in the Federation has changed because of Yang Hui and his men. It no longer depends on how many enemy planes you have shot down, but on whether you have the ability to capture the enemy base under an absolute disadvantage in terms of manpower. 10 minutes later, Caecilia's Abby's adjutant hurriedly ran to her to report. Lord Caecilia, the stunting base has been captured. What? Caecilia's Abby frowned slightly. Was it done by the 2 battalions that we haven't found yet? No, it was done by the battalion we have been monitoring. There were a total of 8 misses, and they captured the stunting base with great ease. 8? Is there any video footage? Here. Caecilia's Abby took the pad and watched it carefully. It's him. Lord Caecilia, who are you talking about? This Ms. Caecilia paused the video playback, pointing at the Gundam astray that was sweeping across 2 Zakuai eyes with its trident. Yang Hui, it must be him. It's him. Yes, look carefully at its movements. Caecilia's Abby replayed the video recording, focusing on Yang Hui's Unit 1. It's definitely him. The adjutant also confirmed that this Gundam astray was Yang Hui's machine. He took the lead, swept across the battlefield, and his movements were smooth and perfect like art. His elegant waltz steps could crush the enemy's heart with every step, just like that night in the North American war zone. Too good of him to act as bait. The other 2 battalions must be looking for my location. We must find them. But Lady Caecilia, Lujan's search range has been expanded to 500 kilometers, but they still haven't been found. Then continue to expand the range. Understood. Also, from now on, the 3 camouflage command posts will remove their camouflage, and everyone will follow me, changing positions every 2 days. Real or fake? I see, Lady Caecilia. Well, go and arrange it. Yes. At the Federation Middle East Theater Command, Ethan Leia asked sick, how is the arrangement of the Western Defense Line going? 78% has been completed. Too slow, let them complete it all before dawn. Yes. The situation of the 12th Independent Technical Force. 2 teams of the 12th Independent Technical Force have broken through the frontline positions of the non-protocols and are launching a strong attack on the headquarters. 3 teams are conducting guerrilla warfare in the Zisha and Songsha areas, severely damaging the Zeon underwater MIS forces, and are still expanding their results. The Luna is still on standby in Hanoi. Where are the other 3 teams? I don't know, but the frontline observation post has sent news that the large forces assembled in Wonrong and Paban have not launched an attack, and there has been some turmoil inside. Turbulence. Yes. Well. I see. Order the frontline observation post to closely observe the movements of the Zeon army, and then call Captain Bakalulu to see if support and supplies are needed. Ethan Leia considered that the MIS of the 12th Independent Technical Force were all equipped with special underwater equipment at this time, and the 3 teams had been fighting in the sea. If the Luna was dispatched, it would definitely attract Zeon's attention. It was just temporary accommodation and material supply, and to provide a temporary resting place for the pilots. The modified, Himalayan-class aircraft carrier could complete this task. Yes. After issuing the order, Ethan Leia continued to look at the battle map, guessing Yang Hui's intentions and position, but he was disappointed to find that the current game was between Yang Hui and Caecilia's Abby, and he, the commander-in-chief of the East Asian Theater, could not get involved. Haha, it's really frustrating to fight like this for the first time. Chapter 564. God is shaken. Even though he felt aggrieved, Ethan Leia was not a man who would admit defeat. Since Yang Hui and Caecilia's Abby prevented him from intervening, he had to intervene. Order, advance this line of defense, fully occupy non-protocol areas, and take over the defense zone of the 12th Independent Technical Unit. Understood. At the same time, order the 45th, 46th, and 47th airstrike groups to depart from the island base and make a few rounds in Indochina. Put pressure on Zeon while it is still unstable. Understood. Has Captain Bujalulu replied. Yes, Captain Bujalulu thanks us for our support and agrees with our suggestion. She will order the 4th, 6th, and 7th squads to wait for our support at coordinate Y29. The 1st Naval Fleet will set off immediately and take supplies to the designated coordinates to support the 12th Independent Technical Unit. Understood. Huh, Kasilia Zabi. The Federation has more than just Rebel and Yang Hui. Ethan Leia, will come to meet you too. Ethan Leia had a confident smile on his face. He was proud that he was not inferior to others all his life. He was the commander-in-chief of the Federation Army in the East Asian theater. How could he let others be the protagonist and himself become a supporting role or a spectator? After destroying the Stungtreng base, Yang Hui led the first team to attack the Pax base in the north again. This base was still under construction, so it didn't take much time to break it, but... Major, we don't have enough ammunition. FT. Romfilo reported. Because they were equipped with special equipment for water, the main weapons were the physical trident, sonic cannon, torpedo launcher and beam rifle folded in the arc shield. The torpedo launcher must not be used. Because the sonic cannon was on land, its power was reduced, its range was shortened, and its penetration was weakened, so it could not be used as the main weapon. The only ones left were the physical trident and the beam rifle. The beam rifle used energy magazines instead of the body's own energy, and now, the energy magazines were running out. Yang Hui also fell into thinking. He had killed all the way here, but he did not achieve the expected goal. Although there was no battle in the direction of the 8th and 9th teams, they were also in danger. Yang Hui was thinking about changing strategies. Amuro, tell Natal that after the 2nd and 3rd teams are replaced, let Colonel Leia send a transport plane to the location of the Luna, change the air backpacks and slowly advance with the Luna to meet us. Understood. Do we need to contact Bach and Fred? Amuro asked. We can't contact them, as this will expose their position. Once Kasilia Zabi finds the location of all of us, we will lose. Understood. Let's go. Yang Hui looked up at the sky and continued to move forward with his team members on the desolate land full of malice, looking for the next prey. In the non-protocol area, the 2nd and 3rd teams that broke through the headquarters were waiting for the arrival of friendly forces. Exhausted, they rested in the dilapidated base. Danger? There was no danger anymore. Because they were few in number, they did not take any prisoners. They killed all they could, and let those who could not be killed find transportation to escape from this area. They set up detectors within a 50-kilometer radius of the base. As long as Zeon dared to strike back, they would teach the Zeon army how to behave in the next life. I regret it. Dick Allen leaned against the broken wall and sat on the ground complaining carelessly. What do you regret? Asked Lead Wolf, who was also in the 2nd team. I regret joining this unit. Dick Allen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Huh? Lead Wolf looked at Dick Allen as if he was a fool. Are you an idiot? I guess so, but it's really too tiring, my body can't stand it. The performance of the 12th Independent Technical Unit is indeed amazing. This time everyone has achieved results that are enough to become a hero of the Federation, but the great credit is also accompanied by great pressure, not only mental pressure, but also physical pressure. How many people can persist in long-term high-intensity combat? The kind of environment where you are either destroying the enemy or on the way to destroy the enemy, and there is an oppressive feeling of death in all directions. How strong a will is needed to endure it? Don't let a major hear this. Galong and Chap Ed from the 3rd squad came over to remind Dick Allen, if you can't bear it, it means you haven't trained enough. I'm different from you. Dick Allen said self-deprecatingly, most of you were ace pilots of the Federation before, and you have participated in many battles. What about me? I was still a recruit before the recruitment. Due to time constraints, some of the people recruited by Yang Hui had just joined the Federation Army in the future. There were recruits like Dick Allen, and there were also para officers like Brad who had just graduated from the Federal Central Military Academy. They were different from veterans, and they were inferior in both physical fitness and mental endurance. Then hurry up and catch up with us. Chaped patted Dick Allen on the shoulder and comforted him. That's right, if you want to transfer now, even if the major agrees, others will not agree. Galong was more severe. Every pilot of the 12th Independent Technical Force is a talent that is fought over by all parties, but there are only a few places where they can go. First, due to the highly confidential nature of the 12th Independent Technical Force, it is impossible for those who are transferred to choose a unit at will. Even if they are transferred, corresponding supervision measures will be arranged to prevent leaks. Second, after making enough contributions in the 12th Independent Technical Force, do you want to change to a lighter position to enjoy the contributions you have made? How can it be so cheap? If someone proposes the idea of transfer, Yang Hui may agree, but other people in the 12th Independent Technical Force will definitely not accept it. Compared with those who leave, those who stay will have more and more contributions, and the speed of climbing up will also be faster and faster. When you are still enjoying it, your former teammates will be your immediate superiors. As a traitor, do you still have a way out? Third, now that the military commission is gone, Rebel is in power, and the reformists occupy 80% of the Federation Army. Yang Hui is a collaborator of Rebel and Jipu. Will Rebel use you if you are a deserter from him? That's right. No one wants to be a deserter. Being a new soldier is not an excuse. For example, Amuro is younger than all of them. When he first entered the 12th Independent Technical Unit, he had the worst foundation among all of them. But he did not cut corners in all the training. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Moreover, he grew very fast and surpassed many people to become the first echelon of the 12th Independent Technical Unit. And now, he is still following Yang Hui to carry out the most dangerous missions without any complaints, and others are not qualified to complain. Assemble. It seems there is another mission. Let's go. Young's call made the resting team members prop up their weak bodies and line up. We just received an order from Captain Bujalulu. Since the Xian Army has dispatched a new type of high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, the 1st, 8th and 9th squads led by the Major have encountered huge obstacles. After the reinforcements arrive, we will go to the island to join the Luna, and then enter Jaya-Azi to support the 1st, 8th and 9th squads. Support Squad 1. Everyone was shocked. In their hearts, Yang Hui was the invincible god of war. There was no enemy he could not defeat, no front he could not break through, and no base or fortress he could not break. Everyone was moving forward with Yang Hui as their goal. Even though his back was so far away, they did not stop. And now, the god on their hearts has wavered. I know what you are thinking. To be honest, I am the same. Young spoke, and everyone's discussion stopped abruptly. But no matter how powerful the Major is, he is still a human being. Otherwise, what is the meaning of our existence? Everyone was stunned. Yes, if Yang Hui was really a god, then what did they need to do? Why did they form the 12th Independent Technical Unit? Just one person can sweep Xian. Without the Major, we wouldn't be here today. It was the Major who led us step by step to where we are now, made us heroes of the Federation, and led us to establish unparalleled meritorious service. Now, the Major needs our help. What do you think we should do? Support. XN very good. Disband and have a good rest. The moment the support troops arrive, it's time for us to set off. Understood. The assembled people dispersed again. Unlike the dead air just now, they could vaguely see flames burning on their bodies. It was a kind of fighting spirit, a kind of excitement, and a kind of courage to move forward. To be honest, I can't give a speech. Young shook his head and smiled bitterly as he looked at the important person who turned and left. But the effect is very good, isn't it? Kashima Young patted Young on the shoulder and said, look at their eyes. Yes. Young sighed. Seeing them, he also saw his former self. Wasn't he the same back then? Tired, heavy, and collapsed, but under the leadership of Yang Hui, they came through step by step. Now, they are the team leaders, and the people under them also need their leadership to cross these mountains step by step and become a qualified soldier. You said. At this time, Kashima Isama suddenly fell silent, lowered his head and thought, Could it be that the Major had anticipated this situation and deliberately gave us a chance? This. Young raised his eyebrows, feeling. This is indeed something Yang Hui can do, but still raised an objection. It shouldn't be. The opponent this time is Caecilia's Abbey. The Major won't be so reckless, right? Well, it's hard to say. Well, it's really hard to say. Young and Kashima Isama maintained the same posture, the same expression, standing there thinking about the same problem. Chapter 565, Caecilia's Abbey's Substitution. In the Jaya-Azi area, the 8th squad led by Bach and the 9th squad led by Fred were still searching for the headquarters where Caecilia's Abbey was. After going around in circles, they met up with each other. How is the situation on your side? Fred asked Bach. It's hard to tell. Including the latest one, We found 3 bases. They are all very similar, but not the same. Huh? You too. You too. Yes, we observed a total of 6 Xeon bases. In addition to the latest one, there is another one that is the same as what you said. Based on the marching routes of the 2 teams, there is no overlap in the detection areas, which means there are 4 suspicious targets now. Yes. It's difficult. Fred said with a headache. The first squad has been exposing itself to the enemy's realization, just to attract the enemy's attention for their safety, but they have not made any substantial gains. The longer they delay, the more danger the first squad will be in. How about, we pick one and try it? Bach suggested. Didn't the major say that? Make a show of force. Idiot, we're just alerting the enemy. Fred cursed angrily. Once we choose the wrong target, the major's plan and efforts will all go down the drain. With their current weapons and equipment, it would be no problem to capture a fortress, but what about after that? They who have been hiding in the dark will also be exposed. But, we can't just keep wasting time like this. Let's observe for a while, maybe we can see something. The major taught us that a good hunter must have plenty of patience. Alice, we can only wait. Look. At this moment, Bach suddenly discovered a situation and asked Fred to pick up the telescope and look over. It was discovered that the nearest base suddenly welcomed a team of Zakuai's, and there were also many Magella tanks and DOP fighters around. If it was an ordinary troop mobilization, it would be normal, but the only abnormal thing was that the Xeon Army's line was a guard formation, not an ordinary marching formation, and in the center of the Zakuai, there were several military jeeps. Guard formation. Are the senior officers inspecting? These Zakuai's are not ordinary Zakus. Look at the position of their shoulders. That logo. Magasia, Squadron. It's Cassilia Zabi's elite troops. Haha, I figured it out. It turns out that all the suspected targets we found were correct. Bach smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was still depressed before, but he was fooled by Cassilia Zabi. As expected of the tough opponent mentioned by the major, he is really cunning. Fred Reber also understood what was going on. The 4 suspected targets he and Bach found were all real, but also fake. Whether they were real or fake depended on which base Cassilia Zabi was in. Which base was the frontline command center, which was Cassilia Zabi's base camp. Are you going up? Fred asked Bach. Bach was also very entangled, but finally decided to give up this opportunity, contact the major on the way to the number 3 suspect target. We are not completely sure. If it was land equipment, they would not hesitate and rushed up as soon as they found the Magasia Squadron, but they were now using a backpack dedicated to water, which was not mobile enough on land. This was a fatal blow to Bach and Fred, who were good at close combat assault. Okay. Fred also felt it was a pity, but in the face of huge temptation, Yang Hui's order was more important. And after calming down, Bach and Fred thought of a very important question, that is, would Cassilia Zabi be so conspicuous? Cassilia Zabi was Yang Hui's recognized opponent and the leading tactical master of Xeon, recognized by Yang Hui. She started to play hide-and-seek with Yang Hui and spent so much energy to prepare for headquarters for transfer back and forth. Would she let the Magasia Squadron transfer as a guard so conspicuously? That's fake. After receiving the news from Bach and Fred, Yang Hui immediately judged that the person sitting in the jeep protected by the Magasia Squadron was definitely not Cassilia Zabi. However, Bach and Fred's judgment was correct. Cassilia Zabi did prepare for headquarters for transfer, so that the 12th Independent Technical Squadron could not determine her location. Major, should we rush over to join now? Amuro asked. Yang Hui looked at the time, then looked up at the sky, and the corners of his mouth curled up, because there was a sudden explosion of fireworks in the sky, and Yang Hui knew that their reinforcements had arrived. However, after the reinforcements in the air lowered their altitude, he was still surprised, because he only asked the 2nd and 3rd squads to support, but he didn't expect that the 4th, 6th and 7th squads that were conducting guerrilla warfare would also come. Major, you won't blame us for disobeying orders, right? Travis Caculin smiled. Of course not. Yang Hui also smiled. Now it is still impossible to determine the location of Cassilia Zabi. If it continues to drag on, there will not be much change in the East Asian theater, but it is hard to say for other theaters. In order to expand the results of the war, Xeon's offensive will only become more and more fierce. They can't be dragged here all the time. Therefore, The people of the 12th Independent Technical Unit have arrived, so Yang Hui has no intention of playing hide-and-seek with Caecilia's Abbey. The current manpower is enough for them to attack 4 suspected targets at the same time. The location of the Luna? Yang Hui asked. Yang did not answer, but pointed to the sky. Well, the air combat backpacks of the 1st Squad and the ground-specific equipment of the 8th and 9th Squads were airdropped, and Travis and Yang escorted them to the hands of the 8th and 9th Squads. Understood. Haha, General Jipu is going to nag again. Everyone understood what Yang Hui meant. Now in the enemy-occupied area, the 1st, 8th and 9th Squads replaced their equipment on the spot. The replaced water-specific backpacks could not be recycled and could only be destroyed. After being destroyed, they would definitely need to be replaced. However, the price of the water-specific backpacks was not low, and Jipu, who was in charge of logistics, would have a headache for this expense again. It's none of our business. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed happily, because this sentence was not said by Yang Hui, but by George Miguel. Okay, Russ, take your team and wait near suspect number 1, George. Target number 2 is yours. Travis and Bach are in a team, responsible for target number 3. Yang and Fred are in a team, responsible for target number 4. Although Rusk Cell's number 4 machine is equipped with an air combat backpack, it holds a super mega cannon in its hand. George Miguel's number 6 machine is also equipped with a 230mm cannon, with powerful firepower. Leading a team is enough to break through a fortress. Major, what about us? Amuro asked excitedly until the final battle. Bach and Fred are right, but the opponent is Caecilia's Abbey. We have to keep a backhand. Yang Hui tapped the corner of his mouth. His expression was very sinister and confident. In a base of Xeon, Caecilia's Abbey sat leisurely in the command center, watching the situation on the big screen while elegantly enjoying afternoon tea. At the beginning, Caecilia's Abbey did not carry out the plan of rotating the 4 headquarters. Instead, she let her stand lead the 3 squads of the Magasia Squadron to move back and forth between the 4 headquarters, while she quietly found a less conspicuous base as her headquarters. Lord Caecilia, the Federation's MIS troops have disappeared. At this time, Caecilia's Abbey's adjutant had been replaced by someone else. The previous adjutant followed a stand to act as bait. What do you mean? What do you mean by disappeared? Caecilia's Abbey asked with a frown. The Lujan reconnaissance plane that was monitoring them was shot down, and the underwater MIS forces in Xisha and Zhongsha did not encounter the MIS forces of the Federation again. Shot down? At that altitude? They're all here. Caecilia's Abbey thought for a moment and realized that the missing troops should all have come to Jaiazi. With such a force, order the 4 headquarters and the deployed secret forces. The decisive battle is coming. After the enemy takes action, keep your troops in place and wait until the enemy eats the bait before destroying them. Got it. Got it. The newly appointed adjutant was sweating profusely. She was frightened by Caecilia's Abbey's ruthlessness. The 4 bases and the defenders gave up without regard for their lives. But the order that should be conveyed still had to be conveyed, otherwise she might follow the old path of her predecessor and be abandoned by Caecilia's Abbey. After changing clothes, the 1st and 2nd teams did not rush to take off, but waited patiently for the opportunity to come under the dark night and in the hidden woods. Major, it's time. Fort Rumfillo reminded. Yes, let's start. As soon as the words fell, the brightly lit Xeon base in the distance exploded with flames. When the sky was dawning, it was as if countless suns appeared on the ground. The thick beam of the super mega cannon plowed the ground, leaving a deep gully. The 230mm cannon shells fell like raindrops, and the swoosh sound formed a line. Countless gorgeous fireworks bloomed in the fortress. 2 other fortresses also broke out with flames, extending from the outer perimeter of the fortress to the inside. All aircraft set off, high-altitude surveillance. Understood. The engines of the 1st and 2nd teams ignited. Under the effect of the I-field generator, the feet of the Astray Gundam slowly left the ground, and the speed became faster and faster. It flew into the sky and overlooked the awakening of the Earth and the fierce battle from the sky. That's it. Looking down from the air, he saw that outside the 4 bases, dense red lights connected into one piece, and moved towards the 4 headquarters that were attacked. As expected of Caecilia's Abbey, this trick of stealing and replacing the pillars is beautiful. So, where are you? Found it. Follow me. To the west of the 4 bases, there is an inconspicuous small supply base, brightly lit, and the garrison force exceeds the needs of a small supply base. At the same time, the 4 major headquarters were attacked, but the garrison troops did not make any moves, which allowed Yang Hui to find the target. Understood. XN. Chapter 566, What's there to be proud of being captured? Caecilia's Abby leisurely sipped her tea. She didn't care about the battles in the 4 disguised headquarters. Even if the base was completely destroyed, it wouldn't be a pity. What's the situation? The 4 disguised headquarters were attacked at the same time, and the troops outside have begun to encircle them. Very good, let the encirclement troops attack directly and catch them off guard while they are still unstable. Understood. By the way, when the adjutant turned to leave, Caecilia's Abby called her again. Have you found all the enemies? There are a total of 7 battalions. 7 battalions. Caecilia froze, the teacup stayed at her lips, her eyes widened, and a bad premonition came to her mind. Not good. Quick. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as Caecilia's Abby was about to give the order to move, the base alarm sounded loudly, which sounded so harsh in her ears. I was fooled. Caecilia's Abby punched the command desk. Boom 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 boom. Caecilia's Abby's punch not only resounded through the command room, but also shook the earth. Violent vibrations came from all directions, and the roar of artillery fire and explosions reached his ears. Lord Caecilia, it's the Federation's MIS troops. We've been tricked. Find an evacuation route. Caecilia's Abby immediately ordered. She didn't think the troops outside could stop Yang Hui. What she had to do now was to try every possible way to escape. The base. The base is surrounded. Lord Caecilia, we. Boom. Ah. The roar and explosion seemed to ring in his ears, and the ceiling of the command room was ruthlessly lifted up. Looking up, with a gray sky as the background, flames as the lights, and thick smoke as the embellishment, the square and handsome Gundam Astray's eyes were shining, but now it was extremely ferocious. You lose, Caecilia's Abby. The head of the Gundam Astray moved away, and in return it was the dark muzzle of the gun. Yang Hui. Caecilia's Abby gnashed her teeth. Her pride could not accept this defeat. She had planned and racked her brains to arrange the game, but it was still broken by Yang Hui. She herself was facing 2 results, surrender or death. I will only ask the same question once, surrender or die. Yang Hui. Don't forget that I still have troops. Your subordinates are surrounded by me. If you kill me, they will tear your subordinates into pieces. Really? It seems that you have made your choice. The cold voice was so cold in the ears of the Zeon people. The dark muzzle shone with pink light. Cute? Dazzling? At this time, there was only fatality and despair, just like the hand of the god of death touching their necks. Lord Caecilia. Everyone in the command center looked at Caecilia with pleading, hoping that she would not continue to resist. If she was captured, she might go home alive, but if she died, she would really die. Surrender. Swish, the beam rifle was raised quickly, and the pink beam shot into the sky, ending the passionate run and announcing the victory of this war. Everyone come out and gather outside. Don't do anything. Humph. At this time, even if Caecilia's Abby was unwilling, she could only do what Yang Hui said. She was very confident in her cat and mouse plan, so this headquarters was just a basement renovation of a small supply base. In order to keep it completely secret and prevent Yang Hui from seeing any clues, no one was digging a tunnel, so now they have no chance to escape. Seeing that everyone in the headquarters came out obediently according to the instructions, Yang Hui gestured to Yung and others, then opened the cockpit and met Caecilia's Abby face to face for the first time. I didn't expect that you would fall into my hands one day, the 3rd lady of the Zabi family. I didn't expect that the 3rd young master of the Bist family, who was abandoned in the corner of the world, was a hidden hungry wolf. Caecilia's Abby looked at the young face in front of her and became even more unwilling. Back then, Yang Hui followed the previous head of the Vist family to attend the banquet of the Republic of Zeon. At that time, Caecilia's Abby saw Yang Hui standing alone in the corner, not talking to anyone and no one talking to him. He was like a person abandoned by the world, and she just thought that this child was a waste. But now, the bloody facts told her that she had misjudged him. How did you find me? Caecilia's Abby asked. She was puzzled and thought that her plan was perfect. Don't you think the defense force of this small base is too much? Yang Hui said jokingly. Just because of this. Just because of this. Caecilia's Abby finally knew where she lost. It's better to say that she lost in her own hands than to say that she lost in Yang Hui's hands. Generally speaking, the problems pointed out by Yang Hui will be noticed, but why did Cecilia Zabi ignore them? Because she is a member of the Zabi family and the commander-in-chief of the Xi'an Army's Earth Attack Force. Even if she is confident in her hidden position, she will subconsciously arrange enough protection forces to follow. This is a subconscious behavior. Haha, Yang Hui, I didn't lose to you. Cecilia Zabi sneered, but could feel a bitterness. If you can't even defeat yourself, how can you defeat the enemy? Don't forget, your people are still in my encirclement. We can make a deal. No need. Catch her. Before Cecilia Zabi finished speaking, the dark muzzle of the gun was against her forehead. Either I kill you now, or you order your people to retreat. You don't dare to kill me, Cecilia Zabi said confidently. Really? Bang! Yang Hui raised his hand and fired a gun. The bullet penetrated the adjutant's forehead, blood and yellow-white liquid splashed, and fell to the ground with an unbelievable look. Haha, I said, you don't dare to kill me. Cecilia Zabi became more confident. Yang Hui's threat was undoubtedly to cover up his guilty conscience, otherwise the bullet would have hit her instead of her adjutant. I'm just demonstrating it to you, but if you don't understand, then experience it yourself. Wait? Frightened by the murderous aura that was draped over her like a real coat, Cecilia Zabi's confidence was shaken again. She was really unsure whether Yang Hui would really kill her. You can't kill me. This was a step back. From dare not to can't, Cecilia Zabi was not so tough anymore. I am a member of the Zabi family and the commander-in-chief of the Earth Attack Army. I am more valuable to the Federation when I am alive. If you kill me, the Federation leaders will not let you go. Do you think I care? You. The last 5 seconds, my patience is limited. 5. You. 3. Wait. 1. Time is up. I'll ask them to retreat immediately. Looking at the bent and forceful fingers, Cecilia Zabi admitted defeat. Her pride and confidence were nothing in Yang Hui's eyes, and all her chips were worthless. She could see that Yang Hui's eyes did not react to the 2 words Federation leaders. He was either disdainful or indifferent to her threats. Yang Hui didn't say anything, and threw a communicator to Cecilia Zabi, asking her to give the order quickly. I'm Cecilia, all troops listen to my order, retreat, give up the encirclement. Don't worry about it, all troops retreat. After hanging up the communication, Cecilia Zabi lost all her strength and fell to the ground like a zombie. No one knew what price she paid for giving this humiliating order just now. Yang Hui, it turns out that you and I are the same person. Cecilia Zabi laughed with lifeless eyes. Don't get me wrong, Cecilia. Looking at the distracted and crazy Cecilia Zabi, Yang Hui's attitude was calm. I will not abandon any of my subordinates. I asked you to give the order because I hope the battle will end soon. I dare to kill you because I have absolute confidence in myself and my subordinates. The little jerk in your hand can't be our opponent. It wasn't before, it's not now, and it won't be in the future. Looking at Yang Hui's back as he left, Cecilia Zabi's eyes regained their spirit. Yang Hui's indifference was the biggest insult to her. That calm look deeply hurt her pride. She bit her lips tightly with her teeth, and didn't care even if she bit the skin. Don't give me a chance, Yang Hui. I will definitely return this humiliation to you 10-fold, 100-fold. Yang Hui didn't know Cecilia Zabi's vicious thoughts, nor was he interested in knowing. He wanted to quickly notify the Lunet to pick them up, and then take Cecilia Zabi and a group of Xi'an officers back to the Federation. In this battle, he had not had a good rest since he covered the naval fleet in setting up the minefield. Fatigue was entangled in his brain, and he needed a good rest. Moreover, after Cecilia Zabi was captured, even if Xi'an still had a large number of troops in Indochina, they were not to be feared. Without Cecilia Zabi's restraint, the 12th Independent Technical Unit was repaired and joined the battlefield again, just like a shark jumping into a fish pond, feasting on it. Tisk. Xi'an has learned his lesson. With such a big battle, Cecilia Zabi will not bring all the troops from Australia, right? Who knows? My fingers are almost numb. Hold on, the Major will not ignore us. What are you waiting for the Major for? Kill all these GRD Xi'an bastards. You go. XN up, I'll go. Xi'an is retreating. Really retreating. This time, Cecilia Zabi transferred a lot of troops from Australia to besiege the 12th Independent Technical Squadron. The iron barrel-like encirclement, dense red one-eyes, endless top fighters and Regella tanks surrounded the teams attacking the 4 camouflage bases in the center, leaving them no chance at all. Originally, they thought that they could not escape this time, and they held their positions and waited for Yang Hui to rescue them. But now, the moment they saw the Xian army retreat, they were glad that they survived, and they were proud and honored for their troops. When the approaching Luna appeared in sight, victory also came. Chapter 567, Unbelievable Ethan Leia. Ethan Leia has had a bad time these days. After Xian occupied the Indochina Peninsula, there was no major action. There was no problem with the defense line of the East Asian theater, but Ethan Leia knew the reason for all this. If it weren't for the 12th Independent Technology Team led by Yang Hui attracting Xian's attention in Xian, and if Caecilius Abbey hadn't set his sights on the 12th Independent Technology Unit, the defense line of the East Asian theater would have retreated many kilometers long ago. And now he and the 12th Independent Technology Unit have completely lost contact, and there is no news even from Xian. This makes Ethan Leia sleepless, and he is really afraid that Xian will suddenly spread the news that the 12th Independent Technology Unit was eliminated by Xian. On the one hand, the 12th Independent Technology Unit is already the morale benchmark of the Federation Army. Once the 12th Independent Technology Unit is eliminated, it will be a devastating blow to the morale of the entire Federation Army. On the other hand, the reason why the defense line of the East Asian theater can be so calm is the credit of the 12th Independent Technology Unit. Before the Miz is delivered to his troops, he does not want this calm to be broken for the time being. There is also a third point. He sincerely hopes that the young people belonging to the 12th Independent Technical Unit are safe and sound. They are the future of the Federation Army. At this time, the adjutant rushed in. "Colonel. What's the matter? You are so flustered. The 12th Independent Technical Unit is back." "What?" Fortunately, he didn't scold him, otherwise he would be slapped in the face. Ethan Leia also stood up excitedly and grabbed the adjutant's arms with both hands. "They are back? How is the situation? How many people were lost?" "Hiss, no. No losses, all members returned safely." Ethan Leia's strength was so great that the adjutant took a deep breath, but facing Ethan Leia's tiger-like eyes, he still reported obediently. However, when he thought of the content that needed to be reported, the adjutant didn't even care about the pain. "Colonel, not only have all of them returned, they also captured a big shot." "Big shot? It doesn't matter, as long as they returned safely. It's Caecilius Abbey." Pa! Another loud slap hit Ethan Leia's face, and his worries were still on the way when he was swept away by the huge shock. "Who are you talking about?" "Caecilius Abbey. Commander-in-Chief of the Earth Attack Force of the Xian Army. Caecilius Abbey of the Zabi family. Get out. I know who Caecilius Abbey is." Ethan Leia pushed the adjutant in front of him away, and ran out in a hurry, just in time to meet Yang Hui and the captains of the 12th Independent Technical Unit who came with Caecilius Abbey and a group of prisoners amid cheers. "Colonel Leia, the 12th Independent Technical Force has returned after completing the mission and is now handing over prisoners to you, including 25 Xian officers, including the Commander-in-Chief of the Xian Earth Attack Force, Caecilius Abbey." Yang Hui's report was finished, but Ethan Leia had not yet reacted. He kept staring at Caecilius Abbey behind Yang Hui, and the handcuffs on her wrists. He really couldn't believe that the 12th Independent Technical Force could actually capture Caecilius Abbey. Is it really Caecilius Abbey?" Ethan Leia asked Yang Hui blankly. "Yes." Yang Hui understood Ethan Leia's state at this time. To be honest, before the end of this battle, Yang Hui himself did not expect that he could actually capture Caecilius Abbey. Puff cough cough, sorry. Yang Hui could hold back, but it didn't mean that others could. Young and others accidentally laughed out loud, and when they realized that they had lost their composure, they quickly apologized. Ahem. Ethan Leia also knew that his condition was not in line with his status, and he coughed twice to ease the embarrassment. "Thank you for your hard work, Major Yang Hui, and thank you, the young people of the 12th Independent Technical Force, for capturing Caecilius Abbey. It is an unprecedented victory for the Federation. I will report to the G Bureau headquarters truthfully and ask for credit for you. It is my duty, for the Federation. For the Federation. For the Federation." And hearing the shouts of all the Federation troops around him, Young and others felt a great honor. However, in Caecilius Abbey's ears, it was extremely humiliating and ironic. Being captured was fine, and losing because of inferior skills was a loss. Just find a chance to win it back, but now she is being watched and looked at like a monkey in a zoo. As the eldest daughter of the Zabi family, When has she ever suffered such humiliation? As for the Xeon officers behind her, they just lowered their heads and cried. There was humiliation, but they were more worried about the uncertain fate. How would they be treated? Anyway, I don't expect the Federation to abide by the humanitarian spirit of prisoners. Come on, take them down and keep them under strict supervision. Yes. X and Ethan Leia's guard squad left with a group of prisoners. Yang Hui and others also had to return to the base of the 12th Independent Technical Force. They didn't need cheers or awards now. What they needed most was rest. Colonel Leia, the prisoners have been handed over, and we are also returning to the base. Well, no problem. Ethan Leia also saw the fatigue in the eyes of Yang Hui and others, so he didn't keep them, but he thought of something and said to Yang Hui with a smile, "Please have a good rest tonight. There will be a surprise waiting for you tomorrow. Be sure to come before noon." Understood. Yang Hui didn't care what the surprise was. As long as he knew that Ethan Leighton couldn't hurt him, he agreed. After all, he was too tired now and just wanted to go back to the base early to have a good rest. After returning to the base, Yang Hui went directly back to his room, hugged Baki Lulu and fell asleep. Before falling asleep, he vaguely seemed to hear the voice of Memphis. Side quest completed. Yang Hui woke up from his sleep when the sun was high in the sky. After stretching comfortably, he looked around. The place where Bakalulu should be was empty. Awake. At this moment, Bakalulu walked into the room with a dinner plate in her hand. Because Yang Hui was too tired last night and did not do any exercise, Bakalulu was able to get up earlier than Yang Hui. "What time is it?" Yang Hui asked while getting dressed. 10:15. "Yes, still in time." After Yang Hui got dressed, he took the dinner plate and wanted to have breakfast. "I just don't know what the surprise Ethan Leia said is. You will definitely like it." Bakalulu smiled and said nothing. Yang Hui still had food in his mouth and looked up at Bakalulu blankly. "Eat quickly, don't keep her waiting." "She? It's Leica's." Yang Hui remembered that before arriving at the East Asia Theater, he had heard from Bakalulu that Leica's would come to the East Asia Theater to hold the concert. He had forgotten about it before because of the combat mission, but now he remembered it. "Well, she has arrived at the headquarters of the East Asia Theater and just asked us when we will go there." "Then let's go." Yang Hui ate all the food in a hurry, put on his military uniform and walked out. As soon as he opened the door, "What are you doing?" Yang Hui stared at Yung and others who were crowded in front of the door with dead fish eyes. The entire 12th Independent Technical Force, except for the R&D team still in Luna 2, all looked at Yang Hui with expectation and desire, which made Yang Hui so disgusted that he had goosebumps all over his body. "Major, are you awake?" Fort Rumfillo stepped forward and asked with a flattering face. "Get lost." Yang Hui kicked Fort Rumfit away mercilessly. "Talk nicely. I can help you cure your brain problems." "Ahem, Major, you're up. Should we set off?" Young asked, stepping over Fort Rumfit on the ground. "Set off? Where to?" "The headquarters." Yang Hui narrowed his eyes slightly, and his cold expression scared everyone to take a step back. "Major. Want to see the stars?" "Yes. And well, assemble in line." No matter what they are looking forward to, whether in wartime or rest, people trained by Yang Hui will immediately execute his orders without thinking. Looking at the strict queue in front of him, Yang Hui nodded with satisfaction and walked to Ft. Rumfitlo in the first row and the first column. "Very good, now start with you. Count to 60 seconds. After counting, it's Banninger's turn. No one is allowed to be missed. After counting, you can set off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Without waiting for Yang Hui to finish giving the order, Ft. Rumfit started directly. The sudden volume of his voice scared Yang Hui. Then, in the corner of everyone's eyes, Yang Hui took Baki Lu in a cool manner and got on the military jeep and left the base. As for the direction, damn it. The major ran away. "Brothers, let's go." "What about the major's order?" "Fuck the order. The major's bad taste is broken. Go, go, go. Otherwise you will miss it. Doesn't the concert start in the afternoon? Idiot. Go early to get an autograph. I'm a loyal fan of Miss Klein. The night is swaying in the water, and I am still in sorrow." "Shut up, bastard. Don't insult Miss Klein's song with your tone-deaf voice." Although Yang Hui went ahead, a long line of jeeps, troop transport trucks, and armored vehicles soon followed behind. except for the Marines on duty and security who waved goodbye with tears in their eyes and asked others to get an autograph for them. The 12th Independent Technical Unit was almost empty. These stinky boys. Yang Hui raised his lips, enjoying the joy of the success of his bad taste. You. Seeing this scene, Baki Lulu shook her head helplessly and smiled bitterly. Life always needs a little happiness. Your happiness is bad taste. No, and with you, hiss. Oops. I was wrong. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 568, the first side mission, completed. Arriving at the headquarters of the East Asian Theater, Yang Hui rubbed the soft flesh on his waist while getting out of the car. Can't you be gentler? Yang Hui muttered. HMPH. Baki Lulu snorted and turned her head. Alice, let's go. Yang Hui sighed. He had enjoyed the treatment of a domineering president once, but in the end, he still had no status in front of other women. Yang Hui, you are here, this is. Walking into Ethan Leia's office, Ethan Leia also stood up to greet him, and was about to introduce another person in the office to Yang Hui, but the scene that appeared in the next second almost shocked him. Yang Hui. Lux stood up directly, walked over and hugged Yang Hui. Originally, with Lux's style, she would not expose her intimate relationship with Yang Hui in front of strangers before obtaining Yang Hui's permission. But there is a truth that women in love have no IQ, especially when they meet again after a long separation, and a short separation is better than a new marriage. Facing Lux's hug, Yang Hui was also stunned for a moment, but soon he put on a gentle smile and hugged Lux with his backhand. It didn't matter if it was exposed. Not to mention that someone had already noticed the relationship between him and Lux. As long as his woman wanted to do it, he would take responsibility and handle all the follow-up. Natal, long time no see. After hugging for a while, Lux let go of Yang Hui and took Baki Lulu's hand to greet her intimately. Yang Hui's request was not just a joke. This situation could really happen. Even he himself was a fan of Lux, not to mention those young men and women. If they knew that Lux had a lover and that this lover was still by their side, they would not be worthy of the title of fan if they did not tear him apart. Since you have not seen each other for a long time, I will leave first. Ethan Layton was still very perceptive. Yang Hui and Lux's eyes were about to tear each other apart. He, a middle-aged man who was almost old, should not get in the way here. After Ethan Lee left, Yang Hui sat on the sofa, and Lux naturally sat in his arms, feeling the warmth she had not felt for a long time. Why are you here? Because you are here. You can't fail to see what those people are planning. Yang Hui shook his head. Lux was not a love-brained person. She must have seen the plans of those who invited her, and she still came, which meant that she must have her own plans. Hearing this, Leica stuck out her tongue playfully, left Yang Hui's arms and sat down next to him. It's easy to dodge an open attack, but it's hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Mr. Aslan and Mr. Kong Yun are very protective, but Mr. Cruz can't stay in danger all the time. And you have also entered their sight. Since you have shown your face, lure them out and catch them all in one fell swoop. It's best to clean them up as soon as possible. Very much your style, Yang Hui. Baki Lulu smiled and said. Yes. Yang Hui laughed helplessly. This is indeed the tactic he likes to use. Using himself as bait, he draws out all the enemies, gathers them together, and catches them all in one fell swoop. But he didn't expect Lakis to learn from his style, breaking the carefree life of a singing girl, and risking her life to help Yang Hui and others draw out the hidden enemies. Mr. Cruz has already found out a lot of people, but behind that Counselor Ronan Marcinus, there's more than just Martha Bist. Lakis said. Kim Kohler. No. Lakis shook her head. It's true that Kim Kohler sees you as a thorn in his side, but he won't touch you until the war with Xion is over. There is someone else behind Martha Bist. Have you found out? Not yet, but Mr. Cruz listed several suspects, including Hyman Jamidov. That old tofu. Yang Hui was stunned. He really suspected Hyman Jamidov. Now the old tofu is a brigadier general, a small financial officer behind Kim Kohler, and not even a pure soldier. Hyman Jamidov is an old coin. After investigation, it was found that he was extremely low-key in the Federation Army. Even if he stood in the conservative camp, he did not show extraordinary talents. He followed Kim Kohler like a little transparent person. He also acted as a businessman in private. He also secretly established an international debt management company and spent much more energy on the company than in the army. But as the investigation revealed, Hyman Jamidov was too low-key. He wanted to develop his own company, but he never used the military funds of the Federation Army. Moreover, all the business behaviors of the company were in compliance with the law. This was very abnormal and did not match the old tofu in Yang Hui's memory. After joining the Federation Army and establishing the 12th Independent Technical Unit, Yang Hui put most of his energy into assisting the Federation to defeat the Federation and assisting Char to split Xi'an. He was also less wary of Hyman Jamidov. He just assumed that Rebel was not dead and no one else dared to make trouble. But now, Hyman Jamidov, who was gradually ignored by Yang Hui, jumped out again, making him wary again. Puff old tofu, ho ha ho ha. Hearing the nickname Yang Hui gave Hyman Jamidov, Bakalulu and Lakis couldn't help laughing, but after thinking about it, they felt that this nickname was quite reasonable. Who else? After the two women laughed enough, Yang Hui continued to ask Lakis. Romani Axel, Binet Strauss. Haha, the aristocracy. Yang Hui sneered. Of the four factions in the federal parliament, Cruz has won over the civilians and moderates. The hardliners are now quite supportive of Rebel, so it is impossible for them to attack Yang Hui. The rest, as expected, are all members of the aristocracy. Cruiser also found out that these people secretly established an organization called the Continental Renaissance Foundation. There are not many members, but most of them are middle and upper class members of the aristocracy. Hearing this, Yang Hui was stunned again. He had some impression of the Continental Renaissance Foundation, but it was not called this name, but the Continental Renaissance Guild. Hyman Jamidov was also the president of this organization. In name, it was to rebuild the war-torn Earth, but in fact, it was an important economic support for Hyman Jamidov to form the Titans in the future. He did not expect that this organization would be established so early. That's not right. Yang Hui suddenly realized a problem. How did Lao Daofu get accepted by the other people? The noble faction is a group of people who are arrogant and intoxicated with a halo of the past or the present. They look down on people from other factions. Even a general of the Federal Army like Rebel is just a commoner in their eyes and cannot be on the stage. According to the information Yang Hui investigated, Hyman Jamidov is not from a noble family. Like most high-ranking officers, he was promoted by a certain faction. To put it bluntly, he is the puppet. How could such a person be qualified to form an organization with the noble faction? This is equivalent to the decadent noble faction lowering its status. With Yang Hui's understanding of that group of people, this is absolutely impossible. That's not clear. Lux shook her head. Cruz did not tell her this. Let Cruz go dig up the roots of Lao Daofu, even if they are buried in the center of the earth, they must be dug out. Well, I will convey it to Mr. Cruz. By the way, Yang Hui, we have completed a side quest, you can take a look. Side quest. Yang Hui recalled that before he fell asleep yesterday, he seemed to have heard Mephis' voice, but because he was too tired, he didn't pay much attention and fell asleep directly. Mephis, I completed the side quest. Yes, Commander. What side quest? Capture Caecilia's Abbey. Well, okay, I know. Since coming to this world, Yang Hui has also tried various methods to try to trigger the side quest, trying to find the triggering conditions and rules of the side quest, but he didn't even encounter a hair, let alone the conditions and rules. And the side quest he completed this time was expected, but also unexpected. At first, Yang Hui thought that a drastic change in the original history could trigger the side quest, and capturing Caecilia's Abbey met this condition, so Yang Hui's guess was correct. But the original history he changed was more than that, including getting to know and cooperating with Char, cooperating with Rebel and Jipu, creating the 12th Independent Technical Force to change the difficult situation in the early days of the Federation, and many people in his team had their fates changed. But none of these changes triggered the side quests, and now, it triggered them. Why? Let's explore slowly later. Mephis, what are the rewards for the side quests? 1 opportunity to strengthen the building, 4 copies of the material gift pack, medium. Wow. This reward. Yang Hui was surprised. This reward is not low. The material gift pack, medium, usually appears when the main quest is completed to a high degree, not to mention the opportunity to strengthen the building. Completing the main quest was the only way to gain it before. It seems that we must figure out how to trigger the side quest. Capturing Caecilia's Abbey is okay, but can others do it? For example, this young man Karma. Chapter 569, Snake in the Shadow. The three of them did not do anything in Ethan Leia's office. They exchanged information, had a little affection, and then left the office. Lux still needed to prepare for the concert, and Yang Hui and Baki Lulu could not stay out all the time. After all, the crazy boy and girl in the team followed them to the headquarters. It's really crazy. Yang Hui looked at the soldiers queuing up for autographs and smiled bitterly. Don't you know how charming she is? Baki Lulu asked jokingly. Yes, no matter which world she is in, her singing is a treasure of the world. Yang Hui said this very confidently. Even if 100 years, 1,000 years, or even longer passed, he would never forget the soft singing that sounded for him alone in the garden, washing away all the impetuousness, tyranny, cruelty, and negative things in his heart. Then why do you still call her a monster? Oh, can you please not mention this? Yang Hui said awkwardly. His love history could be written into a love encyclopedia. He was a rookie at the beginning, then was pursued by someone, and also experienced a bland and natural life. He was also a scumbag and a domineering president. It was very rich, but it was also one of Yang Hui's few black histories. Major, Captain Bakalulu, you are here. Fort Rumphilo and Amuro appeared in time to break Yang Hui's embarrassment. Is it time for autographs? Yang Hui looked at the autograph boards in their hands and asked. Of course. Fort Rumphilo and Amuro showed off the autograph boards in their hands, smiling foolishly like a child. Soon, he saw the people from the 12th Independent Technical Unit coming one after another, and they all got Lux's autograph boards with satisfaction. Have you all got them? Yang Hui asked with a smile. Yes, Major, Miss Lakis has also heard of us. That's right, Miss Lakis asked us if we were from the 12th Independent Technical Unit at the beginning, and after knowing that, she asked others to let us go first. And there's more. Miss Lakis had prepared a signed autograph board in advance, but when she knew we were from the 12th Independent Technical Unit, she signed for us in person. This is also normal. After all, Lakis is not an idol who relies on fans for a living, and she doesn't need to rely on pampering fans to prove her status. So after confirming that she would come to the East Asian Theater to hold a concert, she prepared a lot of autographs in advance, and only a small part of them were signed by her personally. But it was different for the 12th Independent Technical Unit. Every autograph board and every stroke on the autograph board were written by her just now, and she said on the surface, this is a reward for heroes. In fact, isn't it all thanks to Yang Hui? If they were not Yang Hui's direct troops, Lakis would not let them enjoy special treatment. So watching the silly smiles of the crowd, the devil in Yang Hui's heart also began to break the seal, and the screams on his forehead became longer and sharper. Are you happy? Happy. XN, are you happy? Happy. XN, very good. Since you are so happy and so happy, then, Major, I have to pee. Lao Liu asked me to go to the kitchen to help. There are not enough people over there on the stage. The crowd who were immersed in joy suddenly felt a cold wave coming, and the source of the frost, Yang Hui's devilish posture, gradually awakened, and everyone dispersed, finding various reasons to escape the scene. Haha, do you think you can run away? Yang Hui sneered sinisterly. You can run away, but you can't run away. Let Lux sign so many names for them personally, which makes Yang Hui feel bad. If you don't train you well, how can you live up to the nickname of the Great Devil? The people of the 12th Independent Technical Unit dispersed, but more federal troops hoped to get Lux's signature, even if it was prepared in advance. Lakis treated the 12th Independent Technical Unit with favor. Although she was envious, only a few people were jealous. After all, the 12th Independent Technical Unit's performance this time was too amazing. The capture of Caecilia's Abbey alone surpassed all the merits it had made before. The news spread throughout the East Asian Theater. Except for a few incompetent officers who were jealous of others' talents, no one was dissatisfied with the 12th Independent Technical Unit. Excuse me, is this Major Yang Hui? At this moment, Lakis came over and took the initiative to greet Yang Hui. Nice to meet you, Miss Klein. The relationship between Yang Hui and Lakis was not exposed to the outside world, and the drama that should be performed still had to be performed. Major Yang Hui, Thank you for your contribution to the Federation. As a people of the Federation, we are proud that the Federation has a hero like you. You're too kind, Miss Klein. Every soldier of the Federation is a hero of the Federation. Heroes should not be judged by their achievements, but by their determination and actions. That's a great thing to say, Major Yang Hui. With you and the ace troops you lead, I believe we can end this war faster and usher in the arrival of peace. As soldiers of the Federation, our duty is to protect the people of the Federation, and peace is also our common wish. It's nice to talk to you, Major Yang Hui. I need to prepare for the concert. I hope we can meet again next time. If we're destined to meet. After the simple conversation, Lux bowed slightly and left. The concert still needed preparation. Although she didn't need a rehearsal, it was just the right time to get rid of the federal soldiers who came to ask for autographs. Just as Lux turned to leave, Yang Hui found that there were some murderous eyes in the crowd around him. These murderous intentions were not because of the idol's initiative to talk to Yang Hui, but the murderous intentions against Lux as usual. Yang Hui, as a battle-hardened Bakalulu, naturally noticed these murderous intentions and reminded Yang Hui in a low voice. Too many, can't keep an eye on them one by one. Yang Hui shook his head slightly. Although there were not many, there were more than a dozen people, and there were too many people and too many people at the scene. It was impossible to track and investigate them. He could only strengthen the prevention measures. I'll call Fort back. Order the second and third teams to return to the base immediately and drive the Miz over. Just say that they will increase the stage effect for Lux's concert. At the same time, let the fourth and sixth teams investigate the stage to see if there are any problems. Okay. What? Increase the stage effect? The stage is almost ready, isn't it too hasty to change it now? Lux's agent in this world wiped the sweat off his face and politely rejected Yang Hui's suggestion. The concert was about to start in the afternoon, and it was too late to change the stage now. However, Yang Hui's status in the Federation Army was too high. His agent had also heard about Yang Hui and the 12th Independent Technical Unit's achievements. He believed that the Federation would definitely publicize this achievement. By then, Yang Hui would not only be a hero of the Federation Army, but also a hero of the entire Federation. He did not dare to refuse. I agree. At this time, Lakis came over and agreed. Miss Lakis? But time. It's okay, I have a good idea. Lakis said, move the audience back a distance and leave a certain space for two Miz combat forces. Then I can stand on the hands of the Miz to sing. Standing on the hands of the Miz to sing? This won't work. It's too dangerous. Miss Lakis. It's okay. Lakis shook his head and looked at Yang Hui with a smile. I believe the soldiers of the 12th Independent Technical Unit will not put me in danger, right? Major Yang Hui. Of course. Yang Hui nodded. After all, he trained them personally. If they couldn't even do such a small thing, he could commit suicide to avoid further embarrassment. Major Yang Hui, I have a request, please agree to it. Please go ahead, Miss Lakis. I would like to ask the soldiers of your unit to keep the concert going, is that okay? Lakis is indeed a person who has such a tacit understanding with Yang Hui. When Yang Hui proposed to arrange Miz to embellish the concert, she knew that Yang Hui had discovered something and wanted to arrange his own troops to protect her safety, so Lakis also agreed to it. Of course, they will be very happy. Then please, Major Yang Hui. The agent watched from the side. Seeing that Lakis had made the decision, he had no way to object. He could only follow Lakis's wishes to rearrange the stage, and then let the 4th and 6th teams of the 12th Independent Technical Force recheck the entire stage. The 2nd and 3rd teams also immediately returned to the base and drove their own bodies to the vicinity of the stage, equipped with air combat backpacks. Once the situation gets out of control, the team members will immediately ask Lakis to enter the cockpit and escort Lakis away from the scene. The others checked the surroundings and then stood guard near the stage to prevent suspicious people from approaching the stage. Major, I found something. After checking, George Miguel came over and whispered in Yang Hui's ear. I found something here too. Me too. At the same time, Travis Kakulin and Blog Carl also found something wrong. The materials of the stage pillars have been tampered with. Miss Lux will collapse in the middle of her performance. Miniature bombs have also been found in the four corners of the stage, and the smoke generators are mixed with toxic substances. Bombs were found in the audience seats in Area B. Bombs were also found in Area C. Haha, You really have so many ways to deal with it. Clean up all these things and don't let anyone else know. Understood? Blog, Fred, Travis, pay attention to the audience during the concert. Write down anyone with a wrong expression and don't alert the enemy. Understood? X3 Yang Hui took out the communicator and contacted Young and Kashima Yang, who were on standby in the cockpit. If chaos occurs, Miss Klein's safety is the top priority. Don't worry about anything else. Understood? X2 Natal, tell Ethan Lydon about this. You can only tell him. I know what to do. After arranging all this, Yang Hui looked around the concert venue, his eyes filled with soul-freezing coldness. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.